Good morning, guys. Good morning. Just checking here to make sure that we are good to go in all of our platforms. So let's have a look here. Forgotten origin. Let's have a boo over here. Make sure that we are good. And looks like we are good to go on Forgotten Origins. So that's fantastic. Let me just mute this. Be patient with me, guys. It's a little early morning today. Had a fantastic meditation. And I'm just going around to our 3 channels to make sure that we are indeed live there. Robbie, I need check the channel and FSU. I'm not streaming at FSU right now.
I see that. I just dropped the stream key over in the private chat. Do you need the RTMP as well?
No, the RTMP will remain the same.
Yeah.
So let me just quickly...
Just in case you need it, I'm going to pop it in there.
Yeah.
For any intensive purposes.
FSU. Okay, actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Custom RTMP. Stream key. Is that the RTMP you just sent me?
Yeah, that's the RTMP as well.
Where's that? Oh, in the private chat.
Yeah, in the chat there.
Okay, shit. Just hang tight, guys. We will be getting this show going here very quickly. Stream key.
I'm going to mute myself for 2 seconds. My father called me while you figure that out.
Sure, bro. Copy, and we'll do that over here. Nickname. Universe. And the RTMP. RTMP added. Save changes. So I believe that should have worked. So let me just quickly refresh the screen over here, guys, and then we will get this show on the road. Just bear with me for a second.
It says it's a go. I see the check, the green check.
Yeah, I seen the green check as well. I'm just refreshing.
There we go. We got it. It's there. Good to go. Oh, yeah.
We're good on full spectrum. Yep, I see
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay, cool. Let me jump in there so that we got the chat room open. So if anybody has any questions, we can address those questions as the day progresses forward. So here we are, full spectrum universe. Okay, bonus. And we are live over here on Forgotten Origins. Beautiful, and we are live here on Watchers Talk. Right on, right on. Okay, so we'll get this show going. Oh, hey, what's up, all you beautiful people out there? Thank you very much for joining us here on this beautiful solstice morning. My name is Omar, and I am the host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, with my homie from another mother, Rob Yachts from Full Spectrum Universe, down in Texas right now,
Yeah,
streaming
buddy.
from his parents' house. So that is beautiful to see, spending some time with the family. So that ceremony this morning was just, amazing. The universe allowed it to be what it was. We first missed about the first 15 minutes or so. We had a little bit of issues with StreamYard and trying to connect to all the 8 platforms that we were streaming to, but unfortunately it didn't pick it up. But with Rob's quick thinking, we were able to rectify that problem and take a little bit of stress off of Evan. So thank you very much to Stephen and Evan Strong from Forgotten Origin, and of course Leah Capitelli of our alien ancestry that really put the ceremony together this morning with all the sacred artifacts, sacred bones, Atlantean rings. So that was beautiful. And thank you very much for joining us this morning with the meditation. I really appreciate that. And the sacred space that I was talking about for us to create, we created that this morning. So let's just hang on to that all day long, and listen to our speakers, because they have a lot to share. And today really is the day of sharing, and sharing of love, because that's really the point for today, Rob, is to really express our love for the earth and for one another, and to send out that love and that energy to like all the sacred sites around the world, and to sacred sites around you, and the sacred space where you are standing, because that in itself is a sacred space, because you're occupying it. So when you send energy there, that energy will reflect back, and it will help you in vibrating higher with your distortion. What do you say, Rob? I'm just going to quickly go through the comments here, and pipe in anytime, brother. I'm not hearing Rob. Rob, can you hear me? Or is he frozen? Oh, I think Rob is frozen. All right, guys. So all good. Let me do some shout outs here. Looks like Robbie is frozen, so maybe he'll leave and come back. Good morning, Greg Herrera. Nice to see you here, brother. Thank you for being here. Our neck of the woods, welcome. Thank you very much. Happy solstice to you as well. Riding the frequency, that is our buddy Leanne Curtis, my sister from another mother. So welcome to Riding the Frequency. And we got Will in the house. What's up, Will? It's a great day. Happy solstice, everybody. Indeed, today is a beautiful day, and it is going to be a wonderful solstice here today and around the world. And welcome to my brother, Matthew M. Thank you very much, brother, for being here. Thank you for your support, Will and Matthew. Really appreciate it. And we got Pappy Two Bears. I love it. Annie, my friends, thank you for sharing the medicine and changing the light of the world today. Absolutely, brother. Thank you very much for being here and helping change this vibrational frequency that we are leaving behind and going into this new paradigm of love. And that's really what we are going to focus on. And we have Nicole Schilling in the house. Welcome, Nicole. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, Rob can jump in here very soon. But before we do that, guys, I am going to just share today's schedule with you. And let me just check over here. He froze. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So let me just quickly share my screen here, and we will go through the schedule for today. Got a wonderful lineup for the day. It's going to be fantastic. So here, let me just quickly hide this one over here, and I'll toss this up over here, add to the screen. All right. So as you guys saw, 7:30 a.m. to 8:30, we have our ceremony. Internet cable unplugged, coming back. Okay, so Rob's internet unplugged, guys. So he'll be back here in a few minutes. Okay, so we had our ceremony this morning from 7:30 to 8:30, and then at about 9:15 here in just a couple of minutes, we're going to bring Liane Curtis on for our own ceremony where we will do a light prayer and usher in this new change. So really appreciative of that. And at 10 o'clock, I have my new friend coming on, Jordan Lynch. You guys are totally going to enjoy what Jordan has to say. It's a beautiful story, and I thought it would be perfect for today to share and get it out there. And then we have Dr. Joan of Angels coming on at 10:30. And then at 11 o'clock, we have Neil Gaur from Portal to Ascension. And then at 12 o'clock, we have Gloria Canning. And here is Rodney. And then at 1 o'clock, we have the great Michael Feeley. And then at 2 o'clock, we have Aaron Fowler. And at 2:30, Leonard O'Neill. 3 o'clock, we have Eleanor Bayne. She's going to be talking about practical magic, as you guys see on your screen. And then at 4 o'clock, we have our buddy Ray Davis. 4:30, John Shaughnessy. 5 o'clock, Rodney McGillvary. 6 o'clock, Stephen and Evan Strong. And then at 7 o'clock, Carrie-Anne is going to take us through a guided meditation, and we'll have a short chat with her. And then at 8 o'clock, we will do our panel. And I love the panels. They're fantastic. Get a lot of information out there. So that is our schedule for the day. We'll be closing out at 9 o'clock p.m. And throughout the day, we'll be doing some meditations and some guided meditations and just holding our thought in space. And we're going to be guiding all of that energy to the sacred spaces around the world, and especially to Uluru, because the Uluru is the navel of the earth. So our goal is to send as much energy as we possibly can to Uluru. So I'll stop sharing that, and then I will quickly show you guys what we did last year, and our aim is to do the same here this year, right across the world. These pictures were taken across the world, some of them in Canada, some of them in Europe, some of them in Asia and Australia. It was beautiful. Last year's ceremony was beautiful. It was a great day, and we helped activate the Uluru magic box because there was a big flash of light at, I believe, 7:36 p.m. And with that time, there was a UFO flying around. So our space brothers were there, happy that we did what we did, and we activated our magic box. And that really was the first step in this whole process that we're going through last year, this year, and then of course again next year. And as I was saying last night, maybe you guys didn't catch our stream last night. I was mentioning that last year we were all on the same road, and when the Uluru magic box came to life and it was activated, at that time the road was split in two, and then we had a choice on which road do we want to walk in. Do we want to walk on the road of abundance and love, or do we want to walk on the road of destruction and a difficult life? So now is our choice on what we want to do. And then for the following year, we got to maintain that path, and we have to maintain that space that we're carrying. And next year is going to be the final really the final process. And at that time, you can decide whether you want be walking on the road that you're walking on. And as we saw in the movie Matrix, even the woke person wanted to go back into the Matrix because he wasn't happy with the woke life where he was real. So he decided to go back into the Matrix. And I'm sure things like that may happen here in our woke community, where people will say, okay, well, enough of this, I can't handle this, because it is a taxing thing to be awoke and to be constantly aware and being attacked and really seeing the outcome and seeing the process of things being taken place. And it's really heartening. It's just really difficult to deal with. So the choice next year is going to be final. And up until then, we're just going to hold the frequency, we're going to hold the space, and we're going to hold the love space that we have in our minds and in our hearts. So Rob, jump on in, brother, anytime you want, and toss your thoughts in there.
Well, you were saying it perfectly. One of the things that we keep seeing and is this reoccurring theme that this next year is pivotal, right? We know it's a pivotal year, not just for mankind as a species, but consciousness as a whole, right? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to affirm our intention into creating humanity into this modality of full and utter potential. And we won't be able to explore those paradigms without diving into the self or some of the traumas that are holding you back from expanding that reach on your consciousness. And one of the people that say it best is Michael Cremo, because he always talks about this de-evolution. Well, we hit that point where it was rock bottom, and now we're back on that upward trajectory of evolution. So let's take advantage of that, and some of us will reach more evolutionary steps faster, but we can all guide ourselves into this new paradigm hand in hand with love, attention, and the ability to know that you can control everything and anything around you while internalizing it all at the same time. You are a limitless being, a light worker, a light being, whatever you want to call yourself. It's limitless. So let's explore the boundaries of that limitlessness, because that's the best part. Once you get past that stillness phase and not knowing how to really adjust or attune yourself, now we get to do the work. And this work is not just work that's fun, it's expandatory, and it's so great to see so many people involved in this event this year too. I remember last year we did this event, and we almost weren't going to do it this year. This event was put together in a few days because we decided that, what, we're not going to let that pass. And neither should you. Neither should you. And that's really what we're talking about. You shouldn't let this pass, because this is a moment in time that you'll never forget. And the stars will never forget it either. Right. So, that's pretty much it. I'm super excited to be here. I can't wait to go through more of the ceremony and break down and process what happened to me during that last half hour, 45 minutes that we just had.
Awesome, brother. That was well said, and I feel you there. Bonjour, Sean, and soon to be free France. Welcome, my brother. It's freezing here too. It's like -20 outside.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome. Nice to see you here. And Karen Jackson, happy solstice, sister. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. So, Rob, let's start the show, brother, and let's get her going. We'll bring our next guest on, Leanne Curtis. You guys know who she is. She's been around, many, many times. She's involved within our community here on Watchers Talk, on Portal to Ascension. She's fantastic, and I'm just so happy to really have her here and to start the day with her, because really I love Leanne. She's got a beautiful soul, and she's really ascended out of this matrix and really took hold of it and owned it. So I really appreciate that. And so we're going to start off with Leanne. She will give us a download and start off with a prayer. And then she'll talk to us for a few minutes, and then while we're doing that, we'll just do some back end work. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to post them, and I will star them, and I will ask the speaker when I get the chance. Now, if you're watching on Forgotten Origins, if you can, to help me out, to put your questions in upper cases and cap lock so that they stand out, and I'll be able to copy and paste them into the studio for you guys, and to address that question to the speaker. And same thing on Full Spectrum Universe. Guys, while you're watching, and if you have any questions, if you can put them in uppercase, that will definitely help us out a huge deal to really get your questions answered. And with that being said, I'm going to take myself off the screen and give the stage to Leanne. So Leanne, welcome. Thank you very much, my sister. I really appreciate you being here. And, thank you for your participation on this beautiful solstice morning to send our energy and love to our grandcestors and our ancestors and to all the sacred sites around the world.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having invited me. I'm very, very, very grateful to be participating and to be able to offer a little something to start out this next segment. I was going to try something new. Is that okay? Can you guys hear me?
Sister. Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's all yours.
Okay, well, some of the things I do is write music. And I've got a track that's I wanted to try to do light language against some music. So if that's not too weird and you guys are all willing to experiment with me,
I can't wait.
we'll see. I've never done this before. So here we go. This track is called Before the Word, There Was the Sound. So hopefully this works. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. Breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Shakira na hura, tikikira, jina hura angadiera tatea hera wo, jina waiera. Waiera mea katera, ashena war, takiakena uhare, ahare, ahare, washena war. Tikiana hura woshe gadiera wahakanga wore, yera, yera. Kare hahare na woshe. Tikur, ina hayera, egayera woshe anakera, wayere engahare. Mur, kare hanyare anga. Mur, shianea. Kikira wakashishina pur, kikya. Wari wateka Shuranya. Shana kare ko ura na kishena ura. Tikiara na hea. Tikishena ura. Ujina ko eranga giera wa hori. Na giera wa. Ushina woye. Irana haka kaka. Ina ura. Kura na shower, ikakira hoje na ore waye, itakira na wahera, washi ore adi ahar, e ahar ikakura ina tatatara, ikua hoje na kiera horta, ina wahar ikakua kishore, ina wayera kaka. Breathe out, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe out, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe in. Wow. Okay.
That was beautiful, sis.
Thank you. I'm a little dizzy. I don't know how anybody else is feeling right now. Thank you for letting me try that. Lots of breath coming in. Lots of energy from Mother Earth coming up through, and love coming up and out. It's always kind of a blur when I go into doing these things, and some people ask me, can you translate it into English? And I think to myself, sound and vibration, it's a recalibration for me. It's a reset. It's a recharge. It's a realignment. It's tuning out of the static and into a flow. It's not really describable in that, like, as I've likened stuff like this before, it's hard to explain unless one has actually given birth what it's like. I can use words, but unless you've done it, it's I won't say worthless, but it's a bit challenging until we can open up the thought feeling receptors and not have to use words and be able to transmit whole experience. And the human body is an instrument through which consciousness travels in a flow. If one,
I'm still here, buds.
No, we're still here.
Are you still? You can't hear me, can you? Or can you?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay, my computer.
Yeah, I can hear you. All is good.
Strange. Okay. Sorry, I stopped because the Adobe Flash artificial intelligence tried to make me do stuff that I don't want to do now.
Just don't even touch it. Just go with it. Just I wouldn't even touch it till you finish. Sometimes you
I
miss that,
just
and then it
told
will
it to
go.
remind me later. Now it's trying to open Safari, but I don't care. There we are. Okay. When your device decides to do what it wants to, okay, I'm so sorry. In any event, like, without minimizing by using the word just, I'm just a conduit, but we're all conduits, you know. It's our magical powers that we're conduits, and through our imagination and through our vibratory oscillation, what the rate thereof basically dictates what we experience. Therefore, we are all always at the point of causing our own bubble to be what it is. And it always triggered from the inside. So when I do my light language, it really calibrates me and gets me plugged into the collective consciousness and source energy from which we all come. Every living being comes from, Gaia comes from the same source as well. So the fact that we're all one stuff, you know, and the idea that we've been so led to concentrate on the differences and the separation is something that is being healed with events just like this. So I'm very grateful to be part of this. So thanks. I'm sorry about the little artificial intelligence butting in.
It's all good, sis. Rob, you want to jump on with Leanne while I do the back end work here, please?
Absolutely.
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, Leanne? So I was just I'm good. I was just sharing out to everybody. So I know you were there watching the ceremony today. So tell us in your words, what that ceremony felt like to you and what it meant for you.
It felt like what I would imagine a cord being plugged into a socket that allowed me to be in a space that extended physically all around the globe, and in the collective consciousness, I felt like I was spewing, like it felt like I'm so tiny, how can I do that around the whole, and there I was doing it, just like releasing all this love. Literally, it's just like a big giant toroidal field, like within the earth's toroidal field. I felt very connected. 3 years ago you never would have caught me talking like this.
We all had that over the last few years for sure.
Yeah,
Same
3 years
exact thing.
ago, the doctor was telling me you need to take Lexapro because you have situational anxiety disorder, and I was like, I have what? No, I'm not. No. I mean, maybe, but if you want to call it that, I call it, I need to go. I can't take pills. So she fired me. And at first I was like really ashamed, and now I'm so happy. But like, so what this morning meant to me was like, who needs Lexapro? Like, it's just such a loud mirror back that it was the right thing to just say no. Nancy Reagan was right. She got the wrong drugs.
That's an amazing point, and how a lot. Sorry for the shaky. I'm on a table, but
Are you kidding? We're all shaky. We're vibrating. So is your table. It's good. It's appropriate.
That's a great point on the validation that you've had to go through these steps to essentially be who you are right now. And at the time, you would have looked back and said, I'm ashamed of what happened. I really don't know what happened. And this is this dynamic of a social construct that makes us feel like, we have to be a certain somebody because of what society dictates.
Well,
But
right.
in the long term, it makes it so much like you've come so far since that moment, and now looking back on it, you see that it was absolutely the right decision and not the wrong decision.
I feel like I was never not being me, but I was taking me and squishing it down and trying to like put tentacles out, like send out signals that I'm not me. I'm what you think. I'm what what you think I'm supposed to be. What you and who isn't going to get anxious when they're like that? It's not natural. So being me because it wasn't societally acceptable. It's not really for anybody to be them. It's like the whole David Icke, little Johnny has his own thoughts. Come back, little Johnny, come back and start marching. Like, no, I'm not going to march. I'm not going to, like, I kind of feel like Gauze, F you, you're all a bunch of C words. Like, I'm not doing what you said because, and so it's social engineer, because why? Because your parents told you, because their parents told you, because like, honestly, it is, it's like 7.5 billion free range slaves to 13 families who've been controlling things for everything, like for all time, as far as if you process time in a linear, or when you process time in a linear manner, like the whole thing is just so, it's weird. Like, you can't not be you. You can choose to squish it away and then try to be something else and then end up on Lexapro, or tell your doctor, go F yourself, and then get fired. Like, but like, I don't know.
No, I get it. It's there's societal constructs and then there's ancestral constructs where your parents are sort of indoctrinating you to be a specific way without even actually realizing they're doing
it. They're doing it, right. Like, and
they're doing it because they believe it's the best for you. But only that expression can tell itself what's best for it, right? And
Right. Inform itself. Right. But like if you, yes, but let's go smaller than that. Your thoughts inform your physical body into dis-ease or alignment too, you know. So when you, not you personally, anyone, when any being who has an awareness that they're an awareness before they're a personality going, I want to eat that chocolate. It's like, okay, chocolate is nice, but 3 in the morning, do you really need to eat a pound of chocolate? Probably not. Like, you know, it has its like the inmate running the asylum is never a good idea, you know.
right, absolutely, absolutely, and
You know,
we all do it for so long that it becomes this rat race. And when we decide to detach ourselves from those narratives and explore what is really taking place within ourselves and within our consciousness, it becomes layers that you can associate with specific instances. And also you can look at it in a way of tutelage instead of detriment eventually.
yeah, exactly. I mean, and I just saw a comment like, you don't need Lexapro, you just need a bunch of like-minded peeps. It's like, well, yes, but if you take it a step back further, do you really need a like-minded peeps, or do you need to be like-minded with your higher self? Who needs peeps when you've got your higher self and when you've got your imagination? And like, I'm not saying go sit in a tower all quiet, locked away, but like if that were to happen, I think I would be okay personally, just because of what I've adopted as my paradigm. I can, as my acquaintance Randy Weitenheimer says, when I told him I wear masks outside, he's like, so you've adopted? And I said, whoa, 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 no, no, no. I haven't adopted anything. I don't want to deal with hearing about it. So I just make my body do what it's supposed to do in certain situations, or I don't put my body in the situation in the first place. I'm fine up here. Like, got plenty to do in my own mind to entertain myself. And like, based on the quality of where my thoughts are going, that's basically what gets mirrored back. Like, it's instantaneous sometimes. Sometimes there's a little bit of a gap to get the calibration, but everything you want and everything you create is in your fields. Like, it's all right there. So like-minded peeps come and go, but yourself and is my goal. Do I always get there? No. No. No.
Of
Every
course
day
not.
or something
Of course
else.
not. We none of us are perfect all the time or in complete alignment all the time. It takes practice to create that alignment more frequently and more often. But you know, some of the things you said is that community too. And you're right. You don't need the community, but it helps. It
Yes.
enhances the
Yes.
experience.
Absolutely. Because on a grand scale, because thoughts are electromagnetic signals that go out into a collective field, the more like-minded people thinking the same elevated thoughts that oscillate and vibrate at a higher level makes a collective consciousness that is not what the social engineering has tried to force on the space we all physically and mentally occupy. So at that level, like-minded people are necessary because, you know, like in Taekwondo, it just takes 1% to go from 50-50 to a front stance, which is 51 and then 49, or a back stance, which is 51 and 49. Like, it doesn't take much to tilt the scale.
So what does that community mean to you?
It means lots of electromagnetic signals going into a field that has had more lower vibrating, lower oscillating electromagnetic signals getting hurled into it by virtue of people not understanding that, as Joe Dispenza says, we have 60 to 70,000 thoughts in a 24-hour period in a waking state. What are those thoughts? They're patterns. Where did they come from? Who are you? Are you thinking over and over that time I went out and I caught a chill and caught a cold, so you're never going to go out into freezing weather in shorts ever again because you have wet hair, some old wives' tale, like, as you believe. Okay, so if you believe that you're going to go out with wet hair and catch a cold, like, we're magical creatures. When we understand that everything that we think goes into a bigger field and then comes back, like either to the collective or to us individually or both, you got to be more responsible and accountable for what you're thinking, in my opinion. It's just
Absolutely. Absolutely. What, so now we know we're moving into this third paradigm, right? This third era before the final ceremony. What do you hope to accomplish within that time for yourself?
Well, are you talking to ego, Leanne? Are you talking to higher self, Leanne? I mean, who are you talking to? Like, are you
Both.
talking to both?
Tell us what both are throwing at you right now. What
Do I
both
get
are
to use
telling you.
cuss words? I know they're not very high vibrating, but
Absolutely.
like, I want my ego to shut the fuck up, or shut it down.
Right.
You know, like, and I want to continue to become more and more aware of things around me that my eyes don't see. I want to continue to become able to navigate through whatever D is society's doing, because I've always been the awareness. You know, if I can just continue to align myself with the awareness, like looking into the mirror, remembering to look in the mirror, look in my eyes and go, like, the awareness. It's not Leanne Curtis. That's just a little tiny that was spat out by the collective consciousness source so that it could know itself through the window, Leanne. Like, it just, we're all little sparks. Like, it's, you know, and it's all one thing. To understand it's all one thing and to be able to move through either place, the physical and the non-physical, smoothly, because it's all the same thing at the end of the day. There is no difference between the two. It's the same thing.
Totally agree. I totally agree. And the reason why I asked you that was kind of like a setup question because
We'll set you up.
well,
Yeah.
no. So people see that they're, you know, even though we're on this screen right now, there's a lot of work that we do day to day to try and maintain our balance and our alignment.
Some of us.
And you know, just because we get projected onto screens and try and preach a message or try and tell people that these are the tools that they can or are using, we are the same as them in that sense, and that we work towards these things too, and we have plans on what each year is going to bring to us, and creating and talking about it right now in this moment is creating the intention, which will hopefully spotlight it for all of us later on.
Well, you know, everybody's on their own screen. You know, you're the star of your own movie. You're the writer, you're the director, you're the distributor, you know, and most people have like a secret movie going on in their head that's not what they show the world, you know, and closing the gap between being, so that this is my secret movie, like, and I'm not going to be afraid that that's what it is. Like, so what? You know, like, there is no secret movie. Like, I get cranky with my mom. Is it nice? No. Am I experiencing lower vibrational whatever when I make the choice to get cranky at midnight when she won't shut the fuck up? Like, and I'm not going to drug her to shut her up, and I'm not going to shut the monitor off, but I will just go in and go, like, Mom, could you please? I'm sorry, I love you, but you got to shut the fuck up, dude. Like, how can I help you? She's going, run the film. For God's sakes, run the film. Like pissed off at somebody not working a projector for her. It's like, okay. Oh, I get that you're floating around in the collective consciousness. And that you're like literally not aware of what you're doing. She's like, I was talking. What? Yes. and I need to sleep. She's like, oh, I'm dreadfully sorry. Okay. So it goes in and out, like, and it's just experiencing the all of it to be the whole of it. It's okay. Like, everybody, guess what? Everything's okay. Just breathe. Like, literally. There's nothing wrong.
I agree, and I love the way you put it too. It's like, we have these dives where we get into these modes where, especially myself, like I am Italian and I have a temper and I have to like really work to keep my fluidity and not let myself go to specific places where I will rage, because it's in there, but I try not to access it much. So, that's like a fight or flight mechanism now, as opposed to a second thought, and that's one of the things I practice too, is I never use my initial thought on something. I try and stop and breathe, because my initial thought is reactionary and my secondary thought is logical, which is something that's really helped me to not really get to that point a lot. But it happens,
breathing is
of course.
always good. Breathing is never bad. Focusing on your breath in those moments is like hero's journey stuff, because it's really hard to catch yourself in that moment. But like, it brings me to that's a choice also. It's like making the choice to go in the anger, but then after you do that, do you make the choice to then go and then get on yourself, or do you go I did it again, swing and a miss, next, right? Like,
Live and let go method.
I was being human. I was humaning again. Like, it's turned into a verb. Like, oh, I was in that 3D space again, trying it on for size. Like, I don't think I like the way it fits. I think I need to take it back off again.
I love exploring that
too. Another 5 minutes. When somebody says something Leanne thinks is stupid, and then I go, wait a minute, like, everybody has to have the opinion. Otherwise, but it really would be nice to be single-minded, single-hearted. It's like, let's you said being logical. Like, logical, I feel like, is here. Reactive, I feel like, for me, is like solar plexus. And then in the middle, I think the heart is maybe where the more balanced between the two. And then what then comes out of this one as a result of whether you went here, or were able to close the gap and bring it here. Like, and I've never said any of that before. That's just, I guess, it's coming through from some higher.
I agree. I think a lot of what you do when it comes to logical is the brain, and a lot of reactionary stuff is your gut, because it comes from somewhere inside of you and you don't realize it, right? Until one of the things I've done too is to find that path that happens to me. And Omar just did a challenge for himself of having, I think he's still doing it too, a specific number of days where he hasn't had negative thoughts. And if he had a negative thought, it was very quickly taken care of. And I'm trying to do that myself and stay in this positive mind 24/7. And I'll tell you what, it is a tremendous amount of work.
60 days today.
60 days. That's like Alcoholics Anonymous shit. It's like, you need to
yeah.
We should start making chips and coins,
thoughtaholic. Right? But like, really, it's like, it is. It's like, we're thoughtaholics. And what thoughts are we holicking? Like, what thoughts are we addicted to, and why? Like, being a rageaholic, like being angry, there's a certain chemical that happens in the body when you're angry. And if you're angry often enough, your body gets used to it and kind of likes that. So even if you're going to be logical in a situation, sometimes your body just wants that thing, that rush of that chemical angry thing. Also, to be fair to anger, it's a valid emotion. It's for me, if one is angry, like, what are you doing with that energy? Are you shoving it back in your body? Are you releasing it and then being accountable for it so that you can be free of it? Like, what are you doing with that? Because it's not going to not be there. It's there. Happy's there. Angry's there. It's like going to a candy store. It's like, what are you going to, you know, and that's the logical way of seeing it. Like when you're in the middle of somebody going, hey, bro, and then they're like up in your face and you're like, yeah, you know what? Like, I'm going to fuck you up. Like if you even, you know, situations it gets heated sometimes. It just does. But like where do you get caught in the flow of that, or do you stop that flow? Like how, you know,
That breath right there, that one breath, that contemplation of, do I need
right.
to be
Do
there?
you take the breath? Like, and why are you angry? Is it like, is there ever a reason to be? Is there ever a reason not to be? Like, but without like staying positive 24 hours a day, I won't say it's like not natural to just be happy all the time. Because like if you're happy all the time, where's the gauge? How do you know you're happy if you haven't felt something else? Like that doesn't mean you need to live in something else to get your yayas out for the one time you get happy, because you're so like condition yourself to feeling shitty so that when you are happy it's like getting off. Like I don't know, like there's got to be like a balance maybe, you know, and that's where the accepting comes in.
I understand that too, and I agree, and that's why it's not that you're positive or happy all the time.
It's just
It's
that
more
you're in
along the
the
lines of
now.
being constructive for yourself, and what it does is it helps you figure out those emotions so you can trigger them on and off as needed, as opposed to, I guess, being stuck in them.
Okay, and
It's a
that
control factor.
right. But that comes to like a bigger social engineering thing. It's like the illusion that somebody has power over anything, as opposed to the power of the illusion. You know, like you said something about projecting yourself or projecting ourselves onto a screen, but like, you know, everybody's projected themselves into their physical body. So we're all projecting all the time, whether we're on a screen or not. Like
Right.
it's still a projection. And the idea, if you want to let it in, that this is like all a big giant holographic projection, like, okay, well, if that's the case, then let's go back to I create everything. So get over your literally and get over your small s self, align with your bigger self, accept the fact that your room is probably full of beings right now that your eyes can't see, interdimensional, intradimensional, multidimensional, ultra-dimensional, and the list, she goes on and on and on. Like the fact that it's not even 5940 or 5149 as far as like people who are experiencers, or who can, like people like Caroline Corey, who came into her body and never lost her extra awareness. Like she didn't fall into the engineering lane. She, you know, but she was also in some kind of nurture nature situation in her family where they didn't fuck with her and tell her, stop talking to your imaginary friend. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you don't see people, we don't see it, so you can't see it. Like, you know, sometimes when I get aggravated with my mom, I'm like, would you stop? I can't see the tunic, the twins in the tunic. I can't see them. I can't see what you're seeing. I'm not saying that they're not there. They're not there for me. So when you keep trying to drag me into your hallucination, sometimes I have the patience to ask your friends questions through you. Sometimes I don't want to hear it. I just want to feed you and go to sleep. Like, I'm tired, you know, but that doesn't discount what's going on. Like, muggle doctors calling things hallucinations. Still just like, you know, why don't you guys try like some quantum stuff and then come back and talk to me about hallucinations? Cold
I
showers are good. Cold showers and breathing. Whoever just said that, like, if you can stand cold
Sean G
showers.
said that. I think there's a lot of misconception to what they call mental illness is
Right.
essentially different
Schizophrenic
paradigms
people
of
are just
power.
like their veil is thin. I think, you know what? There's probably the majority of people who are not capable of understanding schizophrenia as not necessarily a dis-ease, but as a natural state of human in a consciousness that's more awake, like autistic children, I will say that anxiety and depression, I feel like, are a condition that one buys into the idea of being such, because society says that if you whatever, but for me, anybody who's going to be told to be something and they know here that that's not right is going to end up anxious if they keep trying to do what they're told instead of living their own self. Like, it's going to make everybody sick. Like, and that's what they count on. So they can keep going to the doctor and get some more oxy or whatever the fuck they want to put in your pill they want to pop in your. Oh God, I'm channeling my inner gauze. Dear God. Dear gauze. Oh, dear gauze.
Crazy.
But he's
Crazy.
right. He's right. And like that thing you were talking about, that instant, like, guess what we all have a little of in ourselves? Reptilian. We're all of it. We're all a big conglomerate of all of it. So why people got to diss the this and diss the that? It's like, everybody's got an option to serve self, serve others, be polarized to the negative and be polarized to the positive, or be polarized to all of it and accept that it's like, I think that's what 5D is being able to be aware that it all exists and be able to transmute into a neutral space, both, so that coherent, collective are the words coming to me right now. Like, I don't know.
Gotcha. So we're coming up on the end of the time that we have, Leanne, and
Sorry.
I want to give you the last 3 minutes to just tell the people what you feel that they either need to hear or that you think that they should know.
Wow. Tell the people what I think. See, part of me, like, the ego is like, oh, it's nice. He told me what to say. Oh, my opinion. Like, but it's like, what's right for me isn't right for everybody. But I would say that try to be the observer, try to align with the idea, dare I say, fact that you are energy bodies, you are luminous bodies, you are energy that's projected the idea of your personality into the physical body you occupy, and you've changed these containers so many times. Star seeds here to plant seeds, to keep having these conversations, planting seeds of thought so that other people can maybe contemplate a different way than the paradigm tells you. Like, just stay plugged into coherence and source and what makes you breathe, what keeps your heart beating, the same pattern and beat that the planet likely has. Be aware of where you're oscillating. God said something, it's not energy in motion, it's ecclesiastic in motion. I can't, he's got to say it. I can't. Stop. Who's laughing? Who's that?
It was me. It was me.
I laughed in my mug
He
and I
says
throw
things
my
that I
voice.
can't pronounce it either. I laughed into the cup because
Ecclesiastic? Is it ecclesiastic?
I think it's ecclesiastic.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but like I don't know the ecclesiastic in motion. Anyway, whatever it is, just watch what you're thinking. Be aware of how that makes you feel and understand that right there is your causation and your control mechanism of how you control your life. What are you thinking? How does it make you feel? Stop thinking that. How can you rethink that in a way that makes you feel happy? How can you mind fuck yourself? Like, literally rethink. Can't get into a situation thinking a certain way and get out of it thinking the same way. You've got to look at the same thing from a different purview, right? So like I said, everything's okay. Just watch your thoughts, watch your heart, see where you're reacting, see where you're responding, try to be coherent and inform your physical body with coherent, loving, higher vibrating thoughts. Is that going to happen in an instant? Sometimes. Most of all, it's just practice, and just know you're okay wherever you are. And thank you for listening to me, and thank you for practicing paying attention and being the awareness, not the personality. Love, so much love for everybody and for the planet and the galaxy and for the upcoming or whatever's coming at us. Love, 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 love.
Excellent. Excellent, Leanne. Thank you so much for being here today. It's always amazing to get to talk to you. I know we always have these in-depth conversations and we go all over the place. And that's one of the great things about our conversations is they're not contained to a specific topic. We run the gambit every time. And it's an exploratory conversation. And I truly am appreciative for you. I love you to death. And I can't wait to work with you more in the future.
Well, thanks, Rob. I didn't know you felt that way. I think it's likewise, but yeah, I really appreciate you guys letting me speak a little bit. You guys have a beautiful day, and I look forward to watching all the rest of the speakers. I'll see you later on the panel.
I'm going to move you to the back. You can hang out in the back, or you can go into the YouTube.
Please step to the back of the bus.
Dun, dun, dun.
She exits. Stage right.
And there she goes. Excellent, excellent. Leanne is always so much energy and so positive. Up next, we have Joan of Angels, somebody that I am personally a fan of. Joan is super in tuned. She's intelligent. She's going to channel for us today. We're going to bring her in, Joan of Angels. Hi, Joan. How are you?
Hello. Greetings. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect.
You're trying out the new virtual backgrounds, I see. They're a bit different than Zoom, but we're getting there with them. We're getting there. I heard that you're on location right now. You are out and about, just like I am.
Not only out and about, but I'm in the heavenly galactic realms to bring this presentation.
Amazing. Amazing, Joan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you on the full screen to do what you must, and I'm going to be right there in the back. And when you finish, I'll come back in, okay?
All right. So, Rob, at some point, we're going to want to chat.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. All right, guys. I am so excited to be here. Leanne, you did a fantastic job. I love how you bring it all together. And by the time you were done, I'm singing, John, all you need is love. And I thought, oh my God, I'm leading with all you need is love, because that's what you shared, Leanne, and left my heart feeling with. So I'm really honored, Omar, Rob, all of you guys up there, people I've been getting to know on YouTube and throughout the galaxy here. We are a collective tribe. And where one goes, we all go. And that is the truth. And the Hopi prophecies, the indigenous tribes knew far more about our humanity, far more about what was necessary for a life among nature, a life among the trees and the rocks and in harmony with everything around us. And so it's only fitting that here in 2021, 2022 and beyond, that so much of our adaptation, so much of our computerization, our mechanization, our industrialization in a way that's shattered the planet is coming to an end. Literally, there's so much that's been going on in this conflict between AI versus this continuation of living with Mother Nature and even increasing our awareness of it. And so, guys, I talked to my guides a little bit, and they have some insights for us. And so as we begin, I'd like to take a deep breath in, and we do it collectively. We do it collectively for each and every one of us. So as we take a deep breath in, and then we let it all out, and sending those roots to the ground, through that ground, through that mantle of the earth, through the rocks and the water lines and the different sediment levels, and through the ancient ice and all the mud layers going all the way down to that center of the earth. And let's all just send our roots down there. And I'd like to imagine that as we send our roots down there, that we are all down there in the center of the earth together, wherever you are here on the planet, that we're sitting in one large circle, so that the energy between us can begin to grow and grow and grow. For these are the circles of old. These are the circles that we in our other lives, our other selves, shared, where we came together, where we shared the wisdom, the knowledge, the truth, the discrepancies, the future, the observations. This is where we collectively, with our people, were able to come as one. And so as we sit down there, huge roaring fire in the center of our circle, and each one of you sitting here holding sacred space in the dark of the winter as we go from this day of equal day, equal night. When we go from this day of releasing our shadow, releasing those dark feelings, those dark emotions, where we know that living here on Mother Earth has not been easy. Not easy for each and every one of us, because planet Earth is that test planet. Planet Earth is that which is at such a frequency that requires souls here to learn how to monitor your trials and tribulations so that you know how to harmonize with them, so they become your greatest gifts on the planet and they lead to your greatest achievements. And lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, we have suffered through many obstacles, through many challenges where we were waylaid, where we were not allowed to proceed in the highest of orders, in the highest of forms, until we get to this lifetime. And in this lifetime, my dearest ones, we are called here for a specific reason. And as we're down here collectively in our cave, in our cavern, in that center of the earth, where we are most powerful, where we can align and hear the beating, the pulsing of the earth surrounding us with her vital forces, her power, her strength, her harmony, and her sacred sounds, because that is where we hear it and resonate within our body. Yes, and while we're down there, we start to think and remember the times of past. We remember when were sent here down to the planet. We remember that we were given a task that we knew was ours and ours alone, that we would be uniting with others, that we would come to times where we would find our soul tribe so that we could literally pull out our task list, our assignment. Oh yes, Joan of Angels, 2013, you will receive a message of awakening. That is your signal. That is your activation point, your activation note. We request that you hear that activation and you get to choose. You still could stay asleep or you could wake up. The choice is yours. My dearest ones, each of you received your own letters. You received your own notices of activations that could happen at any potential moment. When you are open to receiving that which is being sent from the divine, from up above, for you to understand and know. So for what reasons, what was on that piece of galactic paper that were your instructions, your soul instructions for why you not only were sent here, but you chose to be here. You chose to be that one that would come down, that would be on this show today, that would raise your own frequencies, that would fight that denseness that is down there on our planet there. You would fight through and break through the mantle so your light could begin to shine. You all took on this work, my friends, each and every one of you, in order to be here now with these channelings and the broadcast, be here now on planet Earth in the times that we are. It is no accident that each and every one of you are a part of this collective now, with all of your assignments, with Rob, with Omar, with Neil, with their teachings, with their instructions, with their call to assist, their call to leadership. What is your call, my friends? I am here today to remind you that you too received that call of awakening, that call to be in this show that we are now embarking on together. What is this show? This show is us remembering how powerful we are, that us having this guide to what it is that we are here to do, that is in our toolkit. So this call, this clarion call to awaken, has been sent out across the planet, not just today, but over the last decade or the last few decades, that this call has reached the Western world, that this call around us has begun to swirl so that we can wake up to the truth of who we are. And the need is great now, for we are at that turning point where there is that dichotomy. There is a shift in the timeline, and the timelines are diverging, where those souls who have contracted to be a part of the awakening, that have their memories coming back intact, that have that little piece of paper from their guides and angels that says, oh yes, yes, turn right up there. Continue with your prophecies, continue learning, continue with your training so that you can be part of this solution and part of this uplifting of the planet. My dear friends, in these teachings, remember this. There was once a little child who lived all the way out in the galaxy, my world, where we are sitting right now. And he was living in the galaxy, a very advanced civilization. And he had access to holographic images of what was going on planet Earth. And as he looked upon planet Earth, he saw that the waters were polluted and getting worse. And his beloved companions, the dolphins and the whale tribes, were dying from the toxins in that water. And his heart was sad. And as he continued to look at these holographic images of planet Earth, which was once that miracle blue-green planet that was the jewel of the hemispheres and of the galaxy, he was even sadder because he saw that the air was polluted. He saw those chemtrails filling up the sky with their toxins, and the people and the animals and the wildlife and the trees and the plants were dying. They were suffocating from the force of these particles that would get into their lungs and that would get into their souls, and that were not only diseasing them, making them diseased, but polluting their mind and their bodies and their soul. And he saw that those once beautiful people, loving, kind earthlings, were becoming cruel. They were becoming selfish. They were becoming warlike, fighting for a little piece of polluted air or polluted earth. Their crops were polluted not just with these chemtrails, but with the pollutions and the chemicals that were beginning to devastate all living beings on the planet. And this soul, this pure, beautiful star being from those galaxies up beyond, looked down there at this hologram of Earth folding in upon itself and took a stand and said, I am going to do something about this. And so what did he do, my friends? He sent down miracle seeds of miracles this big that he infused the planet with. Infused it because that's what star beings can do. And so these miracle seeds started to land in the oceans, and in the oceans started to spread this goodness feeling, this feeling of hope, this feeling of optimism, this feeling that this too shall pass, that we are where we are and that things are going to get better. And they did, because the fish drank the water. And when the humans drank the water, or the animals drank the water that was infused with these seeds from the stars, infused with miracle potential, of course they started to get better. And their bodies started to get healed of that dis-ease, that disharmony that was put in place here on the planet by the evil ones, by those with those hidden agendas, those who will not be seen but whose work we can see and who we have suffered from. And so the people on the earth started to get infused with a little bit more optimism. Well, those evil ones were not happy. I can tell you about that. And they poured more pollutants into the water, and they poured more chemicals into the air, and the airwaves through the media and through their propaganda machines got turned up even higher notches. But this did not delay our star being child, whose heart was larger than gold, who knew that the more miracle seeds were sent down to this planet, the more they would pop open and they would fertilize. And fertilize they did, because the water from the oceans and the rivers began to seep into the land. And now every living sentient being, from those little viruses and those little one-celled animal organisms until the big creatures and the humans and the trees, were infused with the miracle water. This water that allowed the plants to grow even taller and be filled with even more nutrition and goodness, that filled these beings with a sense of happiness, a sense of healing and well-being. I mean, just imagining right now that we are the recipients of these miracle seeds that are coming from the extraterrestrial galactic star being companion friends of ours, as they have been continuing to send this high frequency transmission of energies, which is fueling our entire core and essence as we speak, as we are speaking. So we look for the signs. How do we know that this is happening? How do we know that in the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the destruction, in the midst of the attack from the spiritual, in this spiritual warfare between dark and light, how do we know? Well, we can feel it in ourselves. We can feel these changes going on. And as we sit down here at the center of the earth in our beautiful cavern, looking around, I can look at many of your faces. I can see that many of you experienced hardships, experienced this pain, experienced this separation that in some ways has been perpetuated on us from the outside in. But it is our time here among our tribe, our soul tribe, those that we came here together with, those that have this piece of paper that has their instructions upon them that we can literally read. You can find it in the Hall of Records, in the Akashic Records. You can find it when you tune in and you ask that voice within, what is it I should be doing at this very moment of time? And you begin to listen to those answers that you received that are being sent into you from these voices on high. Whew. That is a lot to take in one moment, but you are being called for this. It is no simple thing when someone says it's your time, you've been called for that. Break it down. What does that mean? And that means, my friends, that you are on assignment. So don't let what may look like the distress of what Earthlings are going through now. Okay? What is happening here on the planet? Don't allow that to take you off your course and your center. Know that there are two separate worlds. There is that outer reality, which is charting its own course, which seeks to control humanity, wildlife, the entire planet, okay? The energies of the planet, the climates, the weather, the portals, okay? What I'm referring to now, those who shall not be named. Because I don't want to actually, I'm being told not to assign words like the evil ones, because that writes it in stone and puts it in a position that, as the law of attraction says, and thoughts are real, it becomes written in stone. So let's change our way of talking. For instance, in order to refer to yourself as one who has chosen not to go down that path of the pharmaceuticals and what they are offering in the current moment of time, let us rephrase our terminology and our words. And let's say that we are pure. We are drug-free or V-free. We are living free of chemicals in our body that are seeking to direct us. And if we've chosen those products, then we say instead that these products harmonize with me. These products, these chemicals can be detoxified and used in a way that can lift my body's energies, that can purify us. Now, we are in the time of prophecy. We are in the time of purification. We break it down to be pure. What does to be pure mean, my loves? It means to be in charge of your thinking and think good thoughts and use words that are only of the highest frequencies. So rather than say, you're killing me, okay, you're killing me with love even, because that word, when we use it, is a harsh word. We are actually surrounding and filling you with love. We are sending you so much love that we are seeking to raise your vibratory frequency to that frequency of love, which Leanne talked about before. But we don't use words that are, for example, as a pain in the neck. Oh my God, I can't even tell you how many clients that I used to have, how many patients as a chiropractor that would come in with severe neck pain, and they would talk about their jobs, and their boss was a pain in their neck, and their job was a pain in their neck, and was too much to bear. And they'd start coming into the office with those horrific neck pains where everything was too much to bear. Or their shoulder pain, where they were carrying the world on their shoulders. And so when you see people that are bent over and hunched over, know that they're carrying the world on their shoulders, that they've taken that assignment to that other level. But words matter. So using our words to lift ourselves into the higher frequencies. So we use words to ask for what we want. So knowing that the law of attraction states that what we put out into the universe is what we get. Let us design our time on this timeline to be in the earth that we are choosing now, knowing that honestly, there is a black, there's a white, and there ain't no shades of gray that are going to be happening in our reality. Well, we may see them as shades of gray, but they may actually be the rapid deterioration of conditions that will be happening on planet Earth, all designed to push you in a certain direction, all designed to subjugate, tyrannize, frighten, corral, push, manipulate you into doing what the controllers suggesting they would like to see you, those who would not be named. So the key here to this purification course is to purify our thoughts, our body, mind, and spirit to get it to the highest vibrational frequencies. So to get it out of that sense of rage, anger, distress. So it means that we look at the chemtrails, and rather than rage at the world, we first begin to understand that there's black and white. We understand that those who shall not be named are added again. But then what can we do? Oh, my goodness. Well, first of all, we can purify and detoxify our own body by taking in those foods and those liquids and those herbs and herbal supplements that we know will detoxify, remove from us our body, mind, and spirit. We then can begin to raise our own frequency. We can do that through crystalline structures, through scalar light technologies, through Tesla coil rays and other energies. We can do it by sitting on YouTube and sending our power out to the universe. And I find it very interesting. There's this red triangle back there that is coming through. Very, very interesting. I have no idea where that came from. But as we we can purify our thoughts. We can purify the air around us using essential oils, and then we can send it out so that right now, in my consciousness, I am helping to purify each and every one of you, knowing that as we raise your frequency, you will be purifying those around you. We can also program scalar technology and huge crystalline structures to begin to deprogram those toxins that are in the air, deprogram those chemtrails. And years ago, I remember working on that to start to clear the skies and to bring in rain. Also, dowsers will tell you that we can work with dowsing, and I haven't done it personally, but I do know the science of it and how to. But through working with our pendulum, I'm going to do this Monday night when I do my next Monday Night Live, where I sometimes take out the globe and I take out my pendulum and healing hands, and we wake up. We start to heal the entire planet, heal the waters, heal the air, heal the hearts of people, heal the dis-ease, heal the out of balance. Whew. I was about to say, and heal the massive mind programming. But my guides are saying that takes an even higher energetics, my friends, to heal the massive programming. So, and I know you know what I'm discussing. So that also takes more of us sending out energy frequencies and raising our light frequency higher than the light of compassion, and understanding that we must have compassion now for those who gave away their power, those who gave away their free will, those who gave away their ability to actually make pure decisions, pure choices. They gave away their ability to discern truth. Each of you guys, if you remember in the Harry Potter stories, and it's kind of funny, my son, who's a Harry Potter fan, where I'm staying, I'm in his closet, by the way. So we're in a magical Harry Potter kind of closet here. He came in to tell me there's a big Harry Potter thing going on. But on New Year's, which I think is pretty funny, we were really avid fans. I took those kids everywhere that they could see it firsthand. Okay. But in that world, there's either the muggles or the magical people. The magical people are those who can shift energy like you, like all of you can. The magical people are those who get downloads like act now, and they act now. They hear it, they know that their hair is standing up, and they trust the messages that they receive. So the messages, what's happening is that you're being asked to raise your level of discernment, to tune in to your intuition, to begin to understand the differences between your logical mind and your intuitive mind that receives those downloads. Know that in the coming times, your rational, logical mind will be less and less valuable to you, because when we stay in that side, we are we're not listening to those messages that do come through for us. Phew. So, do we have any questions so far?
No questions yet, but I thought it's so fitting that you were talking about Tesla coils and all the different objects that inert this energy, and a red pyramid goes right above your hand. I thought it to be absolutely incredible. I was like, there's no such thing as coincidence. And Joan is tapping in right now so much that there's pictures manifesting of what she's talking about. It was incredible.
My God. So I'm looking at this background and I'm laughing because I really am going in and out, and because I'm violating some of the rules of the green screen here. And I'm in that Hogwarts Harry Potter closet where we're in a multi-dimensional place. And I wanted to show a photo of what I'm talking about. May I?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely, Dr. Joan.
Okay. And then
Sorry, I'm in the
you
background
can,
here. I'm just not feeling all that well. My stomach's kind of upset, so I'm just going to be administering here in the background
all
while.
right. Well, you go do your thing. Let me see if I can share this. Oh yeah, here it goes. All right. Oh my God, do you see these beautiful beings? Can you see them there? Yes, you can. So I was at Joshua Tree a week and a half ago, and the stones began to chatter and chat to me and showed me how full of life they are. Can you see the eyes on the one to the right? Little squint and that smile. That, my friends, is a smile. These are happy stones. And look at this one. You can see the mouth and literally the eyes and the beings on the left. And they told me to share them. See, look at this one. Waking up, bringing us such life, such wisdom. I don't know if you can see the arrow I have, but if you go more to the center to the right, there is a stone being that's lying down, face looking up to the skies. And these
I
are the
see it.
kinds of, yeah, do you see that, Rob?
I also see in this collection over here, it looks like there's a man standing in front of a machine all the way to the right. It's like right on the edge of the right side. You see how it's like it looks like a shadow of the man. There's like a man with somewhat of like either hair
Oh
going
my
up
God, I see that.
or like a
Yes.
top hat. That's wild.
Oh my God. And there's shapes there. Yes. And so when we study the rocks, and so in the center, I think there's someone in the center too. I think I see someone in the center. Oh, okay. Let me get a better picture of that. Oh, and you can tell that these are my friends. It was like this one was greeting me. Welcome back. You are here among us. We are here to protect you. This one has such mischievous energy, reminded me of that green. There's images of that green frog. It's sort of a green. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but
I think I do.
really, yeah, it just reminds me of that. And so, one of the things to start looking at, and this is what we do learn. Let me stop the share here.
Like,
All right, I did that pretty
one of them
good.
looked like it was patting the other on the head. Like, go ahead, go ahead. That was pretty
Yes,
cool.
they are friends. These are the ancient ones that have been here on the planet, and they're asking us to wake up and pay attention. I live in Coachella Valley. I live in the heart vortex of the planet, and we are surrounded by these mountains. And as I look sometimes and I drive, I see these ancient beings that were carved that actually I feel like they just laid down on top of these mountain ranges, on top of the stone, and just are so slowed down, their molecular structures are just so slowed down that they look like rock and stone to us. They look like they're not alive, but they are part of the pulse and the heartbeat of the planet. So they want you to start to open your eyes, to start to feel their presence and go and touch the stone, feel their energy, and that will help ground you and align you, because they came from billions of years ago, these rocks and stones with messages for us. And the same thing is truth about the trees. And the next time I do a presentation, I'm going to have trees from around the world so you could see that they are alive. And that trees, Rob, also grow together. There's the mother, father, lovers, sisters, brothers, and their family. So sometimes when you see a group of trees like this, that's a family of trees with the grandparent tree right there sometimes in the center. We'll find sacred trees like that in the sacred spaces around the planet near Stonehenge. Many, many ancient, thousands of years old trees that when I touched this particular tree, the tree explained to me that I was here to help awaken the trees of the planet. The trees don't remember who they are. And so they're not doing, there's so many trees asleep, like so many humans asleep, that they don't know that they are also here to help save the planet, to help prevent wars even. And I could tell you a story from 400 AD where it was the War of the Trees. And they came between the Druids and the Celts and literally stopped the war. So I was told my job was to awaken the trees, and many people are here to awaken the trees. They're not trees, they're tree people. So one of the lessons we've learned from the ancient ones is to respect our world.
I was going to say the ancestors, they used to paint on these rocks knowing that they had this message to be delivered across time and space because they were so ancient. And they used to paint them in ways that they would know that their later lineage would find them again, and we would be brought back to these moments with the trees and the rocks where we would become symbiotic again. And I think they also knew we would move away from it too, but to come back.
Well, they predicted the rise of a civilization that would be seeking to destroy the planet. That's why they talk of the purification and the destruction of the planet, destruction of humanity, where only the Hopis are going to survive. But only those who know how to remember the ancient ways, only those who are opening up to their intuition to listen to the guidance from the soul. The American, military did an experiment during the Vietnam War. During that experiment, they of course wanted to root out all the Viet Cong hiding in the tunnels under Vietnam. And so they went to the elders in the US, to the tribes, and they asked for the best of their trackers. They said, please send us your trackers so that we can root out the evil Viet Cong, right? So they inducted the trackers and shaved off all their hair, sent them overseas. And all of you probably know the outcome of that. It was disastrous. The trackers died. They had no skills. They were far worse than the brain dead Americans. Okay, so they died.
They called them the wind whisperers when they were over there in Vietnam.
I didn't know that, but that's
Wind
so true.
Talkers.
Yeah,
The Wind
Wind
Talkers.
Talkers. There was a movie after them. It was with Nicolas Cage and Adam Beach,
yeah.
I believe
Hmm.
it
Oh my
was.
God.
And,
Okay.
yeah, it
Post
was a
it on your
beautiful movie.
Telegram. Post it on your Telegram because I won't remember it at
I
this
will,
moment.
Dr. Joan.
Okay,
Okay,
but there's
wonderful,
a
Dr.
trend
Joan.
to my thinking. There's a trend. So what they began to discover, of course, they went back to the chiefs, and you know how angry they could get. And the chief said, look, you cut off their hair. And so the next round went overseas of trackers, half with hair and half without hair. So you know the end result. And ultimately, of course, they finally realized they should only send in people with hair. But what is there about our hair? And remember the story of David and Goliath, someone's hair was shaved off and he lost his power. And when his power came back, I'm sure I have all these myths told, but then he was strong enough to fight the giant. Okay. I get my
Right.
story clear on that. But it's always been told that it's in our hair. And what is the trend of modern man? You have to be clean shaven. You have to get rid of your hair. All right. I think Omar has long hair back there.
He
But
does.
yeah.
Even on his chin too.
Yeah. Yeah. So hair, which Western world says you must cut off and be clean shaven, was one of the keys of how we get our intuition. And this is also why I teach my intuition class on how to hear the voices that are coming in, your intuition, how to receive your downloads, and how to differentiate between your logical mind, which let's say is your Western mind, and your intuitive mind, and how you can enhance understanding that. Because honest to goodness, with the coming times that are happening, and you all know this now, the solution is our inner strength. The solution is our inner courage. The solution is our inner health, wealth, and happiness. In order to, we're not going to get that from the outside in. We're not getting instructions right now from those that without names here. We don't get instructions on how to be healthy, how to be wealthy, how to be happy, how to thrive, how to thrive during these times. So you are the only one that knows what is good for you. Your government does not know what is good for you. The government never knew what exactly was good for you. They certainly didn't know what was good for the indigenous people. And they still don't know that and the answers to that. So let's assume that you have these instructions that we started out with. So I'm hearing that I should really do a class on how to access those instructions, because trust me, and something you said, Rob, was really powerful. So in the valley, there's places that I went to and I saw some cave paintings that they've unearthed there. And as you were speaking, I was reminded of something that Graham Hancock said once. So I heard him speak at a crop circle conference, and he was talking about ayahuasca and the proof that by taking ayahuasca, it proved to him that this other dimension actually exists, because all of the native tribes around the planet, not just in South America, but in Africa and other places where these paintings have been found, they are all painting almost the same images. They paint the same representational figures of the animals and of the serpent and of the spider women, and the cave paintings are really almost similar around the world. And his discussion was amazing, because he talked about how that was proof that that through the plant he said it was through that plant medicine, that the Native Americans didn't always need plant medicine to get to those other dimensions, but that other dimension is real. And it is real when you've experienced it. And it is in that other dimension that we're able to step back and understand the history of time, and understand that time is simultaneous. And so many of those cave painters, especially under influence of the plants that the extraterrestrial star beings brought down here for us to wake up and remember, it was their gift to humanity, that miracle seed that I started sharing with you. But they woke up to the reality that they not only were painting with their paints, but I will tell you that I have seen them sitting in sacred circle in their cave, like we are sitting still in now, because we haven't been dismissed. But they were sitting with those who would see them in the future. They were sitting in those future times at the same time. Just like each of us has the ability, should you master the art of astral travel or remote viewing, or working through plant medicine or through Akashic records, of existing in this time from before and this time now. The veils are thinner, the portals are thinner, and that can be made manifest. But there's tools, there's techniques. And is it necessary? Yes, it is. When you can do this for yourself, you gain power, you gain wisdom. It means that I can't go up to you and knock you over. I can't go over to you and say you must do this and mandate something to you, and you feel compelled to say yes.
I
There's a
agree.
scene, and there's that scene in Star Wars where they're trying to get through a checkpoint, and he says, "I'm not the droid you're looking for.
Those are not the droids you're looking for.
Those are not the droids you're looking for. We
Jedi
are
mind
not."
trick.
Yes, yes. And guys, we have that ability to almost make ourselves invisible to people if we put our minds out there and say, I am not the droid you are looking for.
That's
We are
powerful.
not those droids.
That's powerful. Dr. Joan, it is always such a pleasure to talk to you. We're running a little bit late, so we have to get to the
Oh,
next
good.
speaker. But I look forward to talking with you more. I have to talk to you in private. We have some things that we have to discuss, so we will be doing that very soon. And, guys, go and subscribe to Dr. Joan's channel on YouTube because it really is. It's a game changer. What she talks about and what the topics that she touches on and how she manifests and channels and gives you these abilities and also gives you these paths in which to follow to better stout your intentions and get in touch beyond that veil. So, Dr. Joan, it's always a pleasure to have you on, and we appreciate you, and we love you to death. And every time we do
But
any of these events, oh, we love you forever.
thank you.
There we go. Words matter. Remember that. Remember that. And I
Love you
see,
all.
even we get messed up sometimes, but we look forward to speaking with you again, and it's always an honor and a privilege to have you with us, Doctor.
Thank you all. I love your comments. I'll see you all on the other side.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much, Dr. Joan. Really appreciate it. You guys, head on over to Dr. Joan's channel and subscribe to that. I posted the links in the Watchers Talk chat room and also on Forgotten Origins, as well as on Full Spectrum Universe. So, give it a sub and don't forget to smash that bell so that you know when Dr. Joan is going live. So, with our next guest is a new friend of mine that I recently met, and I found that I was speaking with Jordan yesterday, and she was telling me about her awakening, and I thought it was so powerful that on an event like today, it's should be highlighted because we're all at that precipice and that split in the road where we have to make a choice. Either we go this way or we go that way. And Jordan just recently woke up a couple few years ago and is the founder of Intellect Digest magazine. I will post the link in the comments for you guys to go and check that out. And then if you guys have any submissions that you'd like to submit to Intellect Digest, you are encouraged to do so. So welcome, Jordan. Thank you very much for being here. Apologies about the little bit of a delay, but that's how it works when we're live streaming. Nothing really sticks on schedule.
Well, I'm so glad to be here. Thank you, Omar, for having me. Nice to meet you, Rob. How are y'all
Nice
doing?
to meet you, Jordan. It's a pleasure.
You're doing
Awesome.
fantastic, Jordan. So I'm going to put you on a full screen, and please tell our audience a little bit about yourself and about your awakening and how you came about to be where you are. Exactly what we were talking about yesterday, and then I'll interject here in a few minutes.
Awesome.
Thanks, sis.
All right. So, as you guys know, my name is Jordan. I recently just graduated college about a week ago, and I founded Intellect Digest magazine in 2019. And our tagline is exploring consciousness and enlightenment. So, a lot of the topics that we talk about range anywhere from philosophy to theology, psychedelics, and quantum physics, and kind of anything you can think of along that dimension. And so Intellect Digest is a magazine that began as a blog, and the blog was called The Quiet Talk. And I started it when I was in high school because that was around the time that I had, I would say, a spiritual awakening, but also sort of a political awakening as well, where I just kind of realized that when my parents were watching TV or looking at the news, I just had this sense that a lot of it was fake, or a lot of what they were saying wasn't authentic. I was about 16 years old, and I started blogging about it again, and that blog was called The Quiet Talk, and I would just kind of talk about my experiences during that time. I had started experimenting with cannabis, and I think that just allowed me to really kind of explore my own mind and really explore reality a little bit. And just with that, it just grew. I had so many people who were going through a similar spiritual awakening reading my blog and asking me, well, when is the next post going to come out? And of course, I was a student, so I was balancing, school with also this side blog that I was working on. But what ended up happening is that blog eventually turned into Intellect Digest magazine once I got to college, because I realized that other people needed a platform too, not just me. Other people needed a platform to share their spiritual experiences that they had. I've had a lot of people talk about like a shrooms trip that they had, and where they realized, that they were interconnected with everything in the universe. I've had people talk about just quantum physics or philosophy. I had someone who was a Buddhist, and he kind of gave his perspective on how Buddhism and those practices really transformed his life. And so I think that's what I'm doing with Intellect Digest. Considering that I just graduated from college a week ago, I'm just so excited to delve into it 100% and continue to just reach an audience that likes exploring enlightenment and consciousness and wants to expand their awareness. That's something I'm incredibly passionate about. And just like Omar said, if any of you all have any similar ideas, or you're a writer, or you would like to kind of express yourself in that way in regards to consciousness, or just some of your own personal experiences, I'm sure that myself and other readers would absolutely love to hear y'all's journey. I don't know if my time is up, Omar. I'm just kind of going.
Yeah, you're doing good, buddy. You got about 8 minutes, so carry
Awesome.
on and share some of your thoughts with us.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, for my spiritual awakening, I would say that I was always somewhat aware as a child. Like I would say I was a bit psychic. I could feel energies around me. I, could maybe see people's auras, and I didn't really know exactly what all of those things meant as a child. But like I said, once I became a teenager, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, um, I fell in love with exploring more about myself and reality. And growing up, one of my favorite movies that I would watch with my family, we would have like a family Friday movie night, and we would always watch The Matrix for some reason. Like my dad and my siblings and my mother, like we just loved watching the Matrix trilogy. And, for a long time, those movies were just sci-fi movies or just action movies. And it wasn't until that spiritual awakening where I watched it and I was like, oh my goodness, like this is the world that I'm living in. And I remember like taking notes on that movie. I had a whole composition like notebook, just taking notes of like, what Neo represents or what Morpheus's role was. And I mean, that movie was completely transformative for me in my journey. And I'm looking forward to the new Matrix movie coming out pretty soon this month, and kind of seeing how they take, that theme into kind of a 21st century view. I'm really that. But like I said, I think just with the magazine, a lot of what we do is kind of just reach out to people, and have a lot of people reach out to us that have had similar spiritual experiences. And oh, thank you. Awesome. I love that. I hope let me know what you all think of the website. But I'm just so excited about it. And like I said, I've been able to connect with so many people from so many different backgrounds and ages, and people from so many different countries that are collectively wanting to unite with other people Tell us more about how you perceive the elements in that movie. Oh goodness! If you guys want to know, I might have to pull out some notes that I have on that. But I literally have taken like I don't know how many notes in the Matrix. Um, like some of the things that I have written down that I got from the Matrix movie. One of the quotes I have is, "Wisdom tells me I am nothing, but love tells me I am everything." And I think that's kind of something similar that Omar and I were talking about yesterday, and about kind of the origin of consciousness and what does it really mean to exist? What does it really mean to be aware or be in this body? And I mean, I think once you kind of meditate or you have a psychedelic experience, or even trauma can lead someone to an awakening. So I think once you have that thing that triggers the awakening and you start expanding or looking more into consciousness, you really do realize that essentially, like in a beautiful, poetic way, we are all nothing. But that also means that we are everything. And that's kind of something that I got from the Matrix. As far as the Matrix, I found a really interesting analogy to like the Matrix and like biblical figures. Like I've been able to like, see Neo as being this person who achieved Christ consciousness. And and the third, I don't want to spoil it, but I'm sure everyone has seen the three Matrixes. But I mean, by the third Matrix, he ended up defeating Agent Smith, and he literally became a body of light. Like you saw his body explode. And for me, that was a representation of kind of what we all have access to, is that Christ consciousness that exists inside of us, and that is light. Like ye are the light of the world, and that's literally. And even when we break down quantum physics, you break down a proton, a neutron, an electron, and even down to subatomic particles and quarks. Like it's energy. That's light. I mean, essentially every single thing in existence, as far as matter, can be broken down into light particles. So I think that's the concept that I got from the Matrix, especially in the third one, that I just found to be super interesting. I'm still looking at some of my notes. Like there are just so many gems that I have found. And I think like even as far as like Neo, I think he kind of sacrificed his own ego, I guess, in a way to save humanity. And I think that's something that we can all do by tapping into our own abilities and knowing that, essentially reality is like a hologram in a way. So if I choose to expand my consciousness, that's going to have a ripple effect, and it's going to affect everyone around me and everyone around them. And that's because we are all interconnected through this collective field, or this unified field of consciousness. And at the subatomic level, or even at the fundamental level, we are all one source and just experiencing itself. And I don't know, I think, wow, like the Matrix has really just opened up my eyes and allowed me to see how the illusion is to create that, oh, life is so horrible, and climate change and all this stuff. But I think fundamentally, like, it's very beautiful. And I think being alive is really a gift. It's I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful to be in this skin and just have this experience, and to be here with all of you all. And this is just really just a great opportunity, and I'm just so happy and so thankful to be a part of it.
Thank you very much, Jordan. That was beautiful. I appreciate you sharing.
Absolutely.
Let me get it on like that. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing. That's powerful, and I totally agree. The movie Matrix is really based on the Christ story, or the Christ consciousness story, that that we're all working with and trying to deal with, and something that we're all trying to achieve. Instead of helping Zion, we're trying to help the earth. The earth is our Zion, and we all have to do our part in in this era that we've chosen to be here. And it's nice to see kids like yourself that are waking up and realizing that there is something amiss within this world, that there's something not right, that this false reality that we're engaging with in this 9 to 5 loop, like wake up, have breakfast, fight the traffic, have a sandwich for lunch, fight the traffic to get back home, watch a little telly, have some supper, go back to sleep, and start all over again. We're more than that. right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're way more than that. And then this hijacked reality that we're, being forced to interact with is absolutely false. And I'm so happy to hear that, you're able to identify that fakery that's happening, and waking up and realizing that your consciousness is a lot greater and a lot more powerful than we've been taught, right? From our parents, or the sausage factory that we get squeezed out of, or from friends and family. It's just it's really enlightening and heartfelt to hear and to see for myself and everyone else that there are people that are waking up, and we've come
Yeah.
to this precipice now, to this cusp where a lot of people are waking up and asking the very same questions as you are. And your entry into realizing your greatness and your consciousness started with the matrix, and there's a lot of people out there that it began for them as well, in the very same way. So
Absolutely.
it's nice to see that everybody else has taken the same steps to go where we are headed, because really it's a documentary more so than a movie.
Yeah, and it's so it just makes me think about it's funny that you call it the sausage factory and I call it the conveyor belt. This kind of just go in and just go in and kind of the same thing over and over again. But I was just gonna add to what you said about everyone waking up. I felt that 2020 was, I mean, when I think of 2020, I think of 2020 vision. Like I'm really into like numerology, and I think 2020 vision. What is that? It's the ability to see clearly, and I think so many people, the way that the media has spun a lot of these narratives, I think 2020 was possibly one of the biggest years in our lifetime where there was a mass shift and a mass awakening of people being like, wait a minute, let me start questioning some things because that doesn't seem right, or that doesn't really fit, well with my intuition. And so I think 2020 was definitely one of those years where I saw just a global shift of people really just ascending and saying, this is not it, wanting to
Hmm.
go in a different direction. So I mean, I think you're right on par. I mean, and we are, in a great space to be able to have a platform for those people and kind of share our journey and maybe help other people along their journey as they're coming to this light as well. Thank you.
Awesomeness. Thank you very much, Jordan. I really appreciate your time. I know you got to run, you got a couple of meetings, but I
Right.
appreciate you dropping in and
Absolutely.
sharing your experience and your story with us. And hopefully, it helps others to connect and understand that they too have that ability to escape from the matrix of the mind, and really evolve their consciousness into a higher form. So thank you very much, Jordan. And guys, connect with Jordan Lynch at intellectdigest.com. The description is in the comments, the
Absolutely.
website address. Sorry, guys, I'm just not feeling well here this morning.
Well,
So,
thank you. Thank you all so much again for having me. You guys can also follow Intellects Digest on social media. We're on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. And thank you all for your amazing comments. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank
thank
you,
you very
Jordan.
much. I'll
It was
shoot you a
amazing.
message later, and we'll
Awesome.
have a chat a little bit later. Probably not today, but in the next couple of days. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, that was beautiful. And thank you to Jordan for her time and sharing her experience and story. I love hearing that because it really shows us that the younger generation is also waking up to this fakery that we're dealing with. And, it's just beautiful to see. And speaking of beautiful,
Oh yeah, there he
speaking
is.
of beautiful, here's my brother from another mother, brother from another father, my projection of me, a projection of you. I just love this guy. He is,
He's
a
glowing right now. You
mentor.
look incredible,
Yeah,
Neil.
he's
You're
he's my
glowing, brother.
mentor. He's my a friend. He's a brother, and I look up to him a lot. And of course, he's the founder of portaltoascension.org, just a mega platform that this man has built in the effort of ascension, and to help raise awareness, and to really bring consciousness to the front line. Because prior to Portal to Ascension, and we were just doing whatever it is that we needed to do. There was really no platform where we can all gather as a community and discuss what's happening on our mind. And Neil put that together. And it's a mega platform. And, I am a huge supporter of it. I love it. I work with Neil quite often. And, so welcome, Neil. Thank you very much, brother, for being here, giving us your time. I know you have a presentation happening this afternoon. So, thank you, homie. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. And if we all came from Adam and Eve, we have the same original, the same original
Very
parents.
true. Very true.
But dude, so nice to be with you guys. Always great to be here. And so what I'm going to do today is, first of all, mic check. How's my sound?
You're doing
great.
fantastic. Yep, sounds great.
All right. So when Omar asked me to be on this event a couple of days ago, usually I like to put together a cool presentation and just I like to blow my own mind a lot. So I love to do presentations that blow minds. But then I didn't have anything ready or prepared. So I decided, why don't I do something that I just did recently on my YouTube, but it's going to be different poems this time, is do some spoken word poetry / hip hop / just poetic expression, freestyle flow. And while I'm doing that, we can break down the meaning behind some of these topics and what I'm actually talking about here. Because the reason why I first got into doing spoken word poetry, well, definitely the original reason was just to express myself and the struggles I was going through, right? But pretty soon, as I was awakening to all of this information that's shared here and beyond, I started realizing that it was actually kind of a cool way to convey entire lectures and entire pieces of information in a poem, in a spoken word piece, in a rap song. So that it's like a whole lecture, but really through metaphors and through poetic expression, the whole thing is within that. But I'm completely aware that it's a poem, it's a spoken word piece, it's a performance piece, that there's so much information within each one that it's not that easy to just understand every single component. And as I'm told a lot by people when I'm performing, is that they felt the frequency even if they can't hear the information. So today I'm going to be slower than I've ever been before. I'm going to slow down, and we're going to go through some of these words. And it's kind of cool because a lot of these words and information are on completely esoteric ancient history topics. So we also get to dissect what that means. I did put a few of them into a PowerPoint. Most of them aren't. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my PowerPoint right now, and we're going to do some of the poems that are in that, and so that you can read along. And then the other ones that aren't, so be it. I'll just go ahead and say it myself. But before we get started here, let's do something together. Let's take some breaths together, shall we? So I want to invite you all right now just to be in a comfortable seating, laying, whatever kind of position you would like to be in that's comfortable for you. And we're going to synergize and take a few breaths together with the intention to just be open to the frequency of not only what has been shared, what is going to be shared, and what I'm about to share right now. So on your next exhale, exhale all the way out. And on the next inhale, fill up your lungs, deep inhale. And then let it go. Another deep inhale. And then out of your mouth. One more time in through the nose. And out through the mouth. All right. Before I pull up my PowerPoint presentation, let me tell you my journey on writing poetry. I wrote my first poem when I was 16 years old. That's as far back as I can remember, really, that I wrote it. And it was for an English class. And we had to write a poem based on all the information that we were learning about World War II in history class. So it was like a World War II war cry, save the soldiers kind of poem. And after that, I just kept, playing around, messing around, writing some poetry. Just became about my depression. And yeah, we are going to do poetry, and we're going to do a whole 45 minutes of poetry. and just to get just to get express the struggles I was going through, depression, anxiety. But when I turned 18, right, when I turned 18, and I was in 2000 when I was going to college, all of a sudden I started being introduced to a whole new world of information and awareness, and started dissecting ancient history, looking at the Sumerian tablets of creation, realizing the extraterrestrial connection. And my poetry pretty soon just turned into these spiritual, esoteric topics. And from then, it's just been, just a full-on expression that is my full-time passion really at this moment, as well as, cultivating events of Portal to Ascension. But not till 2008 did I start performing at open mics. And I performed at probably like 3,000 open mics and different types of events. And now I'm at a point where I'm actually putting a lot of this that you're going to hear to albums and creating a book as well. So here we go. Let me go ahead and share screen. And then, Omar, if you can make sure that it pulls up.
Yeah, as soon as it pops up here, brother.
Okay.
Here we go.
So I figured the best way to start would be from the beginning, which is, welcome to a journey through the spoken word by myself. I'm on Instagram and on Facebook and a few other platforms. You can find it at Portal to Ascension, especially on Instagram, at Portal to Ascension, also on YouTube. And let's start out with just some images of space here to set the energy of what we're about to experience. This first piece here, as I said, might as well start in the beginning. So this piece is called Fragmentation, and I split it into 3 different pieces: Fragmentation, the void, the darkness, and the light. And it's just about the experience of the fractalization of nature and how we came to this point that we are now, what the void was, what the darkness is that we experience, and how we achieve and go back into the light. A little disclaimer, I just took all of these poems that you're about to see from my Word document, and I just pasted them in there. So they're probably spelling mistakes, grammatic mistakes. I just kind of copied and pasted them. I didn't fix them up or anything. So just a few mistakes here and there, but just bear with me and listen to the frequency of the words. So fragmentation, the void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning. No place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing. Until awareness became conscious of itself. Separation from the source. No east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical lessons, except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency, raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, and no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright. In my bed, insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus, I stare and recite my cosmic prayers. Self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. You see, the destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now. Realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. Took the psychedelic potion, now I'm awoken. To the streets, we take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. Took the psychedelic potion, and now I'm awoken. To the streets, we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside. I'm free like a bird. Cosmic oneness integrating in my being. A full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in. Ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body. For the ether I'm fiending. So again, that's fragmentation. To break it down a little bit here. So the first part, the void, is just talking about, it's very interesting to even speak about that. The void, the time when there was nothingness, but nothing was still everything. And at the same time, when we talk about time, we're talking about linearity. So we're talking about a void, a moment where nothing existed, but also everything existed in an infinite singularity, which is paradoxical in nature, because if time doesn't exist, isn't everything the void anyway? Always, right? So this is taking on that role of like the linear aspect and saying, in the beginning, which is a paradox, because is there a beginning? There were no words, there were no concept, there were no winning. There was no place, no time, description, no label, no finishing. None of that existed. But awareness became conscious of itself, so source, right? Then we separated from that, the illusion of separation. There was no east, west, south, or north. And then it goes to say, there was nothing but the 0 point. There was not even a Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency, raised vibrationally, paradoxically, into limitation of what only the five senses can see. So it's singularity, infinite singularity, it's infinite energy, it's a frequency, it's a vibration, but it's paradoxical because now we have a limitation of what the five senses can see, even though we're a part of that frequency. Right? And then it goes into saying other things that didn't exist in the beginning until the realm of free will, using free will to see through the night. Then the night transcends into the darkness. And this is the illusion, but feels really real, of all the craziness and the darkness that's going on this planet, all the struggle, suffering, the elitist agendas and all that. So then we're here on this earth. We came from this void. We came from this frequency, but we're here on this planet and we take the anxiety pill full of fright. Not all of us, but it's just a metaphor. Many of us literally do. Full of fright, right? We're in this world of fight or flight. In my bed, insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind. They may control me with a chip inside. I'm scared and full of fear, but that's the reason why we're here. And then I look into the stars. I see the star system of Arcturus, and I recite my cosmic prayers. And then it's time to be self-empowered. And then the last part here, the light. Something that I like to say a lot is that the light is so unconditional. The light is so unconditional that it allowed the darkness to live within it, right? They're not separate. They're one and the same. So the destination has already been chosen, right? No matter what, this linear world isn't really, or it is real here, yes. But it's this, if you look at the bigger picture and the cycles of time and then even transcend time completely, the destination has already been chosen. It's unity, it's oneness, it's consciousness. That's what everything is. Everything is consciousness. So it's not about the destination and trying to get to that destination. It's about enjoying the journey. It's the journey that counts. Every single day we transcend. That's no doubt. There's always these troubles and struggles and hardships that we transcend. So live in the now. And then realize it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own collective subconscious mind. Fast forwarding here, I'm going home. Traveling across the black intergalactic ocean, I took the psychedelic potion, and now I'm awoken. To the streets, we take the spoken word to this message of unity, of oneness. And then we can all fly high and levitate the God inside. We can all be free like a bird. Cosmic oneness integrating in my being, a full spectrum being, right? A full spectrum. We're here to feel a full spectrum of emotions, right? And ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. We're in this world, this void, this frequency bath. We're from it all. We're part of it all. But we have this perception that we have a limitation of frequencies. Well, yes, you can only hear a certain frequency range. You can only see a certain frequency range. You can only taste certain vibrations, so we have this bandwidth limitation that is just really the beginning phases really of us to have that experience, so that we can really realize that we're able to expand that frequency range and tap into multiple senses and multiple experiences. And then I end here. The way you can do that is to shift what you choose to believe in. Fuel my light body for the ether I'm feeling. And that goes back to the void. So It's full circle there and goes back to the void. So that one, everybody, is fragmentation. And Rob and Omar, if any point you want to comment or say anything, more than welcome to. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'm here, man. I'm just nursing my stomach. Not really feeling all that well here
All right.
today.
Okay. Take care of yourself then.
I'm
All
here
right.
too. Don't worry.
Sounds good.
I'll jump in if I need to.
Okay. All right. So moving on here. This one's called The Black Sun. Now, this one I wrote long time ago. I think like 15 plus years ago. Haven't really read it for a while, so let's read it together, shall we? The Black Sun. When the black sun, well, let me start by saying this actually. The black sun is the central sun. We're still going with the topic of the void. We're going with the topic of the seed of the soul, which is the Milky Way, the supermassive black hole in the Milky Way galaxy. And if you want to know the science and information on that, check out my Galactic Origins presentation on Portal to Ascension YouTube. But this is spoke about a lot. Central mind, central sun, black sun. We hear those in different ancient texts. And quite often, if not all the time, it's actually referring to the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy. So sometimes scholars, I guess you can't even really call them scholars, even though they call themselves that, have mistook when the word central sun was used as the sun in our solar system, but it actually represents the Milky Way galaxy, because the sun in our solar system represents the linearity of our reality here. But when you look at the ancient texts that talk about cycles of time, we transcend the solar system and go into the galactic cycles, which has the central sun, which is our black hole, as that point of contact that gives us that secular, we're going around in a cycle around that black hole. When the black sun radiates energy from divine immaculate conception, we hold thee as the God we wish to see, some wish to be. Through enlightening their own being with internal peace, anarchy through poetry is just one piece of the oceanic breeze. I will split the seas so we can pass freely to land promised to me by bloodline. We're all a part of the divine. Heaven on earth, constant search to find the meaning to life, is only one part of reality. Intergalactic universal beliefs, interdimensional beings, enhanced communication through planetary rings. We speak to the gods and the angels who gave up their wings. Came to this place to bring lower frequencies of emotions such as hatred and jealousy. As long as they remain, we could never truly be set free. So they say, concentrate on love, not at the physical kind, the type that clouds your mind, blind to things in plain sight. Love is different when it comes from above, not in the material world. Believe in her, fill my conscious mind with ether. I see the door swinging open and closed. Love blocked by pain and woes. When the sky splits open, heaven will show. We are all one. No matter friend or foe, it has already been done. The future has already happened through the eyes of the last black sun. Through the eyes of the last black sun. The black sun, as I said, is the void. It's the entrance to the void within this holographic creation of this universe. And what I'm talking about here is when the black sun radiates energy, right? The black holes and supermassive black holes actually have a reversal period, also in my presentation on black holes, that it makes it a white hole. Most black holes actually have a reversal phase where they spew out energy, right? That's something they don't tell you normally in school. Black holes suck everything and suck all the light. Well, a lot of them have a reversal phase. What does it do? Radiates energy out. We hold thee as the God we wish to see, talking about the void, the black hole, the God, the seed of the soul, seed of God, the central sun. Some wish to be that void through enlightening their own being with internal peace. Anarchy, this world of anarchy, but through this poetry is just one piece of the oceanic breeze. Now, I was talking about the ocean because space is considered the second ocean. And if you look at many ancient texts, it talks about the splitting of the heavens and the waters. And that's also speaking of the ocean, space as an ocean. Now we have like a Moses kind of connection here. I will split the seas so we can pass freely to lands promised to me by bloodline. right? So that's like basically what Moses did, right? Split the land, bloodline, Judaism, the Israelites. But there's no bloodline involved in here. We're all part of the divine. Heaven on earth, constant search to find the meaning to life is only one part of reality. Intergalactic universal beliefs, solar systematic beliefs, galactic beliefs, intergalactic beliefs. Shifts every single time. When your perception changes, so does your beliefs, right? Interdimensional beings, enhanced communication through planetary rings. Now here's a connection to Saturn, right? And many whistleblowers and other people, spiritualists, have said that the Saturn's rings were actually artificially placed there, and it has been utilized for enhanced communication to other solar systems and galaxies from the data that we're collecting within the Saturn moon matrix, you know, which Omar speaks a lot on as well, in our system. We speak to the gods and angels who gave up their wings. Okay, now connection to the Sumerian scriptures, the connection to the Bible, the fallen angels came to this place to bring lower frequencies. They literally came to give us what we wanted and what we needed, the contrast here. They came to this place to bring these frequencies of emotions such as hatred and jealousy. But as long as they remain and we don't learn those lessons, we can never truly be set free if that we stuck in those base kind of frequency emotions. So then the next verse is, well, how do we get set free? Right? Well, they say concentrate on love, but not of just a physical kind. Well, like, I'm so attracted to you physically, or that thank you for doing this for me, and now I'm going to have appreciation and love for you. Not the type that clouds your mind, but we've been blind to things in plain sight. Love is different when it comes from above, in the universal love. Believe in her, fill my conscious mind with ether. I see that door swinging open and closed. My love was once blocked by pain and woes, those frequencies again. But here we go, another connection to splitting of the seas in the Moses story. When the sky splits open, heaven will show that we're all one, friend and foe. It has already been done. The future has already happened through the eyes of the last black sun. The eyes of the last black sun, the void, the Milky Way galaxy, the future's already happened. We're all one, no matter what. No matter which way you look at our future, the unity of consciousness and the fact that we're all connected interdimensionally, subatomically, you know, scientifically, spiritually, esoterically, it's been proven. You know, just look at Nassim Haramein's work where he literally proves mathematically our interconnectivity, right? So no matter what, the future's already happened through the eyes of the last black sun. So goes back to the same point. Enjoy the moment. All right. So that was that there. I'm going to do, there's another 2 or 3 on here, and then I'm going to take off on the slideshow, and then I'm just going to do straight poetry, spoken word, performance pieces to make it a little more entertaining here as well. Hope you guys are enjoying this. All right.
And also, guys,
Absolutely.
Ascension.org and sign up for the website. You'll get access to tens of thousands of hours of content, conscious content. A lot of it is for free. Some is paid, but you know, you got to take some to give some, right? So go and visit portal-to-ascension.org, sign up, and you know, sign up for the newsletter so that you get notifications sent to you for when Neil has his epicness happening.
Yep. Always, every single day, the day just gets more epic than the last. It like doesn't stop. Definitely building up momentum. 2022 is probably going to be the most powerful year on Portal to Ascension yet. Just like so many things in store, so many connections and collaborations happening. All right, so this one is called All I Want to Do Is Be. And you can see here, it's kind of like a personal story, like spiritually, how I just wanted to be, right? But then also incorporating just the whole concept of our evolution in consciousness. So here we go. All I want to do is be. I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. Infinite possibilities asking the universe, what is the next task? All I want to do is be. All I want to do is breathe. Conceptual knowledge made manifest. Take action to myself, I confess. I am all that is. I have moments of ecstatic bliss, and I thank the universe for this with utmost gratitude. Elude the confines of a cerebral masculine energy that defines this path that we are on. Moving into the feminine, the earth, the moon, shone down upon, cast eclipse over the sun, a pathway to union, where we finally all feel one. You see? I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. Infinite possibilities, accelerated time is moving fast. All I want to do is be. All I want to do is be free from self-expectations, projections of false promises, achieving through external operations. Hope is misplaced in changing the earth without doing the inner work. My soul will be gone soon, heading back to Saturn's moon. Contractually living a lie, created a fragmented reality based on who, what, where, and why, so I fry my mind to numb out the fake. But it's all a game, and we're all playing a role in every moment. You see, I know I'm old soul, but it's not just about what I know. Orion War, karmic balancing on planet Earth, forgetting our simultaneous lives, the universal worth. History repeats like when in Rome. All I wanted to do was go home to Arcturus. Density got me on my knees, was so furious, questioning my own creation. Who is this and who am I? An internal fight at the end of the Earth tunnel. There is something that shines bright. Embody the darkness, full spectrum being, so I can transcend and live in the light. So I'll go through this one just very briefly. So this is about, like, I had the world at my fingertips, but I didn't grasp it. You know, there's so many possibilities, and I'm asking the universe what's the next task. This is like when I was really like, what's my mission on Earth? This is like 16, 17, 18 years ago. And all I want to do is be. All I want to do is breathe. That's all I want, is just to be. Why do I have to do so much, right? Conceptual knowledge made manifest. Take action to myself. I confess that I'm everything. I am everything. I am all that is. And then it goes into elude the confines of cerebral masculine energy, talking about the patriarchy that defines the path that we're all on. But then we're moving into this feminine energy, the earth, the moon, feminine energy shone down upon, and it casts eclipse over the sun. So that's a metaphor right there for the patriarchy and the feminine energy. So we got the earth, the moon, which we have the female energy shone down upon, and they cast eclipse over the sun, in which we've been in this age where we've been worshiping sun gods and the masculine energy of the patriarchy. So it's kind of just a metaphor for that kind of shift that we're going through, which creates a pathway to union where we all finally feel one. I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. There's so many possibilities, and time seems to be moving fast, but time isn't moving fast because time is the illusion. What's really happening here is consciousness is expanding, and our ability to process multiple stimuli and things and multitask multidimensionally is also accelerating. And as that accelerates, time seems to be moving fast. But all I want to do is be. All I want to do is be free from all these self-expectations and all these false promises that I was achieving through externally operating. My hope was misplaced in changing the earth without doing my inner work, right? My soul, I always have these connections to Saturn, especially Saturn's moon, Titan. I have like a huge connection to Titan. You see it in a lot of my poetry. So I'm saying heading back to Saturn's moon, talking about Titan, and then contractually living a lie, right? We came up with an agreement with ourselves, our higher self, source, or whatever, to be here. We're living a delusion. We're contractually living this delusional lie that we chose to. Created a fragmented reality from oneness, who, what, where, and why. And then it goes into getting high and drunk, basically, fry my mind, numb out the fake. It's all a game, but we're all playing a role. We're all playing out these Orion wars. Basically, it's still going out and playing out on Earth, and we're trying to bring harmony to it. History repeats. And all I ever wanted to do was go home to Arcturus. A lot of connections to Arcturus in my poetry as well. And then to end it here, I was questioning my own creation. Who is this and who am I? I still, even though I'm fully immersed in my mission and know exactly what I'm here to do on this planet, I still wonder, who am I? You know, it's just like, whoa, like, how amazing is this creation, this universe, and the fact that we incarnate here? Like, what am I? Who am I really? And I know what I'm here to do, and I own it, but it's just beautiful just to have that philosophical question, you know? So there was an internal fight for quite some time in my life, but I always knew at the end of the Earth tunnel, there was something that shines bright. embody the darkness. So now this is not spiritual bypassing. It's not, oh, that's dark, I don't want to deal with it. Embodying the darkness allows me to be a full spectrum being so I can transcend into the light. In this planet of amnesia, the best way to become these light beings that we all are anyway, the best way to remember that is to embody the darkness as well, to accept it, integrate it. You don't become darkness, right? You embody and integrate the darkness that is around you, and that gives you the contrast to know what you really want, which is this life of life, life of light, which should be its own poem, Life of Light. I like that. All right. So if that wasn't enough, now we're going to get into a ballad here. This is a good one, a long one too. And then after this, we will switch gears to some camera to camera communication where we can have a little performance of some other poetry pieces. This one here, I only wrote actually last year. There are many ancient scriptures, well, a good number of them, I would say. And then also Dante and his Inferno also allude to the whole concept of 9 hells. But the 9 hells, you can consider them realms, vibrations, areas, but they're also emotions and frequencies. I'm under the awareness now, I feel, that we have the ability to make Earth hell-like or Earth a heaven-like. And our whole goal here now is to bring heaven down to Earth and live in that kind of peaceful reality. But some of the most intense, challenging, suffering experiences on Earth really come from certain emotional states and traumas that we have or that are inflicted on our humans on this planet where they play it out. And a good example would be a lot of people that have suffered extreme types of abuse normally either become and transcend those abuses and teach how to transcend it, or become the abuser themselves, right? And these abusers end up creating hells for themselves internally and for others they abuse, right? But who are we to judge the person abusing if the reason why they're doing it is their trauma literally got them to that abuse in the first place? What if we created a world where we could have conversations about these things and heal people holistically without, money being the bottom line, pharmaceuticals being the bottom line, or putting people in the prison industrial complex being the bottom line, right? All of these ways to quantify how to live in society are not supporting us in transcending the traumas that keep making us create our own hells on this planet. So this poem here is called The 9 Hells, and we're going to go through all of the 9 hells that are specified by these scriptures, including Dante's Inferno. So here we are. Enter the maze, the abyss, where misery sits, the inferno that is too hot to sit, yet alone take a stand. This is the land that you'll forever be in. Doesn't really exist in the realm of men and women. Souls come down to explore this world. You're renowned in the depths of this place where the gods send humans who waste their life, disgrace their time on this 3D line. Down we fall to the underworld. But my question is, can we fall anymore? We were angels who dropped, tripped, and fell into earth. We are volunteers, not celestial beings who were cursed. What is the worst thing that can happen? With so much chaos and lyricists rapping, expressing themselves through flows until you enter the first hell, entitled Limbo, where the unbaptized and pagans go. I guess I will enter this realm because I know there was once more than one, until humanity decided to worship the sun. Many gods with a lowercase g. Their words were empty, but providing technology that has been lost to time, until Revelations transforms the central mind. Enter the realm of lust, stuck, no balance. Patriarchy has done its damage, over-sexualizing, controlling minds, but I managed to break free. Every now and then until they catch up with me. With signs, entertainment, and media, we can't trust. This fiending, can we adjust from a millennia of rust, wipe up the dust as we raise our cups to the highest of levels? Have various forms of devils. Personified energy combined with heavy metals will shift your brain as we enter the next 2 planes of existence. Gluttony and greed are hells that are persistent. I will remove all items from my wish list. To this personal hell I'm resistant, many are coexisting with demons that are misfits as we shift our intentions and belief systems around what is our mission. On this third planet, we are stranded. One day this illusion will straight up vanish. The greed is the fourth cycle in this inferno, where humans fight for money and valuables. The I am presence knows the grand design is intellectual. But anger can consume you. Enter the tomb. Your tombstone will join the other souls that could not move on or past grudges that last multiple lifetimes, running too fast, foot on the gas, exploding and erupting, spreading lava all over the place. Move up to the circle of heresy where heretics spend eternity. Dubbed to be blasphemy. Ashes and a scorching fire, those here have been wired not to believe what is commonly accepted and retire organized religion. With an alternative vision of a personal hell that will diminish, this life is finished, made in his image, but dismissed by God into the seventh and eighth, encompassed with violence and fraud. If you feel these flows, give your head a nod. Ground into the earth with a copper rod, conscious awareness will never be outlawed. I applaud the ways you move through this maze. At the end, seeing the light of day, climbing up the hierarchy into the ninth hell of treachery, the last aspect of duality needed before the extrasensory gifts come online. DNA strands activate and the vibration inside. Each one of us will rise as life moves from struggle to joy and fun. And we enter the sixth sun. The sixth sun has risen. We're now in the sixth world, spread for years by our human peers. The sixth sun has risen. We're now in the sixth world, spread for years by our human peers. All right. So this one, I'm going to go very briefly over it, just to pick out some parts here. But we went through the different emotions, right, of the hells that we go through. So let's see if we can pick them out here. And it first starts with the inferno that is too hot to sit, right? The hells that we create, yet alone take a stand. So that's a metaphor of like we are literally within this hell. We can't even stand for ourselves. We can't even stand up to oppression when we're in these hells, you know? Souls come down to experience this world where the gods send humans who waste their life, disgrace their time on this 3D line. Down we fall to the underworld. Okay, we're talking about Earth here. But my question is, can we fall any more? Is this the earth that we can make a hell out of or a heaven out of? Or is there something more beyond that? We were angels who dropped, tripped, and fell into earth. We are volunteers, not celestial beings who were cursed. We chose to be here. Then let's get into the first emotional hell here. Okay, until you enter the first hell entitled Limbo, where the unbaptized and pagans go. Right? This comes from the Christian text in which they call it limbo and unbaptized pagans. And I say, I guess I'll be in this realm, right? Because I don't believe in that conventional organized religion. And because I know there was more than one, you know, monotheism actually came from polytheism. The ancient Judeo-Christian text actually shows that one God was chose out of three, that it wasn't monotheistic from the beginning. Then we go into the realm of lust. Stuck, no balancing. Patriarchy has done its damage. Lust. Over-sexualizing. Lust. Controlling minds. Lust. But I managed to break free. Every now and then, until they catch up with me, with science, entertainment, and media, putting this lust into us. You know, unbalanced sexual energy, right? This fiending, can we adjust from so much rust? Wipe off the dust. The various form of devils, that's talking about all the personifications of this energy. And then the next two hells here, as we enter the next two planes of existence, gluttony and greed are hells that are persistent. Then it's kind of like a little funny thing here. I'll remove all items from my wish list. I'm talking about like my Amazon wish list, you know. Gluttony and greed are hells that are persistent. Greed. I'll remove all items from my wish list. To this personal hell, I'm resistant because I want things too, you know. Many are coexisting with demons that are misfits as we shift our attentions. Then the next part here is anger. Anger is the next hell. Anger can consume you. You can enter the tomb like that. Your tombstone will join other souls that all had anger too, that could not move on or pass grudges that last multiple lifetimes, incarnating over and over and over again with anger and leaving. And as the Buddhists say, the Buddha said, right, is that your incarnation after you transition is basically a reflection of your state of consciousness at the point of death. So you can go through all types of stuff, be all types of people, but whatever you have got to mentally within your own consciousness as you transition, you basically take on with you to the next reality. So anger can consume you, right? And then metaphorically speaking, spreading lava all over the place. Then the next one, move up to the circle of heresy, where heretics spend eternity, dubbed to be blasphemy. So it's talking about that hell right there. And then just to end this part here, retire organized religion with an alternative vision, offer personal hell that will diminish. Then the last, 7th and 8th, before we get to the 9th, is violence and fraud. If you feel these heads, give you a head a nod. Now this is about, I like to end my poems with uplifting things that we can utilize, because I'm hopelessly hopeful, because I really feel that everything's going to turn out all right. If you feel these flows, give your head a nod. Ground into the earth with a copper rod. Conscious awareness will never be outlawed. It's who we are. It's what we are. I applaud the ways that you move through this maze, life, earth. I applaud the ways that you see the light at the end of the day, climbing up the hierarchy, dimensional hierarchy, into the last hell of treachery, the last aspect of duality, the last hell that we need to go through in order for us to transcend, and the extrasensory gifts will come online. Our DNA strands will activate, and the vibration inside each one of us will rise. As life in those hells will move from struggle to joy and fun, and we enter the 6th sun. That is the 9 hells. All right, stop the screen shit there. All right, got like 10 more minutes. Any comments, Rob or Omar? And Omar, I know you're kind of nursing yourself there, but
Every time that you speak these words, I swear, everything is always brought to the present, and it resonates in me in a way that, like, it's almost like I want you to keep going, but I don't. Like, I want to sit in that moment, but I want to explore it further, if that makes any sense.
yeah, because each one of them has so much in there that I feel too, like going forward when I just said something, but we're still kind of hanging on the words for the last one. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's why I want full on workshops. Basically, I'm going to start doing this more often now, where maybe I'll just pick 3 of them and just like go through them and kind of explain what they're about.
I can't wait. Those workshops, I think, are going to be just exceptional, as always. Your work is always exceptional. And the fact that you take all these different forms of presentation and word, and, you know, we just had Joan tell us before that words are important.
Yeah.
And this is important because it's an exploratory section of yourself inside of you, and to evaluate why you resonate with this stuff and why it means something when you say it.
Straight up, bro. All right, so this next one I'm going to do is I'm combining 3 spoken word pieces here, and this might be towards the end of what I'm going to do here. I might do one after this, but all 3 of these are basically ancient history poems that connect to the Anunnaki Nibiru story and ancient aliens. And I wrote them all at different years, and I put them all together as one, more like the ballad to ancient aliens, or not this show, of course, but the whole concept, the fact that ETs probably visited us for quite some time. Or you can say a ballad to the Anunnaki story here. So let's do this. Blood. Is it really ready to be read as holy scriptures ingrained on tablets with the sweat of the dead? Sumerians, who worship gods for life fiending in the Garden of Eden, could I be your god? worshiping deities who worship themselves, who worship energy. What is the atomic quantum level that we can reach? Is it there? We at the gates ready to breach entry? Is it there insignificant? I can't burn, awaiting my turn to be dematerialized. Once again may rise or never even be what we constructed within society. Consciousness, language, process within the mind. All we know could be the song. Thought processes that have all along been wrong. Welcome to mind mentality and the manifestation of ways, human slaves to diplomatically save the day, the lord of the black hole's constant twirl, the source of the white hole's matter to form galaxies and worlds. Am I God? God, I'm vibrating at speeds, destroying desires and needs beyond comprehension, the henchman who collects souls, redefine desolate scriptures, and makes them laws. It all started with Mesopotamia and the sons of God, who were the lower tier of the divine interdimensional beings in ancient Sumer. We were created from, genetically mutated from, crow to Pro-Magnum, almost as if overnight. I speak of the old ancestry, the wormhole, which we were given air to breathe and a limited mental capacity. The daughters of men, the Nephilim. Who could we be? Made in the image of the Anunnaki? Retreated over the black seas and left a Masonic breeze to sweep over the planet to reinsure the incarnation of unwilling souls. To be ripped out from the Federation of Galactic Black Holes. An instant travel between dimensions. The stones became the Freemasons, the Vatican and the organization of Hitler and his men. It's as simple as skull and bones. We've always been controlled. It's as simple as skull and bones. We no longer have to be controlled. Verse 2. We are here now. From another place and time. We altered space and time, traveled to this world to find resources to save God kind. Higher dimensional beings imitating the divine, radiant shine, golden deceptions and lies, repeated mutations, attempts and tries, spiral helix unraveled and generations have cried. Countless humanoids have died. Experimentation of mankind, dismissed and forbidden knowledge denied, genetically created with fire, in a test tube for those dimensionally higher, can incarnate, eat, live, and perspire. Indentured servants, programmed and wired to serve those that came from the sun, to mine our minerals in the name of the one. We were all victims to the illusion. The overlords are here. The watchers through generations have persevered to take control of time. The elitist bloodline rules by fear. Now you know the truth. It's time to listen and hear the frequency of earth from which life gave you birth. Now you know the truth. It's time to listen and hear the frequency of earth from which life gave you birth. It's my metaphorical exploration of the Anunnaki story. All right, I'm going to do one last one, guys. And then we'll be done a few minutes earlier here. You guys come on. We can talk for a second at that point, I guess. Let's see which one I'm going to do. So are we one yet? Going back to source. No remorse when we reinforce the course that we all endorse. Unconditional love. It's the highest vibration, a gift from above. Desolation of separation. We must be the ones to say this is enough. You see the third dimension, man? It was meant to be tough. There is no captivity, so unlock the cusp. Move away from hate and lust. Our thoughts begin to shift the earth's crust into a straight axis. Just like in Atlantis. Stop causing damage and learn to manage self-realization. When people start to vanish and join the fifth dimension, what is it that your oversoul mission, the future incarnations, the Christ consciousness has arisen? Tear the perception of being in a prison, this industrial system, slumber of opposites, duality, where we get lost and forget how to circumvent and achieve liberation. The curiosity won't last for long at all. As we move to the aquatic age, break free from the third dimensional cage of limitations, Freemasons being misplaced in this illusionary reality. Governing authorities, there will be no more war. Co-create a love ambassador, open the doors. Life isn't supposed to be a chore. No getting on your knees, worshiping entities from the floor. The message is simple, man, we don't need to know anymore. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. Thank you, everybody.
That was incredible. Incredible. That last one was like, it left on a note that was like, I feel like I'm ready to jump through the screen and fucking hug you right now. I swear to God. When you talk about
Thanks,
these
bro.
things, it's just like, I sit here and I just think, and my mind just starts to move in ways that it's like my frequencies start to vibrate my whole body. Because when I'm thinking of what we're talking about and the contents and what it is and what it means to me,
Yeah.
you know, absolutely right. Closed with a golden key, right? You did it. And that's exactly what it was. It's so incredible when you do these things too. And when the words have meaning and the way you present it and the flow of your voice, it's captivating. It's
Thanks, man.
captivating.
Yeah, dude, it's my biggest passion, bro. Like, I'm dedicating 2022 to putting out a few albums. I have my hip hop album is gonna be out in February too, so that's gonna be something to look forward to. Put it out on Spotify as well.
Awesome, dude. I'm definitely getting it. And you know, the other part too is your passion flows through it, and you can tell that there's something that you love to do, and that's also an aspect of how it relates and reflects off my body back to you, and you can feel the
Yes.
exuberance of that loving bond, and
Yeah.
you know, even more so, you've taught us all so much, and you keep innovating yourself to teach us more, and
Thanks,
you
man.
give all of yourself into everything that you do, and I respect the fuck out of you, and I love you to
Dude.
death, brother, for real.
Dude, thank you so much, bro. I love you so much, and thank you for those words, bro. Like, it's just like I can't do anything else, man. Every time I try to do something else, I come back to this. You know, like this is what's important. Is just transcending this matrix so that we can really live in unity and peace on this planet. And I love just conveying it through poetry. So I appreciate you like saying all that, man.
Absolutely, brother. I'm standing with you hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, and we're gonna move into it together. I
Straight up.
promise you that.
Yep.
We're gonna go build that commune on an island somewhere and really get,
Yep.
community.
Yeah. And if anybody's curious about what he's talking about, check out the interview Rob and I did on Full Spectrum Universe, where we talked about creating a village.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Yep.
Everybody's gonna be there.
It's
So
gonna be like there's gonna be
town hall.
like social distancing will be outlawed.
Right. The town hall is going to be
It's
these
like-
types of events. Everybody's going to come to that big hut in the middle of the village, and
Yeah,
we're all
dude.
going to sit there with our shirts off and hanging out, sweating and loving each other. It's going to be great.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Excellent.
All right, bro. Well, thank you so much, man. I love you.
Love you too, brother. And guys, if you haven't subscribed to Portal to Ascension already, please do it, because you are missing out on the best content of this nature on the internet. That's it. Hands down, bar none. We all look to Neil as a mentor and follow his dynamic and the way he does it to try and replicate that. And it can never be replicated or duplicated. It can only be followed with something a touch bit different, right? And that's what we try and do. And again, man, honor and a privilege as always.
Straight up. Yeah, we all got our own piece of the puzzle to bring together, and the whole concept of collaboration over competition in together and in numbers. The energy of inclusion is much more of a harmonic frequency than the energy of exclusion, and we're all doing our own thing, and we're coming together. And just because the fact we're coming together with the same intention to uplift humanity, I feel that it's inevitable, man. Like, we're going to be on the other side of this, or whatever this is, right?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, brother. It was
Thank you, homie.
appreciate you as always. I'll talk to you
I
soon.
appreciate
Man.
you too. Love you, man. Later, Omar.
All right. All right. So next we have the host of Inception Podcast, a woman that I've had quite a tremendous amount of conversation with, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have some more conversation today. We have Gloria Canning. Gloria.
Hello, hi.
Good to see
Nice
you
to
again.
see you again, Rob.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure. We had over the last month and a half 3 conversations that were just next level. Just out of the ballpark. We hit on so many different aspects of consciousness and life, and going through specific traumas to reach the other side of them and to awaken what's really in ourselves. And it's always been such a great journey, but you know, we were kind of at different ends of the journey in a sense of not like of where we were at in our awakening, but just never had connected.
Yeah.
And we finally got that connection. So now it's been, I think, a month since we last talked. What's new with Gloria?
Wow, what's new with Gloria? Oh gosh, how many hours you got? Obviously, the process of self-realization is still going. I've jumped a timeline, if I can say that. Permanently jumped a timeline. I'm not in that timeline at all. I'd already done that last time we were around, chatting. More experiences, more connections. Let's use the word more downloads, if you want to use downloads. It's been a roller coaster since last time we spoke. Adventure after adventure.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Leo is joining us. What's going on, Leonard? How are you, man?
Hey, yeah, Gloria, we've never met. Namaste. I'm Leonard O'Neill from
Lovely to
Rising.
meet you.
Hey, you said you jumped a timeline. I'm very interested in
the same thing.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that experience because I've had several experiences like that, but I want to get your take on your perception of what you meant when you just said you just jumped a timeline. Could you explain that to the folks out there listening?
Oh, wow. No pressure then, Rob. You set me up again.
I did.
You gangster. This is something that's really hard to articulate because it doesn't come from the linguistics of the way we communicate or make an inference to, but I'll do my best. The timeline that I'm on is not the time. First of all, I must premise this with not the timeline that you put on your TV. I'm not in that movie. I'm not in that role. And secondary to that, I have to come from my truth. I come from a truth of non-duality. So it's a juxtaposition of self-realization. I know what I am, and I'm having a human experience. And the process of self-realization was to let go of the Homo sapiens sapien, the timeline, where we all were programmed in to the matrix, concepts, ideologies, ideas, beliefs, a 1 and 1 equals 2, and all of that. And it was a process of deconstructing the identity to allow the being to come forward. And through that process, everything shifts. It's like I walked into another movie. I've gone from one movie, played the role, played the part. I still have a connection. There is still the connection. I'm watching the movie as an observer. Does that explain it? Did that help?
Yes, it does very, very astutely, I might add, because and I know I kind of put you on the spot there, right? Because we had never met, and then I threw that. Right, Rob was going to do it anyway. He said that.
Oh, he always does it to me.
He said he was going to ask you about that too. The reason I asked that is because I think that part of all of our journey is like what Neil was talking about. It's many facets of our reality as we evolve. And once you become, like he said, he wanted to be, when you start to realize you get out of this movie, this avatar that was created in this reality. Not only that, but as you evolve, you change yourself and that perception. This is what you just said. And as you do that, you basically move from one reality to a new reality, and you still can access that reality, and it's still within this entire collective, so that it's personal change and your reality around you changes, but you're still with the same people. We're all still together, and we can all still see each other. So I once you said that, I wanted to make sure that people understood that, because that's like that onion being peeled back, or the layers being added to the onion as it grows. Either way you look at it, going in or out, right?
The difference for me, from my truth, the difference is in the old timeline, through the process of self-realization, but at the beginning, I was not the observer. I did not have a conscious recognition. I was the observer playing the role. Through the self-realization, through that timeline, I become more aware and connected more with the observer. when this occurs and you shift the timeline, your identity hasn't changed.
Right.
You are the observer, because
Yeah.
the identity no longer can function. You can't use a new timeline with old identities or old consciousness.
The
So it's
identity
the
no longer
observer that-
confines you.
Yeah, the observer. So yes, you're aware of the movie. If I have to go into that timeline still, for very rarely, but for odd things or interact, then there isn't an issue, because I am not the identity doing that. I am now the observer in all timelines, all places, all dimensions, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, it's complex to explain, to articulate. It is complex.
It is very, that's one of the reasons why I asked you that, because it is actually kind of hard. And I sensed that you were going to be able to, you grasped that and you were going to be able to articulate it. And I wanted the people to actually understand that, because you said that so as a matter of factly and just kind of moved on with what you were saying. And I was like, wait a minute, that's actually very important.
I hear you. Sometimes, you know, I hear some of my guests that make statements and I go, what the fuck? Slow down, pump the brakes, stop, give it back, give it to me again. I do get that, but it's become a natural. I can still play the Homo sapiens sapien and be an arsehole. I know I'm good at that. I still can play that role, but it is it's sort of streamlining now. It's shifting more, and the more through the self-realization on this timeline, the more comes in. It's a natural. It becomes more of an innate than, you know, like when you first go through awakenings through this journey, and at the very beginning you go, oh, I lost it. Where's it gone? I need to go and meditate, you know. And it's that expansion, retraction, which is an absolutely healthy, normal way to go process. But it comes a point where you don't have to do that. There is no effort. It just is. So I hope I've cleared that one up, if to help anyone listening.
No, that's good. You know, because a lot of what we don't realize, and I think Neil does realize that. That's why he said the things that he says. Sometimes what we take for, you know, not for granted, but as a normal, because we're used to being in a certain place, we don't realize, sometimes we forget that other people have no idea what that concept is yet.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's why sometimes I try to, like you said, sometimes you go, whoa, bump the brakes.
Yeah.
Hold on a tick. Let's cover that for a minute, you know, because we kind of have to, you know what I mean? To actually articulate to the people and get them to understand that which to us is just normal, right? But to some people, they think we have, you know, tinfoil hats on. You know what I mean? So it depends on where they are in their development on how they understand or perceive us. Yeah.
No, I mean, I agree. I'm surprised that Rob isn't firing some really complex questions at me, because he's evil.
Give him a second.
You said I'm evil? No, I am enjoying this interaction.
You're a New York gangster. I told you that.
I know. I have a gangster voice, but
yeah, you're bad.
I'm enjoying this interaction with you and Leo, because I know Leo and I know you, but you don't know each other, and you're figuring it out.
Never met him before in my life.
And
never met before.
And I'm letting it happen organically without interjecting, because I think that there is a lot to be gained from both of your knowledge, and now that you're bringing it together, there's a certain spark that hasn't been created yet, so we're facilitating a new shift right here.
Look how articulate he was there. My God. Okay, fire your questions, my lovely. Go for it.
So
go ahead, Rob.
One of the things I want you to explain to people is the pictures on your wall. When we talked about your pictures, it's a window into the consciousness of Gloria. So give us a rundown of what those pictures mean to you and how they came about.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm a contact experiencer lifelong, since childhood, different ET, other beings, all the way through. But I'm an artist as well. So the paintings I paint, I suppose you could use the terminology Homo sapiens terminology is channeling. I don't like the word, but I can't find another word. So I channel through what I observe or experience in my experience. And they're all vibrational canvases. So each one is has a different frequency. Some resonate with a few people, some don't. And normally the person, once they spot the canvas, they will know that that frequency is for them. And there's a connection. Whether they're consciously aware there's a connection then or not, there is a connection with them. So yes, that's how they come about. I don't actually decide what I'm going to paint. I already have a canvas ready. It's been primed, and I just been looking at it for a week. And when it's like a switch goes on, and then it'll come out, and it's done very quickly.
You
Even the
superimpose
colours
your consciousness onto the canvas.
Yeah, something comes through from
So
the
it's not
highest
channeling,
self.
it's superimposition.
Yeah, yeah, from the highest self. I'm just like, the conduit, and I do tend to paint with my hand, so my hand paints. So it's a total natural extension of the physical body. It just comes out.
As we see more people who wake up or are in this awakening process turn towards arts to express themselves, just like
Yeah.
Neil. We just had Neil with the spoken word. We
Yeah.
had Leanne with music this morning,
Yeah.
and now we have you with painting.
Yeah.
So we see this pattern that's developing. And for people like me and Leo, it's talking. We
Yeah.
talk for a living, and that's what we love to do because we feel
Yeah.
like that's our biggest
Yeah.
way to influence or to hopefully engage and spark interest in different
Mhm.
paradigms or different types of
Mhm.
conversations to make people
Mhm.
think or research. We also research too. It's something that we
Mhm.
are super really into in that way. And I know you have a lot of those different same traits too, Gloria. So, when you came in and said the timeline is shifting, to me now, we're breaking moral contracts or containers and adjusting to this different level or this different frequency that is now becoming more mainstay as opposed to a fading or a fleeting moment, I guess we could say.
Yeah. It is permanent. There's no going back now. It's done. Many think they're waiting for something to happen. It's already done. I don't know if I said this when you was on my shows, Rob, but the game's done. I mean, the analogy I gave was you've got two chess players, and one chess player's checkmate the other one. They both know the game's over, but the loser is going to drag it out and pull this. But the audience, humanity, are still going, oh man, and they're still in, focused on it. It's already done. It's complete. And today, if you take away the symbology of the winter solstice and all that's going on, if we come out of the Homo sapien concept and just go to the frequency of what today is, it's the finale, should I say. It's done. It's done. And it is a time of great joy for many. Don't worry, the others will catch up. It's just part of the process. But the timeline, I've interacted, I mean, obviously, I've got Open Minds, the chat show as well. And all through my shows, I'm interacting with more and more people that have jumped the timeline. They're in the timeline. Many of us, like myself, I said, I don't really know the actual one time when I shifted. I was in and out for a while. I was aware of that. But many are over now, Rob. Can I call you Leo, or do I have to call you Leonard?
No, Leo is fine. Leo's good.
He usually goes by Leo. We call him
Leo.
Or Santa Claus. Those are the two names.
Or Santa Claus, right?
No, he's not in red. I'm not calling him Santa Claus. But yeah, it's many. There's billions jumping over. You won't see it on the mainstream. When consciousness comes into self-realization, everything is consciousness. Logic depicts everything. The frequency shifts. Complete. It's done. So that's my truth. That's just my truth.
But I agree with that because I agree with that, and I teach that. I talk about that all the time. The biggest problem that everybody has is ourselves being in our own ways. I was going to do a webinar on that called "Is Your Reality Holding You Back?" Because it is. It's when people get stuck in this in this third density, in this avatar, and they think that this conceptual reality is reality. And that's where they get, because you're stuck here when you start. You don't know what's going on, and you have to remember everything that you lost.
Yeah.
And they're keeping from us. So yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Once people focus on the future and understand that it's now, and get out of this 3D linear timeline, because that's the only place where time is past, present, and future separation is only in our perception in this place. That's it. And once you get past that and realize that everything is now, past, present, and future is now, then it's over. The future is now. It's here. So the only thing that's important is the moment, being in the moment.
I agree. I mean, when in the groups that I teach, there's the first thing that people say, well, how the hell do you do that? I mean, and it's actually so simple, no one ever thinks about it. It is so simple.
Right.
And
there's a story really quick. I'll let you go. There's a story of this really wise philosopher, and he was trying to learn what he could to be awake, and he bought all the books and talked to all these people and spent his whole life trying to figure it out. And one morning he woke up and he realized that he was awake, and he took all the books that he had, he took them out in the front yard, and he burned them, because he said once he realized how simple it was, that it's right there in front of all of us, and you just have to do it.
I mean, for anyone in the audience is at the verge of awakening, and there will be many. There's one simple step to do. Find out who you are. Who am I? Without the beliefs, the identity, the concepts, the ideologies, what you were taught in school, whatever religion you were born into. The first step is self-inquiry. Self-inquiry opens the door. Once you go down that road, and also I've noticed, I mean, I'm quite mature, so I've noticed over the decades that the process of self-inquiry has speeded up. The process normally, way back in the day, way back in the day, you'd have people would go to caves. They'd never talked to someone for like 3 years, way back in the day. And it went on, and now self-inquiry can ignite just like that. Just go within and find out who you are. Who am I? And there's the door. And once that happens, then the deconstruction of the identity can begin, or the peeling away of the onion. I had millions of books. I researched, I studied quantum physics, neuroscience, everything you could think of. Every book in the world. Went to university. I'm a criminologist. Did everything, and I threw it all away. I threw well, I didn't throw it away. I donated it to a charity. I must admit. So I resonate with what you're saying. But for anyone in the audience says, well, if it's so simple, tell me. It's self-inquiry. Go within. Just don't worry if your mind chats. Quiet your mind. Close your eyes, go within. You don't have to meditate, and just go into that space. Keep just going. It's so simple, a little effort. That's how it begins. That's how you ignite it.
I agree with that. And Omar wanted me to let you know that he's not feeling well today. That's why he's not conducting the interview, and that's why me and Leo teamed up to hammer this one home. And he didn't want you to think he was being rude in any way. But
bless him. I wondered where he was.
That's why I said it. See, my mind is always working.
He's coming on my show.
I'm here, Gloria. I'm watching, and I'm just doing the administrative work in the background. Just
all right, you're doing the important job, Omar.
Yeah, it's my stomach.
I'm doing the important job. Yeah.
I think I drank too much wine last night, so it's kind of catching up to me this morning. So my stomach's quite upset. So I didn't want to be rude, but I want to get as much information out as I possibly can, and not feeling well, then the interview wouldn't have gone really all that well, right? So it's best that Leo and Rob
That's
interact with you.
absolutely fine.
Thank you, sister. I
I hope you feel
appreciate it.
better
Love
soon,
you.
even though it's self-inflicted. Serves you right. Anyway,
Yeah.
where were we, guys? Get on with it.
Thank you.
See you on my show, Omar.
She tells it like it is, and that's how it should be, right?
Yeah,
Gloria,
I'll be there.
no hold
I'll make
punches,
sure
and
I
love
don't no wine the night
Oh,
before.
hold on. Before you get on my show, don't go drinking the night before.
Yeah,
I
no
will-
drinking the night
You know
before.
what's going to I'll leave you alive, literally.
That's funny right there.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. So, Gloria, you have a show of your own, and it's called Inception, right? Inception
And I have
podcast.
Tim Rob and
Yes.
Open Minds chat show. Yeah.
Yes. So, what do you feel? And this is going to sound a little bit, because we've already talked about it a little bit. You know, for us, a little bit of repetitive, but people haven't. So, what do you feel is your mission with those shows? What is it that drives you to create that way as well?
It's not Gloria per se. It was due to briefly due to an experience. I had two beings, another contact experience, and these were the most beautiful blue beings ever, with big almond eyes a year ago, and had the experience as normal. I don't remember nothing, but it was a couple of weeks later in the January, because Open Minds will be a year next month. I just was talking to a friend one day and said, I'm going to create a chat show. And as I was talking, I was going, who the fuck said that? What did that? Who's what? And it come out. Now, no, I didn't go to university for media or anything like that. I have made a documentary in my career way back, totally different. And I was just saying, I'm going to do this. And next thing I know, I had Open Minds. And I knew in the background of me as an experiencer of contact, I was to bring the whole of spirituality first on the show, from the mediums to the paranormal. So I started all the way through, but I knew there was an ultimate goal on that show, was to bring in the ET experiences, the contact, because by that stage through self-realization, ufology just bored me to death. It was about the consciousness between two-dimensional beings that needed now to be brought out into the 3D reality for the shift to happen. So that accelerated. I'm now on season, at the very end, I've extended season 2, it should be season 3. And then later down the line again, so that's why that show occurred. So I had all the experiences come on, sharing the impact. The whole point of my shows is the impact of consciousness to consciousness, not the nuts and bolts, not, what color, what name, what label, what gallery, none of that. But it wasn't Gloria, it was just coming out of me. And then I had another experience by totally different, there was 3 beings. And next thing I know, I'm going to create a podcast. Well, you know what? I didn't know what a fucking podcast was. Didn't know. I'd heard the name. And so I had to Google what is a podcast. I knew I had to do the podcast. And good fortune got me in touch with Chris Matthew, God bless him, of the Forbidden Knowledge News Network. And I said, I'm going to create a podcast. And I got some software. I created the trailer. It was perfect. He said, oh, you come onto our network. And that went. Now, that one was slightly like an advancement of Open Minds, because I have 2 platforms within Inception now. There's Inception, the 8 doors, and there's Inception, the specials. The 8 doors is not an interview. I take the guest down. It's consciousness to consciousness. It's self-inquiry. But every individual that comes on shares their truth, which is their truth. And I always say, and people hear me say it all the time, I'll have an orange, cut it in 3 pieces, one for Leo, one for Rob, one for me. We've all experienced it in the orange, but we've all experienced it differently. And this is why 8 Doors is there, to show there's different ways to the same place, different paths, different truths, no judgment. But then I go deeper and deeper with my guests until, vroom, they just expand. And they're call it their higher self if you choose, it doesn't matter. Call it their Godhead, whatever, then comes out. And that's what Inception was about. It was like an advancement. So they're all running simultaneously together, 3 shows now.
That's a lot of work. And I
Hell
love how
yeah.
you say that too. It's, you know, it's infinite paths to source that lead to one road, to consciousness.
You know what? You articulated that better than I. Stop it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
I
never
say
said
it all the
that
time.
anything.
I actually said that on your show. I said infinite paths
You
to
did,
source.
actually.
And
You
the
did.
source is the road that
Yeah.
goes to the consciousness, which
Yeah.
leads you to this place that everybody reaches. It's just
Yeah.
there's different ways to approach that road, because that road is
Absolutely.
essentially the path of internalization, and you all have to internalize to get past that point.
Yeah.
But the thresholds that everybody has that awakens them to research or more is the infinite paths, and that's the paths that lead you to
Absolutely.
recognize the awareness of the consciousness.
Yeah.
And then it turns inside and it becomes like an explosion.
Yeah. I mean, also there's another aspect on the 8 Doors podcast is, after I've got the guest past the first question and we're down the rabbit hole, it's then mirror reflecting back and forward. It's there's no identity there. And so the guest is progressing on self-inquiry, and it's all about me because I'm the God. I'm progressing on self-inquiry as well. That's the uniqueness of Inception podcast. It's the only one that does it this way. And that is not me being clever Gloria, qualified to do so. It just comes through. It takes over, it comes through. I have to go in, maybe being a psychic medium helps a bit, but I have to read the guest. I have to get in there and chip away, and then boom, they pop, they're out.
I went through the 8-door process, and
You did.
I spilled a lot of stuff that I probably haven't talked about on a lot of different podcasts.
Yeah.
So you got something out of me that not many people have.
Yeah.
And that's why it was kind of like a setup question when I wanted to talk about the show, because it was a different experience on a podcast, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it actually helped me to look at certain parts of myself and say, you know what? I have to recognize that part a little bit more so I can be a little bit more conscious of the way it works and the way it flows out of me.
Yeah.
And it has. It's truly.
But it also helps. It also helps me and the guests. For example, if I say to you, okay, who am I? Who are you? And I say, so if I say I am consciousness having a human experience, and you say I'm a God having a human experience, what that does, it diffuses the ego even more, because we resonate. We're both saying the same thing, and we stop the judging. So you get many people in the spiritual world say, well, no, they're Arcturians. And I'm going, oh, for fuck's sake, it doesn't matter what anyone calls it. When they come, whatever you label the terminology, whatever is the level of where you are, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I consciousness am all things at all times, all places. So if you're seeing a blue being and I'm seeing a blue being, I can call it an Arcturian, you can call it, I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
You can call it a blue alien, it's still the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's consciousness. I am experiencing it from different perceptions, different perspective. And that's what Inception podcast is about on the 8 Doors. And boy, I'm just going boom. Every time a guest comes on, I'm going, fuck, I never thought about it. Oh, wow. And I get excited because I am unable to experience Leo's journey or Rob's journey. But when I get you on the 8 Doors, I link in. I don't know if it's because I'm a medium. I link in and I'm experiencing some of what you're experiencing. a new experience, a collective experience. And this is where we need to go in the new timeline, because we are, I suppose you could say, a theory could be, as these beings are one, and they telepathic all things all time, they know each other's experience, they know what they're experiencing. We are in that now, but it's not going to happen with your brackets law of attraction if you don't put it out there. So the 8 doors is to put it out there. So we raise that frequency and then it works. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely. And I think it's so important because definitions get in people's ways.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
not about the feeling, it's about how you describe it to people. And that's one of the things that I thought was a different experience for me. And that was another set of questions again. And, you know, it's really wild on how protective people are of their conception of that perception. And when you realize that the terminology and the words, they do matter, but descriptions of specific instances don't, because everybody's feeling them in time at the same time, or something relative because they're describing it in a different way, doesn't mean that they actually experience something different. It's just their perception coming in. And that actually flows into the ego a bit. And it brings this wall up like, well, wait a minute. You can say that and it's not, because I feel it's this. But really, it's the same damn thing. And once we get past that and enjoy that moment of connectivity, it becomes a different reality right there. Right there, think, reality changes.
I agree. I think if an individual Homo sapiens sapien, anyone, you know, especially if you're coming in, if you're watching this show, you're on the path, is that you are consciousness. So example, and your experience, you want to experience or to know thyself. And the only way you can know yourself is from polarity, opposition. There's no other way. You have to have a mirror to know yourself. That's an analogy there. And when you talk to another, for example, let's just make something up. Let's say let's say Jesus. So I say Jesus is God, and Rob says Jesus is not God, he's the Son of God. That's what you'd get from ego identity, okay? But I can still say Jesus is not God from consciousness, and Rob can still say, well, Jesus is the Son of God, but I resonate with you too. We both agree with each other. It doesn't matter how Rob defines Jesus, and it doesn't matter whether I see him as God. There is no right or wrong. It just is. And that is, so I consciousness can experience the perception of Jesus as a God, as a prophet, there's 3 ways actually, or as a son of God, or 4 ways, or a hybrid, because I brought that into my show recently. He's a hybrid. He definitely would have been a hybrid. So it doesn't matter. So I consciousness am experiencing all them perceptions. Does that make sense? But in the Homo sapiens sapien, you tend to only experience initially from your own perception. But as that advances, when you have a conversation with another that's in self-realization, like I did with Rob, whatever Rob said, it resonated. And what I said resonated, because we understood it was a reflection of the I am experiencing just different ways. Does that make sense? Was that too much?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No,
110%.
Yeah. And
Leo,
that's what it's about. It's so simple. To me, it is so. But I must say, I ate humble pie for that. I remember being told donkeys years ago, it is so simple, and I had the biggest temper tantrum in the world. Fuck off! What do you mean it's so simple? You know, because there's the blocks. You know, I've been the ones on the path. I've been there, done it, and got the Oscars for my amazing role, playing the role as a human. But it is so simple. And I tell you why I'm going to keep saying it is so simple, because when it was said to me on my journey way back in the day, it pressed my fucking button and pissed me off. And that's what I do on 8 doors. I press buttons and I get them to rile up, go pop, And that's the whole point. So
You didn't get me riled up like that. I wasn't riled up.
you
I was-
you were already on the path, but I do try and find a way to bring, because I can see the potentiality in another conscious being, and they don't express it, especially with podcast hosts and show hosts. They spend all, and I've had so many on the show, and I love getting them on the show because they spend their time interviewing another, but they never get the opportunity. No, they don't want the opportunity. They don't have the egos. I want to be on the show. No, but their consciousness needs to speak. It needs to come out, the truth. And that's the whole point of these podcasts and these shows. We're on the next level now of Homo sapiens sapien. It hasn't got a new name. We're still the same bloody arseholes we were. We're still doing what we're doing. We still fuck up. But we know who we are in the process of that. There's no higher, no lower, no one's better, no one's, and it's
I get it.
hard.
I get it. I had somebody in the chat ask what a Homo sapien sapien was, and I tried to say to them it's the perception through human condition, or
That's
the
good. That's a
mentality
good-
through human condition.
Yeah, it's
I want to
good.
make sure I said it right.
You can say it many different ways. It's what you call human being, and we've been labeled. It's a label. I'm just giving the label. We are human beings, and human beings have been labeled for the 3D illusion film, Homo sapiens sapiens. But what we truly are is that we're consciousness playing the role. We got us. It doesn't exist. When this dissipates, the physical, I'm still here. So it's perishable. It's energy that will dissipate and go into something else. So that's a Homo sapiens sapien. But
Right. You could explain it as well, like you said. Anyway, you could explain it to somebody by saying simply, it's your perception of what you are. It's a predisposed perception of what you are, what you're experiencing is in this flesh is the Homo sapiens sapien. Yeah. So it's just a matter of perception. Again, it's personal to every single person in a sense, with a broad stroke of this is kind of how we all start.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what you label, any label. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call anything. We're at that, when people get, arsy about this, that is a Homo sapiens sapien. That's the ego consciousness. Remember, ego is still consciousness and it's there. Why is it there? It's to push you to wake the fuck up. Yeah. It was planted there on purpose. You have to have an ego or you can't be human. You can't be a human. Don't hate your ego. Love it, because that ego is the one, now we're going to go, quite paradoxal. It's a case of coming to the point now we can't use the same tools we used before, the sciences, the education, the philosophy. That's Homo sapien. We can't. That's why we're in a new timeline where we don't know what we're going to do. And that's because we're creator gods. Okay. And I've got to go back to what Rob said earlier on, Gloria, everyone's creating. Yes, everyone is creating, because we are a creator God. We are that. And we constantly in flux, creating, and out with the old and in with the new. This would be better on New Year's Eve, wouldn't it? Out with the old and in with the new. And that's why everyone is creating in different ways. We've got new light language. We call it light language because we haven't got a name for it yet. So let's accept it. All right. But there's symbology in light language. There's people talking different tones and vibrations. And it's all happening now as it all starts to come through in the timeline. Even though I'm labeling it a timeline or another dimension, I'm still in the human form. There is no other way I can articulate this for the majority of the audience to grasp what the hell otherwise I just sit here like this and go, I'm it. No conversation. That would defeat the object. because people say, what do you do when you self-realize it's never ending? By the way, you don't just go, oh, you keep going. You're working on it all the time. You know, there is the dark night of the soul is not one night, it's forever. No, it's not really. I'm joking. But it's a long thing. You're constantly working on it. But
it feels like it's forever, but it's not actually forever. But it does feel like it's
not forever
when you're all of it.
Yeah. I mean, I had the misconception years ago. I'd hear people say, oh, I had a dark night of the soul and I realized. And I used to go later on, fuck off. I've had decades of the dark night of the soul. And in the end, I got so pissed. I said, bring it on. And they did. And it did. And they brought it on. And I went through it. So, and I don't have any more of them, but I do have, where did that come from? Why is that, why has Rob pressed my button? Why am I feeling that? Because there's always going to be a bit left. Always. You still got to keep doing the work. You still got to keep doing it. It's not even work. It's like,
well, and to give a little bit of perspective to the audience out there on the dark night of the soul, if you take a look at the entire human population on this planet, we have been going through the dark night of the soul for, I don't know, maybe 100,000 years or so.
Especially the last few years.
Right? Well, and especially the last 3 years, right? Right? So, I mean, so as a collective, as individuals, we're going through that, and we have to process. But now, as a collective, we're going through that process, and I think we always have been. It's just a matter of us understanding it and realizing.
Yeah, it's a recognition. I mean, it always starts with the individual. It always starts with the individual. I always say, how many people on Earth? Humans? 7 billion? Say 7 billion. I don't know. Say
it's almost 8 billion. Yeah, that's a lot.
There's one Earth and 7 billion worlds. Yeah, and it's like quantum bubbles. And so the individual starts to awaken its self-realization, to know itself, and then another one. And as that increases, then the bubbles come together. And so I'm going to slightly change it. It's not about a collective. There is only one, but we're perceiving, we know we've got to speak collective because we're in the 3D polarity. We have to. But that's all that's happening. Right. And I always make a statement, and it's not a statement of hope. It's a statement of fact. If you believe you are a divine being or a spiritual being, but divine source, eye consciousness, and you have that self-realization, everything else is the same. Substance, everything, the animals, the planets, everything that you can perceive is eye consciousness. So it follows at the same, maybe not, it's like bubbling up, will awaken. And it's not to become a new superhuman person. Please don't go off, and that's a human concept. To be a better human, to be a very psychic and intuitive human and have that's human. That it's not about that. Self-realization is dropping the identity, removing it, but still playing the role. It's like the three of us, we're all going to the theatre tonight, and I'm playing the, I don't know, I'll play Cleopatra, and you can play my slaves, because that sounds good to me. And we're going to all dress up, and we're all going to read our script, the three of us, and we're going to go and play that role. But you know you're Leo, Rob, and Gloria. Have I chatted too long, Rob? Do you want me?
No, I'm just writing everywhere. I'm sharing out all of the YouTube channels and making sure that we get everybody promoted. Leo's, yours, mine. And, you know, we have about 15 minutes left. And, you know, Gloria, did you see the meditation this morning? Were you awake for that yet? Or?
No, I remember I'm in the UK. I don't live in America.
Right.
And I very rarely.
It took place in Australia. So it was off for us too. It was early. But you know, that's what today is centered around, is the summer solstice and the Hopi prophecy that we're in this time where the world is splitting. There's going to be two planes of existence, shall we say. that both occupy kind of the same space. The low vibratory people will be on one side and the high vibratory people will be on the other side. If you could give anybody some advice to cross that barrier before the next summer solstice, which we know will be an eventual complete split, and we will be moving forward in our own respective lanes at that point, what could they do to cross over to the high vibratorial side now?
From my truth, the only thing that is stopping that is the energy of fear. And I have a suggestion. It's a suggestion. You could try it, and if it doesn't work, then you've got nothing to lose. If it does work, hey. And I do state this on my shows. Turn off your television for 72 hours, which I think is around about 3 days. Turn off the news and don't buy the paper, and turn off the radio. Just turn it off. Pretend there's been a solar storm, so there's no electricity. Just pretend. And value yourself enough to give yourself 3 days, 72 hours. When you've done that, observe, even get your camera out, your phone, make your own TV program. Watch yourself with your family, with your spouse, even when you're arguing, when you're shouting at the kids, when you're making the tea, when you're making love, when you're going for a walk. What you experience on your individual world, even if it's fighting with the neighbors, yeah, your world. Turn it all off, and for 3 days, do that. After 72 hours, turn on the TV. Boom. You won't be in that reality. You'll be attracted to go back. But within the 72 hours in your reality, there's no fear. You're in the now. You're arguing with your husband or your wife, or you're shouting at your bloody kids to clear up this mess, or you're doing what you're doing. Yeah, whatever it is you do. You're gardening, you're just going to work, minding your own beeswax, doing your own stuff. Yeah, you're not avoiding anyone. You're in your own now. Observe yourself. What makes you happy? How are you feeling? With 3 days of no fear being blasted through your brain. After that, that would be my advice. It works. 3 days.
To think of a 3-day span of time with zero fear porn, that you would have to disconnect from everything. But I think we've all gone through something like that. Maybe not in the same way of like an intentional way of doing it, but just to a point where we broke down and said, I can't take any more of what's being perpetrated. And
many have gone through that, Rob. Many. But for those that are trying and it just hasn't, remember, eye consciousness will experience this in different ways. So many have gone through like, I can't take anymore. But for those that are thinking, how do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? It doesn't resonate with me. That's normally what you're going to feel. Look, this just doesn't resonate with me no more. Then turn on to 3 days. Look, really experience your family. If you've got family around you, see how much you appreciate and love them. Even an argument, whatever you're experiencing in the makeup afterwards, whatever you're doing, you can force a disconnect if you choose. Many didn't choose. There isn't many. The consciousness will experience self-realization in billions and zillions of ways. That's why we're all experiencing this realization differently. But many need to be sort of like shocked, so to speak. Hence why that's what's going on in the world at the moment. It's the consciousness going, wake the fuck up, because I'm going to give you more if you don't. And to go, boom, you won't, I can't take any more. That's what we're now witnessing. billions are going, I cannot take any more of this shit. That in itself comes. And that's why it's here. So turn your TV off and your radio and don't buy a newspaper. Don't do it.
I think it's important too, because what you're doing is you're also creating that break, and that break will give you more discernment because it won't be
Yes.
constant, and it gives you the ability to pick and choose what you take and what you see, and that's
Yeah.
that's kind of a simplification of
Gives
I
you a
think what you
choice,
were
Rob.
saying.
Gives
Yeah.
you a choice to what you want to experience. People have forgotten they have a choice. You don't have to comply. Choose what you want to experience. If you want to experience more suffering, that's not bad. Go and experience it. That's absolutely fine. Do it. But if you say, I've had enough of this shit, choose, make a different choice. People, I was surprised even within myself many times over. I didn't realize I had a choice. I did it. The program is so strong, as it should be. You even forget that you've got choice.
Right.
And don't stagnate. Don't resist. If you resist, you stagnate, and you're still in the loop of resistance. Don't fight it. It's not. Let go of it. To say, oh fuck it, I've had enough. I'm getting on with my life. And once you do that, yeah, it's a bit rocky at first. You'll notice the stress goes down, the fear, and you go, fuck it. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, I want to do this. Go and do it. You have multiple choices. Choose to live in fear or choose not to. It's as simple as that. And for those that choose not to live in fear, like myself, if I see another Homo sapien, human being, or God, choosing suffering, I'm friends with them. I have no issue with them. They're choosing to, it's a free will to choose to suffer. Go suffer. I've had enough. I just don't want to do it no more. But eventually they will get there, if that makes sense.
It's the first steps of reclaiming your sovereignty again on a spiritual level.
Absolutely. If you knew who you truly were, and not many people say it, we are the gods. You can't change it any other way. It's the Trinity. The source creates what we could call the soul or spirit, whatever label, and then you put on the identity. It's the Trinity. We are the source. Experiencing itself. It's the experience. The human needs to experience. We're supposed to experience all of this. There is, I'm going to say there's no we, the I, but that's exactly what we are. We are the gods. Yes, we do walk among the earth because we're here. We're here already. No one's coming in to do it. It's us. And it's true. I caught the back end of the previous guy on. And the part of it, we are the ones we've been waiting for. That you couldn't utter more truthful word than that. Yep. We are the one. You get to a point when you go, oh fuck, it's me. Oh, it's me. Wow, the freedom that comes out of that. It doesn't matter what any other conscious being does. You go, oh fuck off, leave me alone. It's a freedom. It's the self-realization, and then it gets so exciting, so magical. And let me tell you, when you get to that stage, and the more you go through that stage, there is no time. Manifestation comes like that. Boom. By ways or means, you don't even have to think it. If the higher self or whatever source, whatever you call it, needs something to create or do the next part of its experience, boom, you go, wow. As before, we'd all practice, the law of attraction way back. Do this and a mantra 40 times, and you don't have to do that. You are consciousness. You are the source. That is a belief system. You have to do all that stuff. It worked for that period of time. Wake up and realize you can do it anyway. If you want to practice it, do it. Simple.
I agree. And I use that we are the ones we've been waiting for as sort of a moniker for my show, because one of the things that I try and do with my show is to just empower as many people, or at least bring them to the precipice of them empowering themselves with information
Absolutely, Rob.
and
Yeah.
different ways of thought and different schools of thought, because again, everybody has different thresholds. I just want to peak that threshold so that they go off themselves and say,
Yeah.
that's it. And now I got to find out. Let me hit those books. Let me dig a little bit on this internet and see what I can find out there, you know?
I agree. I've had a fantastic chat with you guys.
It's been quite amazing.
I always
And
tell
Leo, it's so
everybody-
nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you. I say, like what you were talking about with the realization, I tell everybody the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. I didn't make that up. I got that from Frank Herbert when he wrote the books Dune. It was one of the Mentats, one of the computer guys that said that the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So the first thing you need to do, and this is what you were talking about when you were saying the self-realization and going within, is you need to first understand we are in a trap we set for ourselves. And we have to actually acknowledge that there is a trap, and that's the only way we can not get caught in it, because you have to realize it's there.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a beautiful analogy. There are so many different ways one could say what you just said, but that was a perfect analogy. And I would say it's slightly different. Maybe Rob would say it another way, but we're saying the same frigging thing.
But it's the
Light
same
on the darkness. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It is this timeline now. I'm calling it a timeline because we're still in the polarity of 3D experience. So I have to label the timeline we're in now is where we take. How can I bring this? I've said it before. Help me out, guys. This timeline now, we need to experience as consciousness, not Homo sapiens sapien. We're still in the vessel. So I, consciousness, now choose to experience like maybe the ETs, how they experience. They're in the one, it's unconditional love, or the angelic realm. They're going on through different experiences, but we are still in the physical. You know, a meteorite hasn't come and blasted the planet, and the 3D polarity matrix has been dismantled. Not yet. But now we have to experience it as, call us light beings. We are the gods, because we are the gods.
Right?
What's wrong with that?
You know, when someone asked Eckhart Tolle, what is the function of the third dimension, the third density that we're in? And he said simply, it is God realizing its consciousness in this reality.
Absolutely. And it was Eckhart Tolle decades ago who got me. I listened to him. It was decades ago. And I listened to him, and when he first started to talk, and I thought he was a sweet little old man. And I used to giggle at him. And my God, when he started to talk, he was the one that opened my door. I have to say it was Wayne Dyer was another one, but Eckhart Tolle, yes. And from him, I knew we were the gods. I knew from him. Yeah. And all the other,
for me, it was Joseph Campbell that got me started. First Native American shamanism, but then Joseph Campbell, and then I found Eckhart Tolle, and that's just, like you said.
I mean, Eckhart Tolle, what he did for me, because of all the experiences I'd had,
right,
and the visions and the contact, he merged it together. It made sense. Yeah. But this I am consciousness having a human experience, I am the source having the human experience. It made sense. Every vision, every contact started to make sense. So, and then I realized I planned this. I'm obviously one of these people that like to suffer. I planned all of this myself. And it's the likes of Eckhart Tolle, and he's such a sweetie. I think he really is a sweetie. He helped me.
I still am following him on his channel whenever they put out something new, when he's there. Yeah, there's Michael. I always watch the stuff that he was saying. Michael, welcome.
Michael,
Hello,
how are
everyone.
you doing?
Hello, Gloria. I thought I recognised that voice.
Shut up. You know my voice. I recognise your voice anywhere. My
Oh,
UK
thank you.
partner in crime. They're going
Yes.
to boot me off now because it's your turn now, Michael.
Oh, no, don't beat yourself off. Nice having you.
Yeah. Oh, well, you froze there, Michael. You froze.
Oh,
What part of the UK are you in?
me just outside Birmingham, so sort of in the middle.
Oh, well,
In the middle.
about 2 hours away from me. I've had Michael on the show as well. Michael's lovely. Michael is just lovely. He's full of knowledge. Right, Rob, do you want me to bugger off now? And you can interview this young man.
Well, we're going to get to Michael, but Gloria, again, it's always amazing to talk to you. I look forward to talking to you more into the future.
Oh, yeah.
We always have such vivid and imaginative conversations, and we go in so many different places yet again. And, you know, I am super appreciative of the fact that you came here today and graced us with this information, because sometimes it takes a soft voice and sometimes it takes a blunt hand, right? So we're
And I'm a blunt one.
That's right. But we love that because it pulls no punches. And sometimes people need to hear it in that manner to get what needs to be gotten. Get right? I mean, really.
I hear you. And thank you. No, thank you for inviting me. Omar, you lovely man. You're on my show soon. Thank you for inviting me. And it was so nice to meet you, Leo.
Yes, definitely.
Really
Nice to meet you.
And I'll tell you what,
We'll
Leo.
have to collaborate.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, Rob, connect me with Leo. I'll get him on my shows.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
just do it by Messenger. And,
Yeah, and then I'll have you on my show.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll go. Yeah,
That's how it works.
That's
That's
how
how
it
we
works.
connect.
Yeah.
Right,
Yep.
Michael, you're going to be interviewed by an alcoholic there called Omar. He went out and got drunk last night, all right? Just so you know, okay? I say it as it is. Do you know, Rob interviewed me because Omar got drunk last night and he was feeling ill with his tummy.
Omar was on
self-inflicted.
air last night. I was with him. We were on air, and so was Rob. And Omar started drinking then.
That's right. And it was like 5 in the afternoon for him.
Well, I'm telling you, when you come on my show, son, you better not drink before, because I will eat you
No
alive.
drinking the night before.
Well, I'm going to go, guys. Love you all.
Thank you, Gloria.
so
Love
much.
you.
Love you, Gloria.
Hey, Gloria.
Michael, go knock 'em dead. All right, you will. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mike,
Welcome,
pleasure
Mike.
to see you again.
Hello, everyone. You okay? It's been a long while.
It's
Right.
been a minute since we've had a conversation, Mike. It's been oh man, probably a few months.
Yes, it's gone fast, but yes, it is. It's nice to be back. It's as always that incubation is makes us grow. So it's nice to be back again and see Leo and Almar and yourself, like the whole Rat Pack get back together.
Right?
We did burying hatchets all across the lands, and we're coming together
Right?
to put
Beautiful.
the back into the
Awesome
air
ball
and show
four
the
we're on
United
the
Front.
screen at the same time, right?
That's right.
So, guys, it seems that there is a little bit of a audio lag with Mike's stream. So when we're engaging with him, asking him questions, just allow that few seconds so that we don't overspeak, and then allow that to come in and then ask a question, because I don't think we can correct it and there's no point. So we'll just
Right.
move forward. And I think, Mike, are you doing a lecture or are you doing a slide?
No, I'm just going to do a lecture this evening, and then sort of have a nice deep discussion, and then at the end of that, we can always open this up to the floor or have a chat about what's been discussed. So I thought I'd mix it up just a little bit rather than just do
cool,
a slide
yeah.
again. But
Cool.
no, so looking forward to it. Thank you for the invite again.
Okay, so then what we'll do is I'll mute my microphone, and I think we'll probably put you up full screen like we normally do, right, Rob? And then we'll bugger out and sit back in the background, listen until you're ready for questions, and then we'll pop back in. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, good evening, everyone. or should I say, pyramid burial, or as it is now expressed, Merry Christmas. So that is the origin of Merry Christmas. It's pyramid burial. Obviously, that goes all the way back to Egypt. So just a little something for you. Some people would ask, where does the light come from? If you can tell me where it's gone, I can tell you where it came from. In reality, it is the unseen, the unmanifest, the invisible worlds. And the invisible world sometimes becomes manifest. It sometimes becomes the seen. On that particular occasion, it became the illuminated truth. And then it just disappeared back into the unmanifest, the unseen. Because as humans, we only see sort of one probable outcome of many probable outcomes. Now, if you imagine billions of years ago, you were just a dot. You were everything, but you were nothing. So what does nothing do when it wants to become everything? It separates and it becomes an experience. And it separates into many trillions of pieces to become that relay of experience. When we have the original primal entity, which some people would call a soul, it has a dual form. That dual form is celestial and terrestrial. Now, when the soul wishes to be born into this third dimensional experience, it attaches itself to a germ, which is really a cell, an organism that grows. And it attaches itself to that germ, that cell, and it gets born into this world. But it becomes restricted by that form. It's almost what the ancients would call death, but it's a spiritual death. It is the mind of flesh because it is restricted by the form of the physical, or what appears to be the physical. So the soul attaches to the seed and it comes out. And if you can imagine also in nature, when you have an astral plant form, it attaches itself to a seed. That seed gets buried into the ground, and together they grow and manifest into this world. We, of course, can still connect to the universal knowledge where this primal entity came from. It is the seventh sense, which is pure knowing. So when, for argument's sake, in my case, I will think of a question, a deep question, and I will say, by tomorrow morning, I wish to know the answer. The seventh sense then kicks in, and it's the universal knowledge that we all have access to that finds that answer for you. So when we come into these realms, there are many, many different dimensions that we could go into. So for argument's sake, if we were two-dimensional in the flatlands, we would only know what pertains to the second dimension. That would be our reality, our one probable outcome of reality. Now, if there was a being from the third dimension wish to enter into the 2D realm, then those in the second dimension would only hear a voice. They wouldn't necessarily see the entity because it's coming from an area that they are not aware of. So if you're on 2D flatland and you live inside, should we say, a box, and your box has windows and it has doors on your two-dimensional level, basically a square, which is a line. As a third dimensional entity, I can enter that room without windows, without doors, because I can enter because I have upward north motion or I have downward south motion. So I could give the appearance of appearing in that two-dimensional room, having come through walls, come through windows without opening them. And that really is the flatlands. That is the dimensional reality that we all live in. So what of secret knowledge? Well, when you look at the word secret, it is the same as sacred. It is the same as saint. It is the same as holy. it means to set apart. So the secret knowledge was always set apart from the main population by those who were in possession of that knowledge, the priests, the kings, the pharaohs, etc., etc. So secret knowledge, people in these occults, in these secret occults, primarily wear the colour black. Now they wear the colour black because light, sun, light that is seen as truth, that is seen as wisdom, goes into the colour black, it gets absorbed, but it doesn't reflect. So in other words, that is symbolic of keeping hold of the knowledge and not passing the knowledge. So there's really an esoteric deep reason that the occult wear black. Now many times I've been called a blasphemer. Now I am fine with that because I understand what the word means. If you imagine looking at a tree, and if you imagine looking at a tree now in a field, when we look at a tree, it comes from the same line as the word true. So tree knowledge, as in Druidism or Elk knowledge, comes from true knowledge. Now imagine yourself looking at a tree, you can see the bark, you can see the branches, but the one part you cannot see are the roots. Now the roots of a tree represent secret knowledge. It is the unseen, it is the secret information of truth. So when we wish to expose that secret knowledge and we wish to take it from an unseen world of secrecy and we wish to manifest it into the realm of the manifest where everybody can access it, we have to uproot it. Now the word blaspheme or blasphemer means to uproot. So to call someone a blasphemer just means that they are exposing knowledge that was once hidden and was once secret. Now we also appear here on the solstice. Now that is extremely important in various esoteric circles, because in the UK, every single lockdown and every single release of lockdown, then every single lockdown again, and then release and then lockdown, appears on the equinox or the solstice. So quite obviously, it's an important thing for the powers that be with certain energy and certain powers to do things on certain dates. So for the rest of this talk, I'm going to take you into the 11th abyss of the pleroma, which is basically the hidden world of the perfect nature. Now, the king priests basically gave humanity an exoteric belief system, largely because they wanted to keep information secret, but also they wished to guide people's footsteps until some of them were mature enough or spiritually mature enough to be able to take on board the secret teachings. Now, when you look at the likes of the Egyptians and the Egyptian mummies, it was all about initiation. Now, the reason that some of their pharaohs and their high priests and priestesses were mummified is because mummification signifies the end of reincarnation. So when a soul becomes perfected, they no longer need to keep coming back to the earth plane to perfect their initiate and their soul, and therefore they no longer need that body or a body. So the mummification signifies the end of incarnation. Humanity still hold on to the belief, or some of them, that snakes can talk, that 120-year-old men build arks, and that a man named Jonah can actually live in the belly of a whale for 3 days, which I'll get into in just a little while. So starting off with this time of year now, which is Christian faith, which really came from Egypt. So everything that you see in Christianity started off in Egypt. The original Bible is written in the Giza Plateau, the oracles in stone. So when we look at one of the most famous Christian symbols, the cross, what does that represent? Well, when I put my arms out straight and my legs straight, I am the cross. The man is the cross. Now, when you look at the part of the cross, or the part of the human body, from the neck to the head, that is known as the fourth way. The fourth way is the connection to universal knowledge, which is known as, in code form, Heavenly Father. So when we say our Father, it's talking about the knowledge inside our mind. So our Father who art in heaven, it means our knowledge connects to the universal knowledge, which is the Heavenly Father, from where all knowledge originates. Now, when we just move our legs slightly apart, we become the pentagram. And that is also the symbol of the mummy with the cross X over their chest. So we become the pentagram. Now, the pentagram is the Star of Bethlehem, which is on probably every Christmas tree in every house in the world. But the pentagram is also the microcosmic man. If you imagine the universal creation is the number 10, the base 10 mathematics, the number 5 is the microcosm of the macrocosm. So the number 5 is the pentagram, which is microcosmic man. So when man wishes to master himself or herself, then we have to master the 4 elements within us: the earth, the fire, the air, etc. Okay, so those 4 elements are contained within the pentagram, but the pentagram also contains the 5th element, the ether, the air, the spirit. So when we control our emotions, we are mastering ourselves. We become the divine within. Now, when we connect to the divine within, to the God within, and I'll tell you what God means in just a moment, we master the 4 elements. We then ascend to the 5th element, which is the ether, which is the top part of the pentagram. Now, when we look at the word God, it is secret code for the 4 elements. So you have G, which is water. You have O, which is earth. And you have D, which is fire. Now, we are told that God creates with breath, which is air. So the word God and the creation from God is the 4 elements contained within the word of God. Now, when you look at alchemy, and when you look at my name, Michael, when you actually turn the letters round, it becomes alchemy. So Michael is really alchemy, which is the fire. Now, alchemists go clockwise through the square of opposition, starting with fire in the purification of self. Now, when the alchemists talk of metal, they talk about the force of Sol and Luna, which is the sun and the moon. Now, they believe in a pure metal, which is an incorrupt virgin. And that really is a pure metal that is untouched by the uninitiated, by the vulgar, by the unsophisticated. Once someone who is not initiated, who is part of the alchemy and part of initiations, etc., touches a metal, it becomes corrupted. So they really talk about the alchemical virgin, which is pure metal that is not touched by the hands of the vulgar, the uninitiated. Now, when you look at the likes of a church really represents the goddess, it represents the mother, it represents the womb. Now, when we enter into a church, we are returning to the womb, which is the womb consciousness, which is galactic consciousness. But when we leave a church, we are symbolizing the spiritual death into flesh, coming out of the mother's womb, which is the lunette arches, the pointed arches, which is the yoni of a church. So when you walk out of the church, it signifies a birth into flesh, which is the mind of flesh, which is spiritual death. So that really is the church. Now, when we look at the likes of the word altar, the altar means place of sacrifice, which is the womb, the Holy Grail, because we relinquish that for this. We fall from the celestial to become terrestrial, the dual form. Now, when the terrestrial aspect of ourself expires, we still have the celestial aspect that still exists with the memory, with the experience of the dual form that we've just created and we've just lived. So the church, the place of sacrifice, is the womb, the altar. And as I say, when you leave the church, you are representing the birth, physical birth, which is a spiritual death. Now, before I move on to other different cultures and give you like a little very, very bite-sized explanation of them, I'm just going to go a little bit into the different characters of religion, because again, it falls part of the secret knowledge. It falls parts to the time of year that we're in at the moment. So who is this Christ figure? Well, the Christ figure, the same as any biblical characters, is not a man. He was never a physical man. It was never an individual. It is a metaphor for the human potential. Now, if you imagine Christ as the anointed one, the anointed means oil. Now, that really are the oils, the spinal fluids, the cerebrospinal fluids that are lifted by your serpent energy within. Now, that is the rising of the anointed one, the oil, the Christ within. Now, this Kundalini serpent energy, serpent being the symbol of wisdom, it rises this oil through the different parts of the body, through the different chakras of the body, and it takes the solar seed from the solar plexus. Now, the solar seed is really soul's noble son, and it takes this and it takes it to the place of skulls, which is Golgotha. Now, when you look at the anatomy of the brain and the anatomy of the body, and the things that I'm saying now is confirmed medically in Gray's medical dictionary, you see that there's a part of the brain by the pineal gland known as the vault, which is round about there, a gap by the pineal gland. The vault, when you look into the vault, it means tomb, it means grave, so it means cave. So when this oil, the anointed one, is taken by the activated Kundalini serpent energy, it takes it through to the vault, to the tomb. That is the tomb of Christ. It is inside your head in Golgotha, the place of skulls. This is then the resurrection and Easter within your mind. And that really is what the Christ is talking about. It's really what the Christ is telling us. It is telling us that with certain activations, with certain initiations, with certain rituals, this energy rises, the oil, the anointed, rises throughout the body, and it activates at a point of consciousness. Now, that really is the story of Christ, the story of the tomb, the story of the resurrection. It's all inside your body. Now, when we look at the likes of Mother Mary, and just continue quickly with Christ, we have the pillars of Hercules inside the brain, which are the two anterior pillars, where we have the saying, nec plus ultra, no further beyond. Only the Christ oil, only the Christ energy can get through the pillars of Hercules. Now, the only energy, this energy is called the 4 Amen. Now, the 4 Amen gives us forever and ever Amen, and the word Amen gives us a numerical value of 33, which is the age that Christ supposedly died. Now, there are 33 vertebrae of the spine, which lead you to the mind, to the Golgotha. And I'll talk about Jacob and how that relates to Jacob's ladder in just a moment. So that is the Christ, that is the head, that is the Golgotha, that is the place of wisdom, where this Christ is resurrected inside us. Mother Mary is the serpent energy, and the word Joseph means to rise, to uplift. So this serpent energy is risen by Joseph, and again it takes the Christ oil, the anointed, throughout the body. Now, there's also other characters such as Mary Magdalene and other Mary. Mary Magdalene is again the Holy Grail, the chalice, and the name Mary Magdalene in Greek relates to 153, and 153 relates to the inner circle of the Vesica Piscis of geometry, which represents the yoni, which represents the womb, which is the Holy Grail. And of course, 153 is important because it gives us the number 9, which is really the countenance, the face, the presence of the Creator, which is why we have 9 pyramids of Giza. We also have 153, where Christ caught 153 fish with the apostles. where we have 153 steps inside the Grand Gallery, which is 153 feet long within the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid entrance is on the 17th course level. And if you add up all the numbers from 1 to 17, 1 plus 2 plus 3, all the way to 17, it gives you 153. So here we have a play with numerics, we have a play with different names, and we have a play with different biblical characters. So Mary Magdalene is the Yoni, she is the Holy Grail, and the original Holy Communion, the drinking of the red wine, was the drinking of menstrual blood. And that really was a ritual. It was the soma, the drink of the mystics, because the menstrual blood had lots and lots of different properties that they used to drink, and it also had lunar energy. So the Holy Communion relates to the chalice, which is the womb, which is the menstrual blood, the red wine that is drank. Now again, moving on to another one of these characters, which is Moses. Now when you look at the Hebrew language, Moses is really from the water or of the water. But when you look at the Hebrew word for knowledge, it is emet. Now that's E, capital M-E-T, which means knowledge, which means wisdom. Now the letter M in Hebrew is mem, which is water. So there we have Moses, which is the mediator between captivity, which is spiritual death, flesh, and the promised land, which is spiritual life, which is the land promised, which is the illumination of the mind. We also have the correct Egyptian pronunciation of Egypt, which is Kehemet, which means knowledge and wisdom. So we have Moses that was born in Egypt, and we have Egypt Kehemet, and the Hebrew word for knowledge and wisdom, Emet, which is Moses. Now when Moses takes the Israelites from captivity to the promised land, it is really the story of Genesis, which means genitals, and Revelation, which is to reveal the knowledge. So the true Exodus, the way out, is taking us from the root chakra to the crown chakra, which is the promised land, and that of course is the Exodus. Now when he parts the Red Sea, the parting of the Red Sea is really code for the path of least resistance, which is the quickest way to enlightenment. So that in a nutshell is Moses. And of course we have the burning bush, which is the fornix, which is the furnace, the place of illumination inside the mind, which then relates back to the Christ. Now when we look at this character Noah, Noah relates to the number 7. Now the number 7 of course is the 7 chakras, which then obviously gives us the arcane knowledge, the story of Noah, which again is talking about the activation of the 7 chakras. Now, because Noah was 120, and I've spoke briefly about the pentagram and how it's a symbol of the mysteries, now it's important to the master of self. 120 was used as an age for code, because 120 is the power of the synthesis of the pentagram, which again is the sacred mysteries. So going when I was talking about Jonah earlier, now Jonah means dove. Now when this Kundalini serpent energy goes through the brain and through the brain stem, it forms the shape of a dove. So that really is the Jonah, is the dove. However, it's talking about the birth of life, the new birth into this world. And the whale, which in Arabic is mem, in Hebrew mem, water, in Arabic means whale. So as Jonah comes out of the belly of the whale, it is the mother's waters that are pushing him in to a new world, the new world of flesh, the new experience of flesh. Jacob is another biblical character which hides secret knowledge and secret information. Jacob's ladder is the human spine. Now the 33rd mention of Jacob in the Bible mentions Jacob's ladder, the human spine, which has 33 vertebrae. Now when you get to the top of that 33rd vertebrae, medically the 33rd vertebrae is known as Atlas. Now Atlantis means the island of Atlas. So when we see Atlas holding up the world or holding up the whirl, it is code for holding up the chakras, the whirling energy of enlightenment. So Atlantis is the pineal gland, which is the master gland the island that rules 7 islands. So the pineal gland is Atlantis, that rules the 7 islands, which is the 7 chakras. Now, when we look at the likes of Lemuria, Mu again relates to serpent, it relates to water, and it is said that there were serpent people walking around the land of Lemuria. The serpent person is code for those who have had the serpent energy within them risen and awoken. Now, it stands for the metamorphosis of self, just like a snake will shed its skin and become almost a reborn, a rebirth. So snake people are really a metaphor for a metamorphosis of self. Now, people often ask me, what is this character Satan, the devil? What is it? Anything that takes you away from truth is Satan, is the devil. Now, that can be politics, that can be religion, that can be the news, Fox News, Sky News, BBC News. Anything that takes you away from truth is the devil, is the satanic energy. And the ancients realized that the way to avoid the devil, the way to avoid Satan, was to become enlightened. Because when you become knowledgeable, then you cannot be taken away from truth. That the whole concept of sin means to fall short. It means to fall short of knowledge. So if you have knowledge, then you are not a sinner. Now, when you look at the word knowledge, it is gnosis, Gnostic. But the word ignorance also contains the letters GNO, which is Gnostis. But ignorance is the avoidance of knowledge. So we have this Satan, we have this anything that takes you away from the truth, which is the satanic energy. And I've already mentioned about God being code for the 4 elements within. So what about the giants depicted in the past, the Goliaths, the different giants? Well, Goliath hides a numerical code, which is the number 99, which means cognitive knowing. Again, it's intellect, it's knowledge, it's wisdom. Now, when you look at the size of Goliath, as per the Bible, it is 6 cubits and a span, which is really 9'9". So Goliath, we are told, was 9'9". Just take away the decimal point, it gives you 99, which is cognitive knowing. Now, a giant is symbolic of a greater than average insight. So that really is, in a bite size, the giants and what they represent on an esoteric, symbolic way. Now, I mentioned briefly when I said I'm going to take you into the 11th abyss of the pleroma. So the 12 disciples, there are 12 abysses, which takes you from the universal spring, universal knowledge, universal wisdom. All of these different universal knowledges and wisdoms and intellect are the 12 abysses. And the 12 abysses gather around the perfect nature, the pleroma. The perfect nature is the Christ, is the man who has mastered his elements. Now, when you see the word Inri above the cross of Christ, Inri means to master the elements. So once we master the elements, also symbolized by the cross, we become the perfect human. We go from Genesis, the root, to Revelation, the mind. There's a lot of sacred information that was doctored and edited by the Church of Rome that stopped people from ever realizing a lot of these truths. Now, a lot of these truths are hidden in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there is a particular section of the Dead Sea Scrolls that were found in the Qumran caves that have not been edited by the Church of Rome. Now, they were hidden in 13 caves. So the Knights Templar took these and they hid them. Now, I have found out where they've hidden them, which is in Roslin Chapel in Scotland. And the reason I found this is I put the Star of David over Scotland, and then I put the Star of David over the floor plan of Roslin Chapel, and I managed to make a correlation between where Roslin is on the map of Scotland and where Roslin would be on the map of the floor plan of Roslin Chapel. And as a result of that, I've managed to find where the Knights Templars have hidden a lot of the Dead Sea Scrolls that contain information that would actually bring down the church. The church, as I've already said, is an Egyptian theology. Anything that you see in Christianity was Egyptian, that came through corrupted Hebrew hands and the Kabbalah, that then became Christianity. So the Egyptians knew more than their imitators ever did. So when we're told by the likes of Zawi Hawass and different Egyptologists that the Great Pyramid, for instance, is a burial tomb for the pharaoh, they are telling you half-truth. Now, the reason I mention half-truth is when we see celebrities doing this with their eyes, that they're basically indicating that we're only getting a half-truth. We never get the full truth, because the two eyes give you the distance, give you the direction, and give you the full truth. So one eye is a half-truth. So yes, the Great Pyramid is a burial tomb for the pharaoh, but they're not telling you what a pyramid is, they're not telling you what the tomb is, and they're not telling you what the pharaoh is. The tomb, as I've already mentioned, is the vault, is the fornix inside the brain that Christ resurrects from. A pharaoh means great house, which is synonymous with a mind. So a pharaoh is a great mind, where the tomb is inside. And the pyramid, of course, is the fire in the middle. And the fornix, the furnace, the burning bush of Moses, is the fire in the middle of the mind. So when we talk about the burial tomb of the pharaohs, we're talking about the activated enlightenment within the mind. Now, I've put a map overlay of the human head over the Great Pyramid, and it shows you the exact locations of the consciousness centers of the brain, which are marked in the likes of the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber, and so on and so on. Now, moving on, all of these different sites are connected mathematically. They all give their longitude and latitude coordinates, but they also give longitude and latitude coordinates of other monuments. So now I'm just going to briefly move on to Stonehenge, which is really a concentric magnetic energy that goes in a concentric way like ripples in a pool, but it goes from the outside in. Now, Stonehenge is really a lunar matrix, and that is why we have a lot of moon sort of calendar, moon coordinates within Stonehenge. Now, this magnetic energy that creates an alternative state or alternative reality is a magnetic force that is known to alter during menstrual cycles of the female, which obviously is connected to the moon. So it was important to measure when these cycles would be, when this dip in energy or this increasing in magnetic energy would be. Now, in all of these ancient sites, or many of them, such as Stonehenge, you will see, such as the altar stone, which is above a natural water. Now, the initiate or the candidate would lie on this stone, and the masters of sound would hit it, and it would vibrate, and it would balance the body, and it would activate the internal mind of the candidate. And this happens upon oracle sites, which are aquifers, which are natural water sites. And that is why we see the likes of the altar stone of Stonehenge on top of a natural water, a natural spring water. So it's really a lunar matrix. Again, it is the womb, it is fertility, it is all of these things, this birth into this third dimensional experience. Even the likes of Easter Island, all of the faces of Easter Island obviously face east, which is the illumination. Now, when we look at the Orient, when we look at the Oriental, when we look at Orienteering, Orient is really the orientation of the inner heart, the inner spirit. And that is east, where the sun illuminates. That is why all the Giza Plateau is on the west bank. The west, the journey to the west, which is the death, which is the coming from celestial to terrestrial. But it also faces the east, which is the point of illumination. So the likes of the heads of Easter Island, we only have the heads showing, because that indicates that we must concentrate on a divine mind and not a body of five senses, which are the five wounds of Christ. It marks, as does the severing of the head of John the Baptist, it marks a separation between the mind and the body. And that really is why we have the heads of Easter Island just like that. Now, when we look at the likes of the Temple of Solomon, Solomon really, again, The Temple of Solomon is the mind. And when we look at the likes of the first Mason, who was Hiram Abiff, really, Hiram relates to the ram, which is Aries, which is the Lamb of God. So again, we have the Temple of Solomon, where Hiram Abiff was meant to have been murdered, but Solomon is the mind. Hiram means Aries, the Lamb of God, which means the higher mind, which is Aries. Then we look at a off-planet connection. And other talks, I give a lot of mathematics and a lot of coordinates between these different monuments. But when you look at the likes of the Sidonian city on Mars and the face on Mars gives the exact coordinates of how to find Stonehenge. It gives you the coordinates of how to find the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid and Stonehenge tell you how to find the Sidonian city on Mars. When you look at the face of the Sphinx and you look at the face on Mars, it is an exact mathematical replica. It relates to the sorrowful mother. The sorrowful mother, because of the fall of man. The fall of man comes through the matrix, comes through the womb, which is the Holy Grail, and it comes into this third dimensional world. So it is the fall of man, the sorrowful mother, or the Isis, or different names in different cultures, but nevertheless it is the mother who is sad because of the fall of the children of the human race. When we look at the famous biblical Ark of the Covenant, now when we look at the measurements of Ark of the Covenant, which is 45 inches by 27 inches by 27 inches, again it gives us that number 99, which is cognitive knowledge. So when we look at the biblical measurements of the Ark of the Covenant, Ark really means electricity. So it's the Ark of electricity that rolls away the stone of the tomb of Christ. It gives us the archangels, the archangels. So covenant, ark, is the electricity of the body. However, when you look at the biblical measurements of the actual Ark of the Covenant, and you look at the measurements of the sarcophagus within the king's chamber, which represents the pineal gland, the Great Pyramid represents the head, the mind, well, we'll see that they are an exact size. So even though the Ark of the Covenant is the electrical part of the body, it is also represented by the sarcophagus inside the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid. So the Ark of the Covenant is the body, the mind, but it is also replicated by the sarcophagus. See, science is looking in the wrong place. We are told to look in outer space because that's where we are looking for existences. It is not in outer space, it is in inner space. It is within the bandwidth of our own consciousness, albeit on a higher frequency, so out of our sight. When people say, you know, where do all these famous cultures go? The Mayans, the different places, where did they just simply disappear to? They reached a higher frequency. And when they reached a higher frequency, they became invisible to our lower frequency. So they are still around, they are still in existence, but like many UFOs, like many paranormal, supernatural things, they are just outside of our scope of vision. So unless we raise ourselves to their frequency, we can't see them. That really is part of our reality that we don't understand. And going back to the manifest and the unmanifest, that really is what is going on. We can only ever see one probable outcome. When humanity realizes that all of the gods that it's worshipped for many, many thousands of years, when it realizes that the tetragrammations or the letters of their gods in twofold, threefold or fourfold form is really a Kabbalah magic formula that evokes certain deities, certain beings into a sacred space. Now, this Kabbalah magic came from Egypt. And when you look at the geometric shapes that they were using to evoke certain deities, you will see that the majority of them were circles, magic circles, such as Stonehenge, or triangles, such as the pyramids. So they were evoking these entities from different worlds, coming through portals, coming through different ways where there were certain star alignments. And that is why stars are important in the likes of Orion, in the likes of the pyramid shafts. They were marking certain alignments to allow these entities to come through into their sacred space. When you look at the likes of the Anunnaki, which again is my view is an unpopular one amongst the UFO community, because I see a much deeper story being told within the Anunnaki Sumerian scrolls, and it is the same deeper story that I see within the Bible, within the Quran, within the Torah, within the Talmud. It is a certain level that we are being given, but when you look at it much deeper, it is as a completely different meaning. So let's analyze just a few of the parts. Anu, who was the chief god of the Anunnaki, in Egypt is man. So straight away, the Anunnaki story is talking about the current human condition and the human potential. So we need to get ourselves from the condition to the potential. That is man, that is Anu. Now, when you look at the likes of Enki, we spell it E-N-K-I, but in other ancient religions or in ancient languages, it is spelled N-K-I, which means to hear. So when you hear the knowledge, you are then able to speak the knowledge, and you are able to create a world of wisdom. So Enki relates to hearing, which relates to the fifth chakra, which is speech, and that is to hear the knowledge and then spread the knowledge, which is what Enki wanted to do. Now, when you look at the likes of Enlil, when you actually analyze the Lord of Wind, Lord is Neb, Lord is the nose, which is breath, which is air, and Lil is the wind. So it's talking about ancient breathing techniques that activate certain things within inside the body. Even the tribe of Judah means the lion's breath, which again is an ancient practice of breathing that activates certain things within. So the word spirit means breath, but spirit is not reliant upon breath to exist. And that is why we have the likes of the great Sphinx of Egypt, the tribe of Judah, the breath of the lion that has no nose, because spirit, the fifth element, the advance, the ascent, which the Sphinx represents, does not require air or breath to exist. So there you have the likes of the Anunnaki. Now, when you look at the word Anunnaki, in certain languages again, such as Vedic astrology, Anunnaki is Anunanu, which is basically Aries. Now, Aries is the ram, is the higher mind, the lamb of God. So we're looking at, again, human condition, human potential, which is written within the cuneiform, the Sumerian scrolls. We see the likes of hieroglyphs, which are symbolic messages. We see the likes of Nazca lines, which are symbolic messages. We see the likes of crop circles, which are symbolic messages that contain information, letters, sentences, words within the sound waves. Now, the rings of Saturn are pulsating sounds that within 90 minutes can reach the Earth. Stonehenge is a crystalline aerial that is aligned to Saturn, and that is why the majority of crop circles around the area of Stonehenge, because it is really painting a picture of the sound of the environment, and that sound is coming from the rings of Saturn. So that really is the crop circle phenomena, the Nazca line phenomena. Now, hieroglyphs are advanced communication. Hieroglyphs is advanced knowledge, and it was the language of the masters, but it was for the advanced student. Now, when the student was ready and they were able to touch the hieroglyphs, there would be an exchange of deep, higher knowledge, but that can only penetrate as deep and as far as the initiate was ready. So all of these symbols, you know, that the right brain, the subconscious mind talks in symbols. Confucius tells us that the language of the world is symbols. Everywhere you look, if you look at automobile logos, you look at company brand names, you look at architecture in buildings, it all hides a symbolic code. And that symbolic code speaks to the subconscious mind. And because we're all seeing the same symbolic codes time and time again, day after day after day, it forms an accepted general reality, a network reality. That network reality is being given to us by those who understand the vibration and the meaning and the power of ancient symbology and ancient symbols. And when we begin to realize this, we will fulfill the word HU, HU, which is part of the word human, because HU means the Most High. Now, when we actually remove our animalistic nature, we go beyond our animal nature, we then become the human, the Most High once again. When we control our emotions, we become the master of ourself, which connects to the divine within, which connects to the Godhead, which is the Heavenly Father, which is the universal knowledge. Our Father, knowledge of the mind, who art in heaven, the heavenly knowledge that creates all knowledge. When we begin to realize these things, then the ancient secrets, the ancient knowledge that has been kept from us for so long will be revealed once again. So let's all be blasphemers, let's all uproot the hidden knowledge, and let's all advance as a race and a society back to the galactic world once again. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm quite happy to take any questions or just continue with the general chatting into the secret worlds.
Absolutely exceptional, Michael. A lot of people in the chats were, one of the questions I had from somebody in Full Spectrum Universe was essentially he was trying to piece together what the ancients had said and how it affects the connection between what you were just presenting and beings from other worlds coming to this planet. I think he was looking for maybe a little bit of clarification on that, and I know you probably would say it better than I would.
Right, yeah, absolutely. What the ancients were saying, regardless of what culture it was in the ancient past, you can go to Babylon, you can go to Sumeria, you can go to Greece, you can go to Egypt, you can go to deep Christianity, deep Hinduism, deep Sikhism, deep Judaism. They were all saying the same things under different guises, under different, shall we say, metaphors, under different descriptions. Some of them were saying red, some of them were saying crimson, but nevertheless they were talking about the same color. So what the whole of the ancient world is saying, has been saying, has timed this knowledge to be re-emerged now, so it is said again. It talks about the self, and it talks about our position in the grand scheme of things, and how we've really separated ourselves. And if you imagine the monad, the infinite cause, the original cause, when we move away from the cause, we only ever see the effect until we return back to the infinite cause. So our reality is an effect of the cause. That goes into time, that goes into the future, that goes into different things. But what it is saying is that when we come into this third dimensional school, this third dimensional education, it is really the creator wanting to experience what it believes itself to be, or what it believes itself it can be. Because if you imagine that, what is perfection when you don't know anything, when you've never experienced anything? You can have an awareness of everything, but you really don't know anything because you've never experienced what it's like. This is the experience of what it's like. And the whole of the ancient world were talking about the return to the cosmic womb, the return to galactic consciousness. So when they come here, this is the underworld. This is the underworld that the Egyptians spoke about, because it is the world of ignorance. It is the mind of flesh. It is the spiritual death. What they were trying to do was return to spiritual life. And when they mummified the initiate who had perfected themselves, there was no need for them to keep reincarnating and coming back to keep trying to perfect themselves. So the mummification is telling you that this particular person, whoever it was, has mastered themselves and did not need to reincarnate They were the perfected soul of initiates. So the whole of the ancient world, regardless of where they're from or how they defined these things, was talking about the self, the human condition, and the human potential. Because the human potential is the return to the all-knowing, the universal consciousness, the heavenly Father. And that is what they're saying in different ways. And they've left all of these monuments and all of these monoliths, which were ways for them to leave, which were ways for them to expand themselves and their mind and their soul. And that's really what they're saying. That they're telling us that this is the current human condition, this is the current human potential, and it tells you how to bridge the two.
That's incredible. You know, and you say that so well. I tried to explain what it kind of meant in the chat, but it didn't work out the same way you just explained it. So I'm glad you went over that. And, you know, for me, it feels like that we're on this global consciousness right now. And I think we have to ascend ourselves to that galactic consciousness, which I think is doable if we all not master, but get more adept in exploring our consciousness as it is on this planet and with each other. I mean, is that off base, or is that kind of?
No, that's perfectly on base. Now, when you analyze, words are not just there just for fancy decoration. You know, when we look at the mother, when we look at the womb that we must come through to come into this reality, we have no choice but to come through the matrix, the womb, the lunar matrix, the Stonehenge. But when you look at the galaxy comes from Gala, which means mother's milk. Now we also then have the Milky Way, which is aligned to Karnak in different temples. So we're talking about the cosmic mother, where we come through into the physical mother, and that is then represented, you know, by the Sphinx of Egypt and different, you know, the 9 pyramids, the 9 months of pregnancy, and so on and so on. So it's indicating that we're coming from the galactic mother, which really manifests on the 9th dimension. Again, that's another reason we have 9 pyramids, but it manifests and it comes through, and we come through, and this dual form of celestial, terrestrial, attaches itself to the seed, attaches itself to the germ, and it grows into physicality. And that is now different from an astral plant form that attaches itself to a small seed and they grow into a tree or they grow into a plant. Now, when that terrestrial aspect expires, then you still have the celestial aspect, which is still in the cosmos, in the galactic womb, in these higher places. So galaxy, Gala, Milky Way, mother's milk, you know, when you have the cow horns of the Athas, and you have all of this reference to mother, to the mother, and the feminine, and the goddess, and the moon, because it was quite apparent, even to the ancients, many, many thousands of years ago, that the moon is connected to fertility. The magnetic vortex energy of Stonehenge changes during menstrual cycles. So therefore it has a lunar connection. So it was important to understand when these things were going to happen in the skies. And that's why we say, you know, Stonehenge is a lunar calendar. Now it's a lunar matrix that is marking the difference, the differentiated between the magnetic vortexes of Stonehenge, which is a concentric circle.
And that's hence where the summer solstice as a moniker of, or increment of, I guess, linear time would come into play too, which is what we're celebrating today. And that's beautifully said. It's just riveting when you go into it like that. And, you know, I have another question from John Johnson. He's asking, do you agree that we've had contact or have been visited by extraterrestrial or interdimensional beings in a way, of course, that was impactful, or, you know, that had some sort of subtle effect on where we are now?
Well, I can only speak for me personally, and I have several times. So if I'm experienced them, I've stood next to them. I've had them come through mirrors, which are portals into my reality. I've spoken to them. I've received messages from them. I've seen their craft in the sky day and night. I've seen them come out of dimensional gateways in the sky. to be in this reality. You know, the flatlands, they're coming from a different dimension. So I can only speak for myself in relation to interaction, and I can confirm that there are interactions going on because I've had many of them, and of course there's lots of other people around the world who are also, you know, describing these contacts as well.
I'd be one of them too, and it's you know, when you go through these presentations, I always have to go back and watch a few times because the information is so deep. The way you connect things is just beautiful. You have this ability to break code and create a connection to something physical, but also ethereal at the same time, and it's just the dichotomy of how you do it is just incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, Michael, I wanted to pop in real quick. On my show the other night, you were talking about the Milky Way, and on my show the other night, we got onto that subject, and one of the guys in the audience said, how does that correlate with the land of milk and honey? And I said, well, physically, we know what that is, but spiritually, and if any of you guys are out there that listened to my show the other night, Michael just summed that up for you guys better than I could have, talking about that spiritually, the reference and what that meant, the Milky Way meaning the mother. So the land of milk and honey is literally the Kundalini energy. Once you transmute this into the knowing and it's all internal, Michael just said all of that. So any of you guys who are my listeners, go back and think about what we said, the land of milk and honey, and what that means, and then listen to what Michael just said, and you'll understand it 100%.
Of course, and it's also the colour of the Vatican flag, which is, you know, gold and white, which is the land of milk and honey.
Right.
The pineal gland secretes a yellow and white secretion. So in a physical sense, that is the land of milk and honey within the mind. Now, ancient children also used to have milk and honey as their meal. So again, we're looking at the Milky Way, the meal of the children, the secretion of the pineal gland, which is all to do with enlightenment. So the land of milk and honey, the promised land, of the land promised, is the seat of illumination.
The microcosm to the macrocosm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have one more question here from Lee Barker, and it states, how can the moon be a celestial when it's a space station? I'm from South Africa, and the Zulus said that it was towed in.
Yes, it's been said many times, but again, when the first time that I came about the moon being towed in was, yes, from Zulus, but also from the Zachariah Sitchin interpretation of the Sumerian scrolls. There are many discrepancies in that story, because when you look at the Anunnaki story, I can only comment for Zachariah Sitchin's version, which is widely accepted by universities and different places. But when the Anunnaki apparently arrived here to mine for gold, incidentally, the mine for gold is the knowledge. But when they came here to mine for gold and brought the moon with them, it is said in the Sumerian scrolls, as per this depiction, that they found life, higher life on planet Earth. You can't have higher life on planet Earth without the moon. Right. So therefore, they could not have brought the moon with them and then found higher life on Earth, because that doesn't happen. When you look at tidal rhythmites, you see that the moon has been in its current position for 2.2 billion years at least. So that sort of gets rid of the 450,000 year story of the Sumerians. So when you say that the moon was towed in, these things are often metaphorical for something else.
That's exactly what I was just going to say, is that you take it from a literal, not a metaphorical.
Because you are describing something. You are describing something the best way that you can within the perimeters of your language. And when you start, as I say, start representing these different things, they are metaphors for other things. So the moon wasn't towed in. I would agree that it's now being used for other things than maybe it was originally created for, and it's been hijacked, and there's things on there. You can see Egyptian monuments. Now, when I've looked at the Ocean of Storms on the moon, which is where there is the lunar abaca, which are a set of 6 obelisks. Obelisks are a symbol of Osiris. Osiris means open eye. What does that relate to? well, one thing. So when you look at the 6 obelisks on the ocean of storms on the moon, and I've taken the coordinates of them, and I've put those coordinates on Earth, to my surprise or not, it was Egypt. So Neil Armstrong wasn't the first person on the moon, the Egyptians were. So when you start looking at these ancient depictions and these ancient stories, and they're describing things to us, it is a metaphor for something else in the best way that they could possibly describe it. So yes, the moon is possibly now a space station being used, which is all, you know, part of the Saturn moon matrix and all different things, but it has been there for 2.2 billion years at least, according to tidal rhythmites and geology and science.
Excellent. I mean, that is exactly what I was thinking when you said it's not physical, it's more of a metaphorical. And a lot of the things, how do we actually know in some instances, except for the context of the other bits of text from those lines, what becomes the physical and metaphorical? And most of the time when these ancient cultures are leaving behind some sort of scripture or some sort of writing, majority of it is in the metaphorical. It's not so much in the physical.
It is. I mean, I can look now at many stories of the ancient past, of the present, that describe to me this character called Santa Claus, Father Christmas. And the depiction is an old man with a grey beard with a red hat and a red top that drives drives this you know, the reindeers and the sleigh. But Santa is the Holy Colostrum, which gives gift from the North Pole. And when you look at the Gray's Medical Dictionary, it tells you that cerebellum is called the reindeer. So we have the Santa Claus story inside the mind, but yet it is depicted as a person, as a physical story, Saint Nicholas, different things. It is not a real person, it is a metaphor, but it is being described, you know, and when you've spoken to many thousands of witnesses that like I have in a former career, they are descriptive. They describe what they've seen, but somebody else who's seen the exact same thing will describe it differently.
Yeah.
So it almost seems as if they're actually describing two different things, that there are two different locations and there's two things going on, but they're describing the same thing. That is what the ancients were doing, but they were describing it in the way that they knew how to describe it. And that's what we are seeing. We are seeing the effect of the cause, which is what I was saying about getting further and further away from the infinite cause. We only then begin to see the effect. And our reality becomes a duality, which is the effect of the cause, which is a trinity. So it's really describing something as best they knew how.
I would totally believe that too. I'm behind you on that one, Michael. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and your information is always so enlightening. Even if I've heard it a few times already, it still never fully sinks in until I like study what you're talking about. And I think it's just incredible. Like I said, how you connect those dots for people and give them something to aim for. We do have to get to the next guest, and you know, I just wanted to give you a big shout out, and we put your website in all of the chats that we have going. So guys, if you want to see more from Michael, go to michaelfeeley.com. It is worth your while in spades to check out this man's work. He has done an immense amount of presentations over a number of years, stating a lot of these different connections, and he's super knowledgeable on it. So thank you, Michael. It's been a pleasure as always.
I would have to add in there that the biggest challenge that's really facing us is the double think, and the sooner we get over the idea that the stories that we're being told are actually real with people involved and things like that, and begin to listen to what Mike is telling us, which makes a lot more sense. I've been working with Mike now for a few years, and know his work quite well. I have his books and have read them. And so I think the biggest challenge we all face collectively is that narrative that we're so stuck to, right? It's like really programmed into our mind, and it's difficult to let that go. So when somebody like Mike steps up and starts telling you something different that's really challenging your beliefs, right, really hits home, and a lot of people don't want to accept it, and they just want to go back to the old. But we can't go back to the old. We have to progress, forward, and move with new information. The more we learn, the new information that we receive, we have to deprogram the old and reprogram the new. And that's the only way we can move forward, because we can't hang on to, stuff that's tied to us, dragging our ass behind us, that's tied to anchors and, ball and chains with old knowledge. We just simply can't do that anymore.
Absolutely. The rebirth of self.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Love you, brother.
Thank you all. You take care. Thanks again.
Have a great rest of the day, Michael. Or it's evening there now.
It is. All the best. Merry Christmas. Thanks again.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Check out michael-feeley.com. Wonderful stuff there. He's got a new book that's coming out, which is Poetry of the Lockdown. So I'm looking forward to getting that one. Should be pretty interesting. Mike has his way with words. And with that being said, we'll bring our shaman on and continue with our post-ceremony day event. And guys, remember the space that we created this morning? The love space, the space that we went back to, that's most comfortable for us, where there was the most joy and love and acceptance. Let's go back to that space and share that love and share that energy with sacred sites around the world, and direct your energy to Uluru. It is the navel of the planet, and from there everything can be activated. So let's share that energy and let's love one another. And earlier I noticed in the chat room we had a troll, which took a little bit of time to get rid of, but we did. And that's the type of negative energy that we don't need on a day like this, because, for the last few weeks, Stephen has been telling us to, lay down our spears, even for just this one day, right? So, we lay down our spears and we come forth with knowledge and love and acceptance, and come collectively as a single one people that's come together around the world in a collective goal, and a collective I don't know, but we just have to be one today, regardless of how we feel. Let's just leave our politics aside, what we believe, what we don't believe, and just simply focus our love and energy to Uluru and sacred sites around the world. So with that being said, I'm going to step out, and I'll let Rob and Leonard carry on with our shaman brother, Aaron. Thank you very much for being here, homie.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. I'm enjoying it. I've been watching it all day. So
it's been quite the day so far, for sure. Is there anything that you wanted to do, or do you want to just go into a conversation?
In a short little minute, I did pull a card. I usually do before any live stream that I do. What's that?
Before you do that, brother, I want a little shameless plug. Aaron and myself and two other people, his wife and Miguel Pena from Brazil, started our own another podcast that we do on Wednesdays called Skull Island, and it's a pirate cast, Skull Island, and you can check out Aaron and I and Norma and Mike. They're on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. USA time, West Coast America time. We're on episode 5 tomorrow, just so you guys know.
So we drop our spirits today, keep our spirits high. Right. Of course, we always keep our spirits high, but tomorrow we'll grab our spears again. But today it's about love. It's about gratitude.
That's what Stephen said last night. When you go to bed, you put that spear down. When you go to bed, it's there in the morning again.
So who wears the eye patch on the pirate cast?
We all do.
I still got my eyes, but I'm going blind. So maybe glasses, but I don't know about a patch.
Oh, I definitely need glasses too. That's for sure.
I don't know if you've noticed, I switched glasses from my reading glasses to my monocles, and now I have to do this because I have the bifocals, right? But I can still figure out what's going on. So anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aaron.
No problem, guys. We're just taking our time, just breathing, kind of focusing on our breathing.
Right, chilling.
In slowly. Hold it for a couple of seconds. And release it all. Continue to do that. Let's just get in that groove. Let's get that vibration up. Every time we release that breath, we rise up a little higher. So we let go of some of that burden. We let go of some of that heaviness. Today is a day to be very light in spirit so we can float up. And that's what we're doing. It's funny that I pulled this card, the Lodge, and I'm going to just read it to you.
Right? That's apropos.
It's all about,
Wow.
I mean, I pulled that like an hour ago.
That's awesome.
I'm going to tell you what it says.
Let's see that card again, Aaron.
Because
The
it pertains to this workshop that we're doing here.
Yeah, like a key.
So we're in our own lodge, basically, so to speak. I mean, really, you know, we're just really we are seeking knowledge. We are gaining knowledge. We are giving knowledge. That's what keeps that enlightenment. That's what keeps you moving forward and expanding in your consciousness, is being able to continue to take in and teach. Like, you know, you learn and you teach, and just being able to let that circular flow happen amongst each other synergistically. I'm going to read to you what it says, though. Let's see here. So there are times to go it alone, and there are times when the experience and help of others should be sought before taking the next step. It's that collective, right? Lodge is calling you to do just that. Seek counsel. You may struggle to decide who to speak with. Don't worry that one person or another or other would offer better advice. Ask as many people as you wish. Different perspectives can help you to see something that hadn't occurred to you before. Opening your eyes to something. Ask a family member, a neighbor, a friend, or a person of authority like a police officer or a solicitor or an accountant. Let me see here. All right. Your genuine desire for their opinion on a matter will be met with an equally genuine response. If you are thinking of embarking on a spiritual course, inquire with as many of the teachers as you need to. Again, be honest in your communications, and you will soon discover the right person for you. Let me see here.
That's
asking for help and
incredible.
speaking about concerns is an act of strength, not weakness. So it's all about asking. If you need help, ask for it. And ask the universe for that higher lift, right? So that power we're putting into the Uluru right now, we're powering it up. We're continuing. That's where we want our focus to be right now. We're listening. We are gaining counsel for each one of us. We're all taking it in our own way, in our own vibration. But I feel, like I said, I've watched this all day, and the vibrations have just risen. They've risen. They've gotten deeper, which can seem dark. Not dark. It's all about expanding our consciousness and allowing that love energy. We're not here to fight. We're here to listen. We're here to learn. So paying attention. You know, let me see here. I wanted to read you one more part here. Good news is on the way. Someone is holding back from you. Release your fears of being judged by others. Your silence does not defend you. Be brave and speak your truth, which is what we're doing right here. This card here right on. Don't worry about the reactions of others. Talking about the troll earlier. Integrity is key. Only accept what feels right for you. And there's a little poem at the end. I'm going to read that little 4-line poem. Please enter me as you must. In the words of the elders, you now trust. Hear them speak of what they know. Learn well from them before you go. So this is, I thought that card was pretty fitting. It really did
So fitting.
line up with what we're doing.
Yep.
Think about it. We all do our own thing, but only when we come together for these moments do we truly. I mean, we can have profound effects on ourselves with solo, but when we come together, it has a resounding, profound effect, and not just for the people that are listening, for us as well, right? Probably even.
That's probably why we go live all the time. I would say, because we enjoy this. Like we have fun learning from each other. We have fun teaching. We're all teachers. We're all students at all times. We we never stop that. That's why I love, I kind of look at duality a different way. I don't look at it as a negative. I look at it as duality is, yes, there's a yin, there's a yang, but what encompasses that? Circle encompasses all of it.
It's the balance.
It's togetherness. I mean, I'm a Pisces too, so that plays on me all the time.
That's like the Pisces is like the epitome of the balance, bro, of the yin yang. Yeah. I think the yin yang that was designed around the yin yang was designed around from that, from the Pisces. Yeah. I mean, but you know what? That's the way it is, and I agree with you. The reason that I do a show, and I know Rob will probably agree with this too, is first of all, it's kind of addictive because when I was in philosophy 101, my professor said, philosophy is the knowledge of love or the love of knowledge. When you get that bug, you want to learn everything, and then we go to what Socrates said: the more you know, the more you realize you don't know anything. So the more you want to learn, and then that the only way to do that is to do what we're doing, is to interact with other people so you can learn and then teach. So you're teaching and learning and teaching from each other all the time. And it goes all the way back to what Neil said with all of us perceiving and changing our reality when and then what Omar said and what everybody has been saying. The theme has been, that everything that all of our decisions are made by us individually from all that we perceive. And that's why Michael said when he was in his other profession, he was a police officer, and interviewing people, and you would get the same two people or three or four or five see the same incident, you separate them, and you ask them all, and they're going to almost describe a completely different scenario every single time. But you'll see that there is the underlining thing. Well, there was a car accident and somebody got hurt. But all the details change depending on the person because we perceive from our perspective only.
Yep.
And we learn that way as well. Right. That's my point.
Yep.
So true. It's so true.
I'm trying to find the launch card because I think that Omar was saying he couldn't see it very well. It was pixelated, so I'm going to try to find it and we'll share it on the screen.
Gloria expressed that really well too, is that those perceptions are different, but they're essentially the same thing. It's all about how we break it down to ourselves or formulate it within our thoughts.
Yep.
But essentially, we're trying to achieve somewhat the same goal if you're true to intention or goals. So, it's a wild concept. And the one thing that I truly enjoy is the appreciation of everybody's point of view or the way that they got to where they got there, because it may give me some indications or insight into different perspectives that I may not have thought about. And it brings it back for me. It brings it back home even more. Like when
at another angle too. So like you look at it from another perspective, right? And then that just expands. Yes, and I try to tell people that all the time. Like, yes, we have to deal with dark, but that's okay. We can keep our vibration high. We can put our energy out there as and not be affected by that, because a lot of it is illusion. It is just coercion. We can get out of that. We can come above that fear. And that's what we're doing today. That's what we want. All I want to focus on is continue to rise above that fear. And that's what keeps that energy high.
Darkness is only darkness until we show up, because when we show up, our light illuminates that darkness. So there's never any darkness where we are.
Right.
Right. And, and people have asked me before, because I always talk about the balance. I even said that just not too long ago. I mentioned that just a minute ago when we were talking about the yin and the yang. And people say, well, how can you be this balance and not be evil? And I said, there's a difference between evil and darkness. Darkness is within all of us. Evil is a potential. Some people are evil and choose that. But the balance that I'm talking about is an etheric. It's a balance of you within and your energy. So you have within you light and darkness because you have that choice, because we're free. You have at your disposal those things. And like Omar just said, if you're a light being and we show up in the darkness, it's no longer dark. At the best they can manage is twilight, because we are light and we are there.
I agree.
One of the things that I'm seeing highlighted on these channels is the camaraderie and people walking these paths, and they feel alone. And when you find a semblance of a community, how your perception changes from just an existence that somewhat seems down and out to an enlightenment and a brightness, right?
Yeah.
It's a wild thing to find that community. And that lodge represents that community because in that lodge, we're all sitting by the fire and telling our truths or our pieces story. And then, as we listen to others, our story becomes more vivid. It becomes more in color. It becomes more descriptive. And that's ultimately what we're doing is we're creating these stories, right? And these stories become what we live by.
Our soul's expression, or if you may, I mean, and that's what we're talking about. Everybody's expression matters. Even the little angry person, like they fit with everything else. It's just, or the upset person, or the very, very overly happy person that, sometimes can get very, right? I mean, a little up there, and you're going, okay, about 2 minutes with you, then I've got to take a break. But I'm sure many people say that about me. I don't know. But anyway, it's really about getting that, focusing on that energy, I mean, I'm feeling it in my shoulders. I'm feeling it on the top of my head right now. It's like that we're kind of taking in that energy and we're letting it out and taking it. We're like this, we're like a filter for it. Or we're kind of a generator, like what we take in and then we spread it out to everybody else. And people need to understand that we can do the same thing with anger. It spreads really fast because it's some people say it's hard to be upset. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's
sometimes it's easy. It's the easy
valid.
thing to do.
It's valid, and it's something that we all need to experience. It's important that we don't live in that state because yes, our energy is lower and nothing seems possible from there. But when you get your energy up here, or you get your energy up here and then up here, and usually it happens by me listening to a podcast of somebody that really is like, any of you guys listening to any of you guys is always sparking my brain or sparking my mind to think differently or maybe looking at it a different way. And that is expanding the light. Really, the light is, the light being shed on something, for you. Though I played guitar for a long time, and I remember just going at it for like 2 years, just never get better. I never get better. And eventually, just one day, it seemed like it was overnight. Like I just maybe had a better positive attitude and I practiced a lot, because it is something we have to practice, like the monks do. We practice our keeping our vibration high. And anyway, yeah, it just seemed like I had this epiphany. I for some reason just understood something a little better. I looked a little bit deeper, and I think that's what that whole mastery of things is, that you can see things at much deeper levels than most people would see just on the surface. And all of a sudden, I was a better guitar player. And that, it was amazing. Or playing any sport when you're just, or shooting or anything, when you're just in that vibe of just confidence and everything's cool. Everything looks great. I'm not getting overexcited, but I'm not getting like really loose either. I'm not getting too rigid. I'm not getting too loose. And that's where that balance comes in. Keeping ourselves in that, what we call the zero space, right? Or some do. And I think it's important, especially today, that we keep focused on that energy staying right here. You can think about a yin yang just swirling around the solar plexus, keeping everything balanced as that energy flows through us, because I can feel it for sure. I mean, I was going to channel a little bit, but I'm like, I don't know. It's already pretty powerful energy, and it started this morning. So,
I think I like what you said about even like some of the pragmatic people have that purpose in your life and how you adjust and modify your behavior based on some of what they bring to the table at times, right? And even the overly excited people, and to find that balance, because one of the things that we don't talk about a lot is there is this darkness, or this shadow work, as people call it, that we have to go through, and we have to evaluate it, and to sit in those moments is very difficult. It's trauma. It's essentially you're working through the idiosyncrasies that you're not comfortable with anymore, and to root them out you have to face them and you have to look at them
Yes.
with a respect, but also with the intent of clearing it out.
Yeah.
And that balance is needed to do that, because you can't sit there for hours and do that shadow work, because you'll go off the cliff.
Right.
Like, it's a fine line. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I can appreciate that 110%.
Yeah, it's people I feel like the more pragmatic, and we are kind of, that's where people are kind of sleeping, is not allowing themselves to express whatever that is. You know, some people knit, some people draw, but a lot of people forget that childlike nature we have in us all the time. As old as we are, it's important to keep that childlike wonder, that childlike happiness and joy. Just, I mean, when you were a kid, did you just, you know, I'm not happy, you know, I mean, I remember saying I was bored a couple of times, but I was choosing to be bored, right? Most of the time I was busy riding my bike. We didn't have any destination. We just went, and just whatever happened. We just, whatever we thought we were, you know, where we wanted to go, we went. and I think people lose that as they grow up. Go ahead.
And then we pretend it, right?
Yeah.
We forget to pretend as adults. You know what I tell people? There's a perfect movie for everyone to watch. I obviously am not getting any kickbacks from it, but you'll see if you watch this movie, or if you've seen this movie, you understand what I'm talking about. The movie is Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
If you haven't seen that, you should watch it. And if you haven't seen it, go back and watch it again. Compare it to what we're just now talking about, because that's the entire movie is about that. Is about recapturing and understanding that simpleness, that harmonious simpleness and innocence of the soul of a child.
Yeah.
And that we can still achieve that if we just trust and let go and believe. We can still have that, and you see that during the movie that it's happening. And Justin Bateman's character is completely oblivious to what's happening, and he's in a magical shop that's alive, and everybody in it are like children, and even the children are like children, and he has no idea. He's oblivious to all of it. He keeps missing, and they keep trying to tell him, and he doesn't get it until later on. You know, you have to watch the movie and see how it unfolds, and it's a really good story, real fun to watch. And if you watch it and you didn't like it, you're not in the right place in your mind right at that point to see that.
Yeah, it's go ahead. I'm sorry, Rob.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Let me see here.
See, Greg said in the chat, great movie choice.
Yeah, I've only seen it once, so I'd have to watch it again. But
if you guys smoke dope, I recommend being high when you watch it.
I mean, yeah.
Right, that's one of those movies.
I mean, you know, and where it's legal.
Mushrooms, if you're on whatever that you enjoy, legal, alcohol, whatever, I would suggest that to have more fun, watch that movie while you're intoxicated. It's really cool if you're a purist and you don't need that and you still have fun. I'm just saying, you know, from my perspective.
I like that surrealism. I love surrealism. Yeah. Like it allows you, it kind of bends your mind and your perception on things, but kind of gives you a clearer picture of what it, you know, a deeper meaning, right? What the expression of whatever the art is, or the painter, or both. I mean, it's really, I think of life as like a painting, right? And colors, and we can think of dimensions that way. Like I can paint on an art or an easel or a canvas, and each stroke with each color, I'm putting, with each one of those bristles, I'm putting a little just piece of paint, right? And if you keep layering it, you eventually get something really cool if you do it properly. And that's kind of how I've liked the dimensions and how you see in higher dimensions, right? Peer into something that's got a lot of different dimensions. That's why crystals are good for people that are, or a crystal ball, because it's got all types of different dimensions. You can see. It's funny that we're going to this like multi-dimensional viewing or 360 living. I mean, that's the best way I'd say it. Like, I mean, I can't see behind me, but I can. If I trust enough, I can see behind me.
Right.
If I worked on that, I can see behind me, and to the side of me, you know, away from the peripheral. But really being able to view things and be compassionate. I think being compassionate is a big part of it. Being compassionate of others and their opinions. And we do live in a day and age where that is being attacked. But
Agreed.
I feel like it's important. It's just that much more important now to keep that, keep up with our artistic expression. I've been talking to Norma about it. We were talking the other day. I said, artistic expression and art is what's going to win this battle, because that's where your imagination comes in. That's where your passion comes in. It's powered. Any of this art that you do, or any art or music you write, or, any type of or a book you write, maybe, or a poem, that's how we create that parallel reality that is of a higher dimension. We are all peeking up in that higher dimension and experience little bits of it. So we may not quite understand what we're seeing yet, but when we see UFOs, when we see, any type of extraterrestrial, which I've seen, I feel like a lot of the extraterrestrials are already, people are ghost hunting, and I think that they're extraterrestrials. There's a connection there. I haven't figured it out completely yet, but we do have to keep that energy up. If we keep that energy up, that's how you can call in UFOs. You can actually vector them and have them kind of
right,
because they are in that higher consciousness. They can read what you're saying, what you're feeling. We're little ants for them in a lot of ways. They can look down on us like we would look down on ants.
Right, exactly. Right, yeah. Right. Welcome back, Omar. What are you doing there, brother?
Yeah, right on, brother. Thank you very much. Just sitting in the back reading comments and trying to recover myself. Our guest at 4:30, Ray Davis, unfortunately is not going to be able to make it. Just not feeling very well. So guys, focus your energy on all the people in the world that are suffering right now and are not doing well, and send them your energy and cover them with your light rainbow body and give them that healing energy that they need, so that they can become better. So thank you very much, my shaman brother. It's time for us to bring on our next speaker, Leonard O'Neill from Orion Rising. And I appreciate your time, brother. And I will message you, and you can just stay in the studio if you like, and just watch us right here. It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I got a few things I've got to do. Grandkids I got to chase right now, so.
Well, fun times.
I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, homie.
Much love.
And before I let you go, where can people find you?
Right down here, Aaron, www.psychicshaman333.com. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram. That's always Psychic Shaman 333, I think, for everything. This is my website, and it will take you to my website if you want to look at what I do. But Facebook, I do live streams all the time. And we've just started a podcast, the Pirate Cast, kind of an opposite of this one, but they're all,
yeah, we talk about everything
in many ways. Yeah. But yes, keep that energy up, people. Keep focusing that energy on healing ourselves, healing others around us, showing that love. It's a really important time that we all at least unite for certain goals.
That's right. Keep your eye on the Schumann resonance and see how much we affect that today. So let's keep a close eye on that as well. But on Shaman, thank you very much.
On that energy, let it flow through you. Allow it. All right, y'all. I'm gonna let you go. Much love. Have a good one.
Bye. Love you. All right. So our next guest is Leonard O'Neill. Our next guest, our MC, our guest, our speaker. We're going to get a download from Leonard until about 3:05, and then after that we have Eleanor Bayne coming on, and she has a fantastic download for us. So really looking forward to these next couple hours. And to answer Bob Kenter, welcome, brother, in the Watchers Talk chat room. Stephen and Evan Strong will be on at 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's about 3.5 hours from now. So I'm going to give the stage to you, Leonard, and it's up to you, brother. Take it away.
All right, good deal. Welcome, everybody. Some of you guys know who I am. Leonard O'Neill. Orion Rising is one of my podcasts. Just started a new podcast with Aaron, who was just on, called Skull Island. Not just him, but his wife, Norma, and Michael Pena from Brazil, a friend of ours. You guys should check us out. We'll be on tomorrow night at 4 p.m. West Coast America time. Okay, so everybody so far has been pretty much telling the same story, right? From different perspectives all the way through till now. And I'm going to expand on that. I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. People have been alluding to it. Neil Gaur got the closest. In fact, he mentioned it, but I didn't stop him. I would have loved to have right then to stop him and have him elaborate a little bit more, because he mentioned what I'm about to talk about. And this is part of the reality that people don't understand. And I'm also going to get into the temporal war and a lot of the stuff that people don't understand about that. Okay. So I'm going to talk fast because I only have less than 30 minutes here, right? So I'm going to talk fast, and then we'll take some questions and go from there. Okay. So I'm going to start with this. You had Neil Gaur when he was here from Portal to Ascension. He talked about how we tripped and we fell into this earth. That's close. That's close, but it's not 100% accurate. But in a proverbial sense, it kind of is. And let me explain why. Okay. You might have heard, if you've listened to people like Hancock, and you listen to people like Corey Good and people like Neil Gaur, and you hear them mentioning this. How other worlds and aliens see us as rock stars. We're like the heroes, and we're like, well, we're just lowly people from Earth. Well, that's what we believe. Here's the truth of reality. The truth of reality is that way back a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, right? Like, let's start with the Star Wars saga. We, as a people, not 100% of us that are here on the earth right now, because some of the people migrated here afterwards, and a lot of people have now come here to witness this. Okay. And what is this? I talked about what Eckhart Tolle said about what this is early on, if you guys were listening to that. What this is, we, the majority of the souls that occupy these avatars, are not from the third density. A good majority of the people that are here, including wanderers and walk-ins, are in fact from the 11th density. And a long time ago, in a far, far away galaxy, well, no, it was actually here in this galaxy, we looked for a place to do what we're doing now, even though the universe parallels this. When you come through as a soul and you become self-aware, you come to a third density planet, and then you have to go through these scenarios to then ascend and graduate. We, after doing all of that and going all the way up to the prefaces, how do you say that word? I'm saying it wrong, of joining back with the one, the all, we decided, a whole bunch of us, to come back down and descend to the third density, make it more difficult than normal, and hope that all of the negativity things that normally happen intervene so that we can have this experience. So when you hear in the political sense people talking about this experiment that is self-rule, the experiment that is America, the experiment that is any other country that is under self-rule now, is something that they allowed us to have and they can take away. That's a lie. That's a little bit of the lie that the devil's telling with, or a little bit of the truth that the devil's telling with the big lie. Okay, so the truth is, we came to this place, we created this place, and then we descended here as a species. That's how this place became. Were all these aliens coming down here and leaving their technology or their DNA? And yes, all of that was done prior to us coming here, and we found this place, and there's like 22 different alien species that is given this flesh body that we have, its DNA, to become this human. We came here and we moved into these bodies, and we're having this experience and all of these experiences here, knowing that we were volunteering to come back here to get mind wiped, just like wanderers do. And mostly they are wanderers. Okay, so we're coming back not only to help people that are here stuck, but to become stuck, to do all of this. But we still have the power of creation. We were gifted that because when we were created, the humans, We were created from the 11th density, not the 2nd to the 3rd. So that's why people see us as rock stars out there in the universe, because we're doing something that no one else has ever done. And we got ourselves stuck doing it. So then it took an intervention by the Godhead, by the hero character, by the Savior character. The last known name was Jesus Christ, Jesus. There was many before him, which was the same consciousness coming here to remind us of who and what we are, because we got ourselves stuck. We did it on purpose. So all of what we're going through, everything that we're doing here, guys, is actually unnecessary. But it has become necessary because we decided to do it. You, me, and everyone. Most of us had forgotten, because what happened is you had people that were evil who put themselves in the positions of power, and then they tried to eradicate the memory from us knowing that. So that was the temporal war. Okay, that was the first temporal war. We call it that now because prior to technology, in our reality and our perception, because mind you, you have to remember that only in the 3rd density is the timeline linear. So prior to our evolving to technology, we called this energy that was negative the devil, right? And that was created a few thousand years ago. And now that we have computers, all of a sudden it's morphed into this negative energy is now the AI God, okay? So that's because in this reality, what we don't realize is what we perceive past is past, present is now, and future is not happening yet. The truth is, it is. It's all happening now. We just don't perceive it that way, okay? So we're moving, our vibration is moving so close to the speed of light that everything is slowed down. Time is slowed down for us. So we're actually moving headlong, super fast in our vibration, even though we're vibrating at a low level of spirituality, okay? And so that's how time is stretched. That's why when people that are outside of this time or outside of this space try to calculate time and space here, they have a hard time because their concept of time is now. Do you understand that? So we put ourselves into this situation so that we would be here and have to get ourselves out of this situation, and we gave ourselves the tools. We've been talking about that all day. You even had prophets, Jesus, Moses, everything. Listen to everything that Neil said about looking within. Look at everything that everyone has said so far about looking within. Michael said everything is within. It's all a metaphor for within. And Jesus's words when he spoke were, the way to heaven is through me. He didn't mean through my physical body. He meant through what his teachings were. And his teachings were, you don't need to look without for a savior. You don't need to go to these boxes for God to hear you. You are. You understand? So we need to understand that we have that power of creation and that there is nothing that is above that. It's incorruptible. So because we've been touched by that power of creation, even though we're in the 3rd density, we still vibrate. We're still anchored in the 6th and then the higher stuff. You hear people talking about that. The subconscious, the superconscious, and then the superconscious, or however you want to call it, right? So your higher conscious, then your higher self is that self that we come from. So we come from that place. We're not here for the first time. Even if you have been here for the first time and you're one of those people, you probably have been here and recycled a few times anyways. It's rare that somebody would be popping in right now as a first soul, but it does happen because we've kept this place in that density to support 3rd density vibration. So that means anyone who graduates has to go through the normal cycle. So they're going to return to a human being in this particular place because this happens to be where they're from. Okay. So I don't know if that's making any sense to you guys, right? I'm going to check the chat here. I can't see the chat until I actually press on it, right? So I'm on my cell phone, so I don't see the chat. And over here, I don't have the chat up for YouTube. So if you guys have any questions, make sure that you ask them. And hopefully Omar or somebody will talk about and ask me the questions, because like I said, I can't see the chat.
I'm back here.
All good here, brother. People are intently listening, and all three chat rooms, all four chat rooms actually, and a lot of them agreeing with what you're saying. So yeah, just carry on, and if a question pops up, I'll toss it at you.
So yeah, you guys have a question, then pop it up there because I love doing Q&A. Okay, so we got ourselves into this fix. We need to help get ourselves out of this. Nobody's going to pick us up, right? Everything that can be done has been done. Why is that? Because we have free will. Because we have free will, nothing can be given to you. Do you understand that? Because nothing has been taken from you except for the knowledge. Michael talked about that. Omar talked about that. Everybody talked about that, right? So knowledge is the key to you. That's the key. That's the key to the door. Knowledge. So you have to put knowledge into your brain, and then that uplifts you, us, all of us individually, and then that exponentially to the all. Okay? So every little bit counts, even if you're not spiritual, even if you don't believe in a Godhead or anything like that. It doesn't matter. None of that is important. That's all conceptual reality in this conceptual world, which is the third density, which this avatar lives in, right? I don't live there. I'm just a projection in this avatar. I live up in the stars. I live as energy someplace else. But I'm anchored in this reality and many other realities as well. And we jump between them. And sometimes we don't remember that. Sometimes we think it's a dream. We go to sleep and we think we're in another place. And so we think that, wow, there's something going on, and this must have just been a dream. It was another reality that you went to. Do you understand? Sometimes it is just a dream, but that has to do with the whole Native American shaman dream walking and things. You'd have to learn that to understand that. Because you would learn to discern the difference between a piece of meat that went bad or something to your stomach, or like Omar drank some bad wine, or some wine that didn't settle with him, and you end up having a nightmare or something from that, or your mind is working on something and there's different. I don't want to go into that; it takes too long. That's why I said you should learn that, because that's a whole other show. I could spend 2 hours just explaining how the dreams work. Right? I've done that on my show before. So we work through things, but the only thing that we can do is I can show you tools. I can say, here's the key. You'll need this, right? And whether you believe me or not is your choice. So if you do and you take the key and you don't know what it's for, you've already taken the key, so you're holding on to that. That's the first step. That's you're asking questions, you're thinking, and so you're starting to gain knowledge, right? So knowledge is the key, right? And the door is the way out. You just have to then find the door. Well, what's the door? The door has been shown you by many, many peoples, right? Including all of these prophets. They keep showing you the door. The door is through them, through what they're saying, right? So hence Jesus said, the way to heaven is through me. He's the door. His knowledge is the door, not Jesus Christ. His knowledge, his spirituality, his way of thinking, and all the other prophets that go back in time. They all said the same thing, right? So it's the knowledge is the key. What you learn from the knowledge is you discover the door. Once you unlock the door and you walk through that door, those are the 8 doors that was referred to earlier. That's the beginning. Do you understand? That even goes back to the band, The Doors, from the 60s. They called themselves that because they understood that. The doors of the mind that you need to go transcend through. Right? As you ascend, you're going through each door, which is each layer of each learning cycle, which becomes an octave, which is a musical score, which is a tone, which is a light, which is your chakras. Do you understand? So you have the 9, right? The 9 chakras, the 8 chakras, the doors. You have it starts at the base root. The Kundalini energy goes up and comes out through the crown. All of that is metaphoric when we talk about when Michael talked about the pyramid and the king's chamber and the sarcophagus in the chamber and the coinciding with the pineal gland and then the milk and honey and the secretion. All of this stuff are all metaphors telling you the same story over and over and over. So I alluded to that before about the guru who was trying to become enlightened and be awake, and he spent all of his life trying to learn. And when he did, he realized it was just that simple. It was right there, staring him in the face, his entire existence. And it becomes that simple when you start to wake up. You go, it is in everything. It's everything. It is in everything. It's there. It's telling me what's going on, and I'm not seeing it. I don't see the spirals because the ones and the zeros and the zeros and the ones are getting in the way. Do you understand? So that is your pill. That's the red pill that you wake up, the metaphor for the Matrix with Neo. And then you can see the ones and the zeros and the zeros and the ones. That was him waking up in his mind's eye to actually see, third eye wide, to actually see what was going on. And so even in the movies, we're telling ourselves the same things. We just need to actually pay attention to ourselves and pay attention to what the universe is telling us. Because the universe itself is just crying out to us, because why? We created it. It is us. Do you understand? It is us. We are inside of our own mind. We are daydreaming. I am a piece of the one, so are you. We have fractured ourselves into many, many billions of pieces, and then crash landed ourselves down as far as we could go without losing our consciousness. And then we're having every infinite experience possible that we could possibly imagine and think of. Do you understand? So when people say you need to just wake up, well, the truth is we do, but it's only in your time when you're ready to wake up. Will you do that? Because the truth is, all of this is a simulation. All of this is the imagination of the one true creator, and we are that. Do you see? It's like the movie Dogma, when God went on vacation and was roller skating or rollerblading and fell down and hit his head and was in a coma, right? And then everybody tried to wreak havoc on the world while God was unconscious in a hospital somewhere as a John Doe, and nobody knew where God was until God woke up, and it turned out it was Alanis Morissette, and God was a female. That was brilliant, the way they wrote that. Brilliant, because there was prophecy happening throughout the entire movie, and it was the left behind, or just regular humans, that were in charge and going, wait a minute, I'm not any kind of prophet, I'm not this or that, and they bumbled backwardly into it. It was genius the way it was written. It's another one you should see. And it's funny, and it's witty, and at the end of it, if you don't get it, then that's okay, but if you do, it's almost a revelation. We have it in every book, in every song, in everything you see in nature. If you watch my show at the beginning, I show you a slideshow while my intro music is playing, and I show you the golden mean ratio, and I show you all of these spirals. It's in everything. It's a mathematical equation, and we've been trying to remind ourselves it's right there in front of us for us to see. Do you understand? You have to actually, then you just have to perceive it. So the truth is, no one is above anyone. I never judge anybody, because that's me. I was there, and I am there. That's where you hear people say, judge not lest ye be judged. Because when you judge someone, you are putting yourself in their position, and you're saying that person is bad, or that person is a bum, or that person is too loud, or whatever. And that's a reflection of you. You're judging yourself in their shoes. And that judgment is back on you, because you are that person. They're just an individual because of their individual experiences, but they come from the same mind you came from, and you are that person. And you were that person, and you will be that person at some point. We're all completely interchangeable. Ariel, welcome. Right? I know I have to look up like this, right? I got my bifocals on now, so I got to kick my head up to read the chat, the things that are popping up that you guys are putting on the screen. So some of you kind of are getting this, and everyone who has spoken today, I'm sure that everybody after me is going to be reiterating this in their way. Remember, we talked about that earlier, where each of us has our own way of seeing that. Michael just made sure to reference that, and I wanted to make sure to point that out. So we all are the same, even though we look different. We just choose this so that we have this semblance of individuality. The only way that we can truly be individual is that we have to imagine ourselves different from everyone else. If we all look the same, then we all go, well, we're all the same. So we don't look the same on purpose. We look different. We did that in design so that we would then be also stuck in these personalities and that's another puzzle for us to figure out. All of these things are just individual puzzles that we have put in front of ourselves as a game, a gambit to play, because we want to know every possible experience that could possibly happen. Infinite experiences. So we have to have infinite individuals so that they can have infinite experiences. And we create new experiences every time we interact with each other. We change our experience. I'm changing yours, you're changing mine. We've done this all day. We raise the vibration of all of us. And then we take all of this knowledge from all of us and we jam it into this place, right? And then we resonate that out to everyone who could possibly hear this, find this, see this anywhere in the ether, and it'll be there forever for anyone to tap into. And we're all a part of that. Do you understand? And there's other people doing this right now. As we speak around the world, there's other people doing exactly what we're doing in some guise. Painting, right? Aaron was talking about that. Playing the guitar, painting, shooting a gun, playing golf, throwing a football, right? Throwing a baseball, hitting a baseball. I love watching all of the sports because it's another way to see the competition that we've created that takes skill that you need to learn repeatedly over and over and over. I just watched Steph Curry last week hit the record for the most 3-point shots ever in the history of the NBA. He surpassed everybody, and now every 3-point shot that he is dropping, and he still has, I don't know, 5-10 years left in his career. He's just going up and up and up with that bracket because that's what he did. He changed the game. Before he came into the NBA, the average 3-point shot was about 4 per game, per team. Now it's like 35 and some teams higher. It goes up to almost 50. So in the 10 years that he's played basketball, 12 years that he's played basketball, it went from an average of 3 3-pointers shot or attempted per game to 50 per team, 35 to 45 on average. So the entire NBA and the sport changed because one man started making these 3-pointers all the time. And then everybody on the team started shooting them. And then it became fun because everybody was making them, right? That's the expression. That's the personal expression that each one of us can make that can make a difference and change the world. And it just starts with one little pebble dropped in the water. And that ripple goes out and it affects so many other people. Do you understand? So we did this. We created this scenario. We came here and we keep looking at all these, the old aliens. We are the aliens. We're them. They just live over there and over there and over there.
And over
no
here.
Difference between, over there. Yeah, there's no difference between, look, Rob's in Texas. Omar's in were you in Vancouver or up there in Canada? I'm in California. There's no difference between the distance between the three of us and people who live on say another planet in another solar system. They just live over there. You're thinking on a little teeny level like this on the Earth 150 years ago, the Japanese had never seen a person from Africa.
Very true. That would have been of an alien to them if they would have seen it because it was so foreign.
It was so foreign during World War II when the American troops, the African American troops, ended up out in the Pacific. The Japanese freaked out, and the Americans told them, "Those are our night fighters. You guys better look out because you can't see them at night, man." And they freaked on it. They didn't understand what to do. They never saw that before. When we went to Vietnam, the American soldiers, they called us long nose or monkey nose because they have that little teeny Asian nose and we had the big Italian noses and you know what I mean? And so they called us long noses because we were so much bigger than them and had this big old long nose. Jolly green giants is what they called us.
There was also an island in the South Pacific that when the American soldiers came through, they actually decided that they were gods because
they were gods.
Machines and the guns, and they had never seen any other civilization ever.
Yep. Yeah, and they created effigies of airplanes.
That are
waited for them.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty amazing.
There's an example, guys, of we are now those natives in this big sea or ocean that is the space, and there's aliens that are kind of making contact, and we're now freaked out and going, they must be gods. No, they're just other dudes that live over there, man.
Exactly. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Leonard. Really appreciate your download, brother. A lot of people have resonated with what you're saying in all of the chat rooms, Full Spectrum Universe, Watchers Talk, Forgotten Origins, the Out of Australia Theory, and right here in our private chat rooms. So thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate it. And with that being said, we're going to bring our next on. Eleanor Bayne. We've become good friends over the last little while. As you guys remember, she was at Total Disclosure and gave us a download on quantum consciousness and parasitical beings that are like attached to us and are sucking the energy out of us. So, I thought that it would be really appropriate to reach out to Eleanor for this equinox solstice event that we're having today, because really she'll connect all of the dots for us as we head further into our day and really what we've been talking about all day long. So thank you very much, Eleanor, for giving us your time, and I really appreciate it, sister. So I'll give the stage over to you, and it's all yours. I don't want to waste any minutes, because what you have to tell us is far more important than me just talking away.
Thank you so much, Omar. Thank you, Rob. Hi there to Leonard. And the first thing I want to do is just to acknowledge in this moment, connecting with all beings, all sentient life here on this planet, surface, subsurface, and astral. Every one of us who is placing our focus, our consciousness, and our love and our intentions as we move through this very special portal of the winter solstice of 2021. There have been many, many prophecies. Unfortunately, I didn't get to connect previously. I have been so busy today that I'm just bringing my full presence here to connect with you all and connect with everyone out there who is doing their prayers, who's doing their ceremonies, who's doing their out loud statements. And for everybody who's listening presently and will listen into the future, if we could just take a moment to go within. If we can take a moment to connect and to see and to co-create as a divine master, creative and co-creative beings that we are. We came through that birth canal, went through amnesia, and forgot who we are and what we are capable of. But we are waking up. And we can see each and every one of us right now in this moment actively, like a point of light. And each of us that is radiating this photonic and this plasmic light, this white magnetic light of the Creator, we become islands of light. And we are indeed creating and out-creating the inverted matrix, the mainstream structure, the mainframe structure of the inverted matrix, as we overlay with each breath that we take, with each thought, with each emotion, with each action, with each energetical signature frequency that we produce. We are indeed creating this cohesive divine matrix of light that overlays the inverted matrix. Just connect to the unity consciousness, to all forms of life on this planet now. Everything that has DNA, the mineral kingdoms, the crystals, we connect with our intention, our prayers as one unity consciousness, and allow them to echolocate through time spheres and through time and time-space equations, the animal kingdoms who are ascending with us, the human kingdoms, the elemental kingdoms. I want to acknowledge in heart space all of our sacred ancestors who had struggled and toiled, who had made their sacred prayers that this time would come. For no one knew exactly when the hour was, and exactly when the time was, and how this would be because we are creating it all as moment-to-moment masters on this ever-present, concentric sine wave of existence that we call the earth plane. I'd like us to connect for a moment to that version of ourselves that is outside of this matrix, that is outside of limitation, and connect to the truth of who we are. We are consciousness that is indeed limitless. We are indeed here now to heal ourselves, to reprogram all the false programming and the virus programming that we've had of lack of self-worth, of being small, of being little humans, of being slaves, of being victims, of being abandoned by God, of being betrayed by each other. In order to pass through the eye of the needle at this time, you're being asked to clear out all the 4 chambers of our hearts. You give the command to your body, your mind, your emotional body, all aspects of your consciousness, your energy fields, your quantum field, and your Akashic record to delete all programs now of fear, of doubt. We doubt ourselves, we doubt each other, we doubt the universe, we doubt God. Those are just false programs that were overlaid, some from the actual skin suit that we are in, some from our own experiences through our journey across time-space and time-space equations. We stand here with the Olympian torch to bear at this time. And one of the focuses of the winter solstice of 2021 was Uluru. And we can say that Uluru is the solar plexus, the chakra solar plexus point of the planet. And connect to our own solar plexus, which color is gold or yellow, and the frequencies like the sun. Our solar plexus is responsible for our willpower. Our willpower to be aware in each moment of what is influencing us. It is very easy to know what is influencing us. Any voice that berates you, judges you, puts you down, puts others down, any of the voices that create the internal or external battles, they are not the voice of our higher aspects of our consciousness and the voices of higher consciousness beings. We ask now that the winds that blow across this planet, the astral winds, we ask the forces of creation and the elemental beings to assist us, to release all now that is no longer serving us. Release the struggle. Release the struggle, the internal and external struggle. Release the belief that it has to be hard. Because if we continue to focus on the battle, we will continue to create the timeline where we are battling each other. We're here as the cure. We are the living algorithm. We are the code. We are the universal, immortal, eternal code that is, in fact, the antidote and the remedy to the Armageddon timeline. We contain within us holographically the codes to paradise. All of the dimensions exist here now. They're not somewhere else. Allow yourself to open your frequencies and activate all aspects of your consciousness. To forgive yourself for error, to forgive each other, and to light the candle of a new era of time, the era of Homo Luminous. We can indeed glow. We start to glow. This divine matrix of light dissolves the inverted matrix and all its artificial structures. I want to talk a minute about the inverted matrix, the artificial intelligence, the artificial sentience, and the launch of the meta universe. I had a vision, an experience in 2016. I really want to assist those because we are being inundated and bombarded from both sides with fear and concern as we move into this new era of time with the metaverse and with virtual reality. But do remember, even this that seems real and solid, if we were to take every single human on the entire planet and take out the empty space and reduce it to actual mass, all humans would only account for something the size of a sugar cube. In this vision, there was a large flat screen TV looking device in my home. And there are all terrible things happening on this flat screen TV. And I had the experience where myself and others, we jumped through the screen. We jumped right through the screen. And we brought our love, our photonic and plasmic light that can change the equation. Please remember the truth. The observer changes the observed. We are not helpless victims on this planet. We are master creators that are limitless. And just like they talk about this virus that's going around, we are indeed the cure. We are the love virus. We are the highest frequency that cannot be trumped by any technology. We enter the age of super technology because we're being asked to remember and to activate our own I am technology as not super technology, but the supreme technology. To stand here on this portal day. Many souls are waiting for the event. I want to let everyone know you are the event. You are the portal. Each and every one of us. It is only a matter of so-called time.
Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. Put my camera on. Sorry.
That's okay because I had just completed that stream. So that was probably perfect timing.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was still I was not in the studio, and I went down here to erase. Somebody was talking in the chat to me, and I hit that, and it went to the X, and my finger hit the camera button at the same time.
That's no problem. That's no problem at all. So the other thing that I had prepared, I had really wanted to do, I think, Omar, you had said that the previous speaker had done a meditation. But I actually wanted to share. I want to do a guided meditation for the winter solstice. Would that be okay, Omar?
Yeah, let's do it. I was saying that earlier that our next speaker is not feeling very well, and I wanted to do a meditation to send healing health to everyone on the planet that's not feeling well right now and going through whatever illnesses that may be. So yeah, that's beautiful, Eleanor. Let's do it.
Okay, because on that note, just to let everybody out there know something really, really important as it relates to health at this time. I don't know about, you can please give me some feedback, but over the last month, I've had the most intense ascension symptoms that I've ever had. I mean, really, really intense physical manifestations. And, you know, we are going through this death and rebirth process because what is very, very unique about the process that we are in right now is that we are expanding in consciousness, we are activating, we are ascending, we're doing this vertical ascension. But in this case, this is the first time I'm aware of, and I think quite a number of people, that we do not have to die in order to grow spiritually and to make a quantum leap in our consciousness at an individual and collective and planetary and solar logos galactic level. We are making this ascension while in our body. So there's a lot of things that can be going on. If you're having a lot of health issues, I just want to give this because I utilize this very frequently when I don't feel well, and it consistently works for me no matter what these symptoms are. So in terms of when you're having certain symptoms, of course, you have to do what you need to do physically, whatever supplements, whatever processes you need to take. And of course, a very important part is to remember that our consciousness, our mind, is connected to our body. We have a smart body. We have an innate body. So sometimes we just have to write out these ascension symptoms. They're happening for different reasons, and they're happening in different ways for different persons. But if I go into a place where I'm not feeling well, and I just literally have too much to do, I will say, call upon, I say, I, Eleanor Lydia Bayne, call upon my mighty I Am presence to merge with me, enacting 100% sovereignty of my being in this and every now moment. I'm connected to God Source Absolute. I now give the command to my smart body, to my innate body, to my cellular structure, to all aspects of my biology, my chemistry, my physics, all aspects of my energy fields. I now upgrade to my fifth dimensional chakra system, energy system, and light body system. I now break all contracts, vows, and agreements that allow any disease, virus, bacteria, parasite, any illness on any level. I do not give consent to have you in my reality. I ask my immune system and my smart body to now transmute and transform this matter out of my physical body and out of my energy bodies. I do not consent to disease. I consent to this ascension process in the changing energetics of Earth to go as smoothly and seamlessly. I call in my awareness and intuition to anything that I may need to assist my healing and well-being. I delete all programs of needing to be ill or to die in order to gain attention or to grow spiritually or to disassociate from any aspect of my purpose and my passion in this lifetime now. So be it, and so it is. And I don't know, Omar, if you wanted to ask everyone just to, if you want to call the person's name, or we can just spend a moment sending that individual that healing energy of miracles and grace, because actually this is the main focus of this winter solstice and going into 2022 is the focus for all of us using our willpower to the manifestation of miracles and grace. You know, we've been wanting a lot of things, but miracles and grace are very possible, especially if we come together as collectives to send focused intention to co-create these miracles and grace of the changes and the shifts that we want to see on this planet, seen and unseen. I ask for healing. In the sovereignty through my higher self, I ask for permission to the higher selves of other sentient beings for grace and miracles for all those experiencing disease and illnesses. May they be able to move through these and transmute and transform any dense, stuck energy, thoughts and emotions, any projections, and send back any projections being sent to them that are intended to harm them. May they simply be returned to their source now. Okay, so I'm going to start to go into the meditation now. And I want to know if you all can hear the frequencies that are playing in the background. This is very important that you can hear them while I'm doing the meditation.
I can hear
Rob,
very slightly, yeah.
all right, let me just turn it up a little bit so that we're able to have that. 1 second.
That was powerful, guys. When I had my hand out, I could like literally feel the energy leaving my palms. I could feel my palms pulsating as I was thinking of my friend's name, Ray Davis and April Davis. It was just amazing that I was feeling the energy in my body moving around, giving me goosebumps all over, and just feeling that energy moving up my spine and through my hands. That was incredible. Thank you, Eleanor.
Yeah, and that's the way that Reiki energy works as well. You channel it through your body and out through your hands, but not just people who are Reiki masters or Reiki practitioners can do that because it is a natural thing. Eckhart Tolle talks about that. And sometimes when people say about that, he'll smile and say, "Feel the energy in your palms," right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we can hear it now, Eleanor.
Okay, perfect. So this particular frequency is the self-fraggy frequencies at 372 hertz, and these are delta brainwaves by Ted Winslow. So just want to introduce a little bit about this meditation. This is to access your sacred soul consciousness realm with SoundSync Tech frequencies.
People in the audience are saying they can't hear the frequency or the music. I can hear it slightly myself.
Okay, let me just turn it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I can hear it, but it is slight. So I think for them it might be, depends on whether they have speakers or headphones.
Right. And I'm only using, I got these especially because the crickets, Rob can tell you at the last presentation I did with Rob, the crickets here where I am, because I'm in a forest, are so loud that I wanted to wear the headphones so that it kind of blocks that out. Is that better now?
I remember that. The frequency of that was amazing. I was like, what is that in the background? And then Rob said it was crickets. And I was like, hoo-wah.
Yeah, benevolent insectoids.
Yeah.
We had the same thing on my show from Miguel Pena, who's in Brazil. He lives in the forest of Brazil, and he broadcasts from out on his patio. So same thing. We're sitting there. Someone in the crowd says, is that crickets in the background? He says, yeah, I'm outside, guys. What are you going to do?
Oh, that's beautiful. Yes, we all have the ability. We can self-initiate ourselves. Guys, limitation is just an imitation of the truth. We are really here to stand to clear anything, any of these programs that are creating limitation in our lives for whatever reason now. We don't need karma. We don't need drama. We don't need battle. We need to be divine master creators that are creating from that frequency of love that dissolves anything that is of a lower frequency. It must entrain. So any of the other stages of consciousness, it's like those balls that you drop, the Newtonian balls. Once you have a higher frequency or you have more momentum, everything else has to start to entrain. And once the collective consciousness reaches a certain level, the rest is just going to pull through. And we are in this event horizon. We are in it all now. It's just to be gentle with ourselves, but still strong with ourselves. and be loving with ourselves and each other while maintaining very, very strong boundaries on all levels of our consciousness and our reality. So here we go. Welcome to this winter solstice group regression. My name is Eleanor Bayne, and I'm a level 4 practitioner with the WellPoint Hypnosis System. The theme of tonight's event is Access Your Sacred Soul Consciousness Realm with 372 Hertz brainwave frequencies for the winter solstice. This group regression is a sample of the WellPoint Hypnosis Method System and workshops, and I invite you to experience this with me. Thank you all for coming, and I want to just provide you with a little background information before we get started. The WellPoint Hypnosis Method has been in research and development for the past 10 years. However, it is an amalgamation of over 50 years of combined work in energy medicine, meditation, past life regression, subconscious mind reprogramming, brainwave entrainment, and sound frequency fields. WellPoint Hypnosis Method is not traditional hypnotherapy. It is a spiritual hypnosis, quantum hypnosis technique utilizing customized sound sync tech frequencies to access the quantum field within, using alpha, theta, delta brainwave states, which may facilitate a self-healing experience. Each year, people gather around the world at the winter solstice to celebrate the Earth's alignment to the sun, which opens up us to beautiful spiritual energies. This is a time of reflection and gratitude on the shortest day and the longest night of the year. The connection to the divine consciousness within and the divine consciousness without that permeates all of creation. The cosmic illumination and opportunity to experience 0 point energy, the unified field of consciousness, is truly a sacred journey. During the winter solstice, it is a time of rebirth and transformation, to acknowledge our shadow, heal our wounds, release old thought patterns and programs and belief systems, and align with our light to illuminate our highest potential. Take the quantum leap and be in the energy of receiving the healing you desire and expanding your consciousness during this beautiful time. As a WellPoint Method practitioner, I am your guide to your own self-awareness and soul awakening to facilitate the reality you would like to create in your life and indeed on this planet. In this winter solstice regression, you will peacefully journey with your soul consciousness realm and receive information through connecting with your subconscious mind, unconscious mind, the universal mind, and the unified field of consciousness, while being supported with the healing sound sync tech brainwave frequencies. Just enjoy the process. Try not to think about if you were doing it right. Just relax. Allow your conscious mind to receive and see what happens. Group events are a lot of fun because even though we are here virtually, we are all still virtually together, enjoying a non-judgmental, sacred space and bathing in the solfeggio sound healing frequency. True transformation can be easy and effortless while relaxing to the healing frequencies as you reprogram your subconscious mind, opening up to wonderful possibilities. Now, let us access your sacred soul consciousness realm. Find a relaxing and comfortable place to sit down or lie down. As you adjust your body, find your comfortable spot. Enjoy the frequencies as they bring in peace and tranquility to your room. Bring yourself into a relaxed and peaceful place. Listen to what your body prefers. Once you have found a comfortable position, close your eyes. Take a deep breath and let go for just a moment. As you breathe, become aware of your body and feel it connect and ground into our beautiful, sacred, sentient Mother Earth. A beautiful Gaia, her heart flickering and flickering. Imagine yourself sinking into the cool earth. Your body is becoming heavier and feeling more comfortable and more relaxed. feeling grounded and at peace, connecting to the healing earth energies. As you relax, you may set an intention for this winter solstice experience. You may want to ask a question. Focus on a goal. You might want to ask for a gift. Yes, you are free to ask to be gifted something, something that you need, that you want, that you desire, that you are worthy, so worthy of receiving at this time. Be creative. This is your time. There are no requirements for even setting an intention. You might just feel like you want to just let go and receive whatever your soul would like to show you. You may just want to have fun and be present with whatever adventure awaits. This is all for you. Breathing and relaxing, enjoying the healing delta brainwave frequencies as they relax. Let down all the muscles in your body. Release all the stresses, all the strains. Release all the pressure of 2021. Release, release. Relax your mind, your body, and your spirit. Taking deeper and deeper. Feeling more and more comfortable. Breathing in the relaxation. Let down, let down. Give a command to all aspects of your body to let down. Imagine now the warm glow of a peaceful fire in a cozy fireplace. The warmth wrapping around you like a comforting blanket. Feel the warmth surrounding you. The warmth is caressing your skin. And breathe in the light and the healing solstice delta frequencies. Relaxing and breathing. Allow yourself to feel and imagine feeling the loving, golden, divine consciousness filling your room and the room of everyone in this meditation. Imagining the golden winter solstice energies flowing now, flowing right through your body and your mind as you breathe in the healing golden light. Powerful energies of the winter solstice light are available to you now. The sound frequencies surround and fill you with peaceful relaxation to help you make the most of the solstice energies here and now. As you continue to keep your eyes closed, imagine that light is within you, shining as brightly as a blazing star in your heart center. With each breath, this light grows without effort, illuminating your entire body from the inside, shining and glowing. Breathe deeply into your body and feel the warmth of your own light, nurturing and soothing your soul as this golden light fills up your entire body. Imagine it extending all around you, filling up the room, breathing into it as it now grows larger and larger, expanding. This light, your light, fills the entire planet, now out to the cosmos. Now you are becoming more and more relaxed as you are feeling your consciousness let go and feeling good as you trust your loving soul consciousness, your true essence. You are peace, tranquility, empowerment, and love. Your soul consciousness realm takes such good care of you. It is a sacred space where your subconscious mind, your soul, higher self, and your superconscious mind all reside here for your highest good. Imagine yourself in a beautiful place, laying on the ground in complete warmth and comfort, admiring the stars. The night sky is crisp and clear. You are in awe of the beauty of the stars as you feel your gaze move to one star. As you gently focus on the loving energy of this star, you feel your consciousness move towards it, feeling happy as you effortlessly move toward this beautiful star far, far away, feeling lighter and lighter as you move up toward the star, as you float away easily and comfortably, feeling good. Up, up, up. Now surrounded by a loving golden light. Up, up. Relax. Feeling good. As I count you from 1 to 3, you will find yourself in another place, another time, another experience, but now in another realm that your soul consciousness has guided you. Feeling good, breathing and allowing, feeling good. 1, 2, 3. You are now in the spirit realm. You have access to any information you desire during this beautiful time connected to your soul consciousness. This is a gift, a mystical experience for you to have during the solstice. Feel free now to discover and explore this place and notice how you feel. What do you see? What do you feel? Who is there? Where do you go? And what do you know in this place? You can do anything you would like here. What would you like to do? What information would you like to discover? You can ask for healing for yourself, an answer, a gift, a connection to a mystical being. You can ask for assistance to help to find things out that will help you in this life. You have the power to choose whatever experience you would like here. Take a moment to enjoy this connection if you choose. What happens next? Connect to those that you choose to connect with here. Take a moment to explore. Does the place change? You can decide to go somewhere else. See something else. Feel or know something different. Take the time to discover. Take some time to observe. What do you see? Slowly disconnect as you finish up your visit here. Taking 3 deep breaths as you move away from this place, experience and observation. Breathing and disconnecting as you are now far, far away. Now, with a soft gaze, look up to the star. This is your star, the beautiful golden, divine energy. Give love and gratitude on this day of the solstice. Taking a moment to gaze at the beautiful light of the star, receiving the loving energy that you are so very worthy to receive. Enjoy and be present with the love and the life force energy, the golden consciousness energy you are receiving now from the cosmos, healing and repairing all distortion and all disharmonic frequencies in your own consciousness, and coming in to your original soul signature frequency now, free of all disharmonic frequencies. Now gently take your gaze down, down away from the star, and look down in your hands. You will see a gift from the consciousness of the cosmos. Take some time to open the gift and receive the knowledge, healing, and all other gifts from the divine consciousness to you on this solstice. This is a day of honoring you. This is a day of honoring all on planet Earth as we send waves of this golden consciousness to wash away all that is in distortion, all that is disharmonic and out of harmony with the divine creator at this time, as we wash away all the stories of good and evil, as we become creators and co-creators of a new book, a new era of light, a new chapter in time. Wash away all limitations. Wash away all that blocks the divine source of love through you. As we honor each other, we honor all forms of life on this planet. We honor our journey. We honor all of our victories in this and all lifetimes. We honor all prayers we have ever made. We honor all the prayers that have ever been made. We ask them now to unify and echo in a sonic boom to creation, to change this time-space equation to the paradise timeline, to the will of God of miracles and grace, as we divine master creators and co-creators joyfully transform this reality. Now with a soft gaze, look up to the star, giving loving gratitude for these beautiful gifts from the divine consciousness, the all. Enjoy for a moment the love and life force energy that is always available, flowing through you. Let it refill all exhaustion, overwhelm, stress, and burnout. Let it repair or renew all aspects of your neural network and your nervous system. You may now ask a question of the divine cosmic consciousness about your gift. Allow yourself effortlessly to hear the answer and the insight on how to use this gift. Take a moment to connect and receive fully this gift you have been given. Now gently take your gaze down, 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 away from the star, away from the loving, golden, divine consciousness, and look down in your hands, and you will see a gift from you, a gift from your own loving soul consciousness on this winter solstice 2021. You have been given a gift that you so lovingly deserve from your higher self. Take some time to open and receive the knowledge, healing, or other gifts from your true self, the divine self, on this solstice, this day of honoring and celebrating. If you would like to ask a question to your soul consciousness about your gift, you may do so. Sometimes the answer will come in later, in a dream, in a download, a moment, a deja vu, a synchronicity, or an intuitive message. Take a moment as you send love to yourself. Acknowledge all of your victories. Acknowledge all of your beautiful, beautiful self. The divine self and your human self. You have been on so many journeys, and your soul consciousness has always been there for you, giving love and gratitude now for these beautiful gifts from your soul consciousness. And with these gifts in our arms, each of us light up. We light up as islands of light across this planet as we anchor in the light codes of our soul consciousness, of our higher selves, to recode, reprogram, and transmute and transform this world lovingly with strength and pride and empowerment and health and inspiration and unity consciousness. The great mystery, creating synchronicities that no artificial system, no force can be prepared or deter or stop. We allow the highest version of ourselves to become active in our DNA. Allow all of our gifts and abilities and memories to activate. We allow our crystalline diamond DNA structure now to activate and take form. We are these diamond, crystal, rainbow, solar, celestial beings with the strength of lions and the innocence of the purest child. You have strength and grace and softness and joy and endurance. Connect for a moment with the future version of yourself who is on the other side of this event horizon wave we are in. Connect with the future version and feel in every cell of your body. Access the future memory of the moment it happened, the liberation of human consciousness on this planet. We all sing in unity, in harmonic resonance. We are free. We were born of love. We are love. And we can never ever be anything but love. There is no force that is greater than love. As you feel yourself floating away, you allow yourself now to disconnect from the scenes, the beings and experiences. As you allow yourself to completely and effortlessly disconnect, you are now feeling good and relaxed, healed, renewed, regenerated, and inspired. Now coming back to this time, back to this space, back from the experience. Gently breathing, relaxing. As you bring your awareness back into your body, into this time, this space, feeling relaxed, taking a moment now to focus on the healing delta frequency music, wrapping you in a peaceful and relaxed state, allowing your body to drink up the healing frequencies, bringing you into a balanced state. Your soul records have been updated from this healing journey and the beautiful gifts that you have received during the sacred winter solstice energies. There will be no residual mental, emotional, or physical effects in any way from accessing your sacred soul consciousness realm and journey with the winter solstice. I now ask your conscious awareness to be present, feeling refreshed and renewed, feeling good. Start by taking 3 deep breaths. As you breathe through your nose, breathe through your crown, and allow the chi and life force to breathe in and out and up and down your spinal column, bringing into balance and alignment your parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system, and activating your cranial sacral pulse. Moving your toes and feet slowly, moving your hands, taking a deep breath, a gentle stretch. Slowly take a deeper stretch and rise up gently into a sitting position. Now please, everyone out there, take a few moments. You may want to journal, jot down, draw, or even make a voice note of what you experienced. Just take the next few minutes quietly and drink some water to ground yourself. And I hope that you have enjoyed accessing your sacred soul consciousness realm with the 370 Hertz sound sync tech for the winter solstice. As everybody comes back, even Omar and Rob, just take a moment. Just gonna visualize all of us as these islands of light on this planet. All of us who are anyone out there who is doing their great work, their prayers, their intentions, their healing, and sending the divine energy and their human energy as we shift and transform this planet as moment-to-moment masters. We send healing and love to all those in healing and love and grace and miracles. We all ask collectively for grace and miracles in our life and as a collective. And whenever anyone, Rob, Omar, or any other one of the speakers, whenever you're ready to maybe share a little bit about your experience, there's no rush. Take your time.
Whew. That was intense on so many levels. I was just completely enthralled. It took me a minute to come back. I was like, well, I'm coming back, and you stopped, and I'm like, I don't know if we're done, but it's taken me a moment to get back into the frame of mind, because we've been doing this for a while today already, and it's just, I feel like a fifth wind. Boom! Like I'm ready to rock and roll. It really is. That was intense.
Glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad. I'm so happy you enjoyed it.
That was good.
Messaging me personally, going, whoa, who is this? That is intense. One person said to me, I feel like I was lifted up off my feet, floating in the air. And I'm like, you were.
Your consciousness was growing as we spoke.
Yeah, right? Yeah,
I really like that. The few minutes that I did meditate here, because I was trying to keep an eye on porn posters and stuff in our community, and didn't want that in our sacred space. So I was keeping an eye on that and blocking some posters and meditating at the same time, and keeping an eye on the Schumann resonance. And I have to say, through the meditation for the second time, I had felt like energy was going right through me, and my body was all tingly, and my palms right here, right in the center, they were like a heartbeat that was pulsating. And then I felt that towards the end, it almost felt like there was a stream of energy just coming out of my hand as I was sitting here like this. And even now, I can still feel it, and it's really amazing, and it rejuvenated me, that's for sure. The energy just coming through me and tingling and just refreshing every atom in my body. So that was really nice, and I was focusing on Uluru while I had my eyes closed, and I was like this, and sending my energy there to the navel of the planet, and visualizing what I would like to see in this new paradigm shift and this new energetic shift that we're going towards. A world of love and abundance and acceptance.
Yes, let's talk about, let's voice that. Let's really echo the world we want to see, because just the easiest way is like, if you look at nature, if you imagine a beautiful ecosystem, a natural paradise, everything is working interdependently. Okay, we don't judge when things rot or a tree falls down. There's just an organic interdependence. If we can imagine our human commerce and our human sentient interactions, just this one beautiful ecosystem of interdependent. We are interdependent. We're each infinite infinities in a sea of infinite infinities, and we're all still separate but completely interdependent. And you want to add, Omar, the things that you really want to see. Clean water, clean air, no more poisoning of our food, no more poisoning of our water, no more poisoning of our air, no more poisoning of our minds, no more illegal technology to target people, no more dense, disharmonic technology, no more media control. We want to see that those in positions of power miraculously have a change of heart. That light touches them in a way they have nothing left. They have nothing left. When you feel touched by that light and that love, it dissolves all the other crap out of you. It really does. You see people coming forward, leaders of the world being motivated, feeling that love and that care and that guardianship for themselves and for each other, forgiving themselves, forgiving each other. We see that things are exposed. We see that those who need to maybe be imprisoned because they're not supposed to be in the public at this time. We see the dark magicians and the controllers behind the curtain of the Wizard of Oz being exposed for who they are, and that they don't have, their power is taken away. They simply do not have the power to manipulate, distort, pervert, dominate, destroy, harvest, or any aspect of any of us or any of our consciousness anymore.
I also want to see the world in my future where the the indigenous people have healed from their traumas and
Yes,
have moved forward, and we've
yes.
all have become friends, family mates, and if anything, that's what I would like to see the most. It's because of the trauma that the indigenous have suffered at the hands of human beings for the last few hundred years has it's been very traumatizing, not only to them but to whole of humanity as well. Because their trauma is like quantum entanglement. If it happens to one, it happens to everyone. So that's what I would like to see. One thing foremost, number one on my list would be that.
I would like to see all aspects, seen and unseen, any being who is under any sovereign free will choice or manipulation, that no children are harmed, that our innocent children are let free, that there's remove these Satanists are stopped in their tracks. Our children have the right to be the innocent divine beings. The children are the closest frequency to God. And that frequency becomes so bright that it is impossible to harm them. It becomes impossible. And that all those networks are apprehended and taken down.
Thank you, Eleanor. Will you do a closing prayer for us to bring in
Sure.
our next guest, who will be speaking about the connection of the moon energy and the solstice and equinox? And this John Shaughnessy, as you guys know, is a good friend of Watcher Talk, and we're about to get an epic download from him. And what appropriate way to have a closing prayer to bring in John Shaughnessy, and after that, Stephen and Evan Strong, and it really quantifies the evening. We have Carrie-Anne coming on pretty quick, and she's going to give us meditation. And let's do that.
Okay, so in closing, I'd like to thank everyone. I really would like to thank Omar and Rob for all of your efforts over the 2021, and Leonard. We all know how much energy and focus and dedication. And this just being present means you have to be mastering yourself all the time, all the time, all the time. I want to give a prayer to every soul out there that is on their awakening and ascending journey, to please love yourself and trust yourself. Don't doubt yourself. Be kind to yourself. And don't be afraid to ask for love and support and healing. We all need to be here for each other right now. Don't be afraid to reach out and say, hey, I'm not feeling so good today. Could you give me, some kind word of advice? Could you give me some good energy? Lesson, love to all those who we call the bad characters on this planet. That the light that is ever present penetrates their soul, and they have a change of mind and a change of heart, and that the great mystery can turn and twist things so that the continuation and the unfoldment of peace, abundance, and paradise on earth continues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you. That was beautiful. Really appreciate it, my sister. I'll be in contact with you over the couple of next days. Happy solstice to you, and thank you so much. And you're going to be panel coming up here in about a couple hours as well, right? Or do you have time for that?
Well, we'll see, because that will be 12 o'clock my time.
Yeah, I kind of.
And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep it streamed. I'm going to actually see. I do have a good bit of energy right now, so let me just keep it open and see. But I will keep the stream going now. And thank you so much again.
Love you,
wonderful.
Eleanor.
Thank you, Eleanor. Love you. See you next time.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Where's John hiding? There he is. I see John.
People, how's it going?
Where is John?
There's my man, John Shaughnessy. Beautiful guy. He's a friend of Watchers Talk. No introduction needed if you guys don't know him. John Shaughnessy, Pyramid Gravity Force. There's something about the moon.
If you don't know him, you've been living under a rock.
That's right.
sure.
I was going to say exactly that, Rob. They must be living under a rock if they don't know Jean Shaughnessy.
He's a philosopher. He's a lecturer. He's a author. He's a original thinker. He's a free thinker, and he has a lot of love to share. So
He's an
I'm looking
all-around
forward
good
to
dude.
the download that John has to give us today about the winter solstice and how the moon energy affects us, and how the moon energy is connected with the solstice and all of that groovy stuff. So really looking forward to that. So John, I'm going to give you the stage, my brother, and as questions come up, I'll jump in, or one of us will jump in and toss those at you.
All right. Well, thanks again for bringing me on the show as usual. Appreciate it. It's always good to touch base with everybody. Yeah, it's it's a special day. It's a hard act to follow. Eleanor there. That was really very spiritual and quieted the squirrels in my head anyway. So I really appreciate that. And with that in mind, it's kind of it's just a another trip around the sun, as they say, right? The winter solstice in the northern hemisphere and the summer solstice in the southern hemisphere. So we're actually closest to the sun right now. The Earth is, anyways, in the wintertime. And the energies are there. We just had the full moon on the 18th. That was especially strong. I don't know why, but I was losing like the last 2 or 3 days of just losing sleep. Just just waking up in the middle of the night and looking out the window, or just looking at the curtains on the window. It looked like it was daytime out there. It's just the light of the moon was just so powerful. We had a lot of clear skies, and you could see the stars up there and everything like that. So, it's a special time of year. I think the most phenomenal place that I've been during a winter solstice was at Stonehenge. I think it was it might have been 2017, 2018, not too sure, but I was there, and it was also a full moon on the same day. So it was a really a nice rare treat. And you could look at the heel stone and see the alignments come in, and then the sunset went down. We had the sun went down, and then the moon started to rise above it, and it was really kind of odd because we had to actually start leaving the park. I forget what the time was there, but it was before, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me! This is like one of the most amazing astronomical alignments that we have when you have a full moon and a solstice. So anyways, we held out. I was with my co-author Wendy, and we held out for as long as we could, and then we ended up getting some pictures and everything. But prior to about 2.5 hours before the moonrise, the sun was still up, and it was just starting to set down. The sky was still lit, and there was low clouds right over the trilithons on at Stonehenge. And it was actually pulling the clouds down, down in like vertical columns right over the largest stones. And if you look at the gravitational energies, the gravitational field of the moon actually starts affecting your location about an hour before you actually see the moon rise. Hour and a half. So, at any given moment of any particular day of the year, the moon has always a grip of the Earth of a 3,000-foot diameter. It's got just a big hold, planet here, and my hand will be the moon. I mean, it's like 3,000 mile torque. So if you can imagine when the planet rotates into the moon's gravitational field, that 3,000 miles is way ahead of the actual light of the moon, or the physical visible observation of the moon that you'll get. So you're about an hour and a half some places. Depends on where you are, but yeah, it was just fascinating just to see it all play out. It was very intense moment, and that kind of it brings you back to the roots of our cultures today. Is like these were very important days of the year. Like right now it's all downhill to spring. That's the way I look at it. It's like it's the sun just marching down the sky. You watch it march down. You look at it every couple of weeks. I do, and I got certain shadows in my house and sun markings. So every year I'll look at the time I made the markings. It'll be on the floor, a door, a picture on the wall. When the sun goes by, it hits it. So it's feedback for me, so I can see whether or not the Earth is tilting, and if it is tilting, by how much. So it's like a big feedback, and that's why you have all these standing stones around these megaliths. It's because that's what they were doing. They were really marking keeping an eye on the tilt, because I think during the Ice Age, or coming out of the Ice Age, the tilt's a little bit more erratic, there's a little bit more moving and oscillation going on, and that drastically affects the weather on Earth. So you'll see the shadows from an obelisk, say. You'll see an obelisk, and they'll have places where they'll mark the sun. St. Peter's Square in Rome. That's one of the most sophisticated sundials on the planet. So they're also keeping an eye out for the tilt, also, and other places around the Earth. These are I got two granite thrones that I made in my backyard. I don't have a picture of them, but they go right into the grade. I mean, they're grounded seats, and you can, one's in the east and one's in the west, and I got a fire pit in the middle. So I'll sit on that, and I'll watch the moon come up or the sun go down, or vice versa. And it's just a great place to meditate and get connected with the Earth. Just any way you can. Take your shoes off. I mean, it's kind of cool up here in the Northeast right now, but walking in the ocean with your bare feet, just connecting with the whole ocean, every life form in the ocean, and just meld with the whole planet, the whole life force, and that empowers you. And it's like your previous speaker was talking about. Dealing with the dark entities and energies on the planet. That's one way to combat it, and or at least neutralize it. Shouldn't use the word combat. You don't want to, get down to their level of existence, which I've done many times. So you don't have to go. I've done it for you. But anyways, going full circle. These are it's a special day, and it's kind of like. Just reset the clock, reset your biorhythms, and just get in tune with nature and yourself, and just keep on trucking along, I guess. That all being said, it's kind of there's really not much. It's an alignment. It's a powerful alignment, and just being 3 days off, we still got the. You still get the, full moon, light coming up just later and later at night. So you get a lot of light still from that moon. And, the sun's very special. And, it's like, it keeps us all alive. It is the lifeblood of the planet. I mean, it's the life force, rather. No sun, no life. So it's all good to, mentally, spiritually get in touch with the sun. And thank it for what it does. You know what I mean? It's a living entity. We are, each individual is the center of the universe, because that's where we actually, that's the control center. Your mind is the control center from which you view the universe. And, it's one way of connecting with it is through the sun and the solar system and the planets and everything. So, that all being said, it's kind of, it's a day to reflect on spirituality and, mental health, and, maybe get climb back up to higher ground. If you're up at higher ground, watch out for the pitfalls that take you back down again. I've learned over the years, don't tell anybody you're doing good, because somebody will come and knock you off your pedestal. So yeah, you gotta keep it to yourself, anyways.
Isn't that the truth, John?
Yeah. Somebody finds out you're doing good, watch out. So it's all good. It's like it's just part of a learning process.
The old Archon comes knocking on the door. Oh, I heard you're doing good.
Yeah. Come up and kick you in the shin, or something,
Right. Well, what's worse is you let them know that you're feeling bad, and then they come after you even worse, right?
Yeah, right.
Dingo, right?
Yeah, right. Kick him when he's down, right? Yeah. So yeah, right on the money, man. It's just it's a dance, staying on the beam, staying on the rail, walking a tightrope, just balance. And it's like it's a Native American proverb is like, you get two wolves in you, and and one's dark and evil, and the other one's good and spiritual. And it's up to you what you feed it. Whoever you're feeding, you're feeding the dark one or the light one.
Yeah, I tell you that all the time. It's which wolf you decide to feed. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So you want to feed the spiritual one, the good one. So I guess for what it's worth, there's two wolves on the moon. They're laid on the surface of the moon right over Khonsu, and it's an actually wild perception, because it acts like the left, like one wolf's on the left and one wolf's on the right. It's like your left brain, right brain. Left brain's analytical, right brain's more spiritual, intuitive, and connecting with the universe, and the other one's just crunching numbers and obsessed with fear and danger and all the other nonsense. So and these wolves, if you look at the faces of these wolves, they're like they're layered with material that sets up a hologram, and one's wily and the other one's just calm and meditative, just calm. You can look at them and they're just just 180 degrees opposed to each other on the spectrum of personality and spirituality. So that's the thing. It's kind of what are you feeding? And it's that's kind of where it's at right now. So if anybody get a chance, check out some of my work, and I got the images there, and you can see them. As soon as you see them, you'll never unsee them. So that's pretty good. It's a pretty good time to reflect. Go on, look at all the work you've done, on yourself, all the challenges. I mean, you're 10-0 with all your challenges. Every challenge you've ever had, you've passed it because you're still here. So it's like you're still here for a reason, and just try to do the best you can. So I think that's about that's about it with the connections. Other than that, it's kind of like I said, it's all downhill from here to spring. So you just kind of keep that in mind for the northern hemisphere. For the southern hemisphere, they'll be going through their summer. And it's it's a beautiful system, because this orbit we're on around the sun, it gives us the best of the best conditions on the planet. The weather, especially the weather, it's not too reactive with the tectonic plates. It's very calm. We don't have these monster seismic activities and tsunamis and things of that nature. So there's divine design, intelligent design in all of this, and it's set up by the higher beings that have been down here. They come here. They might even still be here. For all we know, we got plenty of places to hide on the planet. We know that. Go talk to Admiral Byrd that did some, explorations in the Arctic and Antarctic. So there's plenty of places for higher beings to, especially the whole ocean too. But I mean, they could be sitting right in the audience right now listening to us. Who knows? So, it's a consciousness, anyways. I mean, a lot of it's just a consciousness, and the human mind can tap into this consciousness. You get, Tesla and what's his name, Edgar Casey. I mean, he's still astounds everybody that looks at his work and what he did back in that era that he had, and all the readings he did. He's going off to Arcturus. He was doing readings on everything and anything, and some of the knowledge that he brought back was just absolutely fascinating. And you just have to have your mind, body, and spirit in a good place, as he says, and you can do the same thing. You can do the readings, you can do the healing, you can do anything. We're all built in the image of God, and so I would expect that we have some, we've got those abilities to do miraculous things. But again, like I said, you got to be in the right mindset, and you'll see it happen. So that all being said, it's kind of it's just a big day, really. The darkest day of the year, and trying to. It's very difficult to stay out of politics and get dragged into the stuff that's going on today, because it's like it's in your face and affecting you. The way we used to live and how we're forced to live now. So it's very it's a temptation to get sucked into all the negative stuff going on. But at the same time, you have to live with it and be aware of it, and try to hang out with a group of people that are doing some good against it. But other than that, it's kind of it's just a beautiful day in the neighborhood, really. So with myself, I'm getting into I'm going up to the next level with my theory, and that's publishing a paper on the gravitational effects on the planet, and we're going to slip in the pyramid one also. A paper on the pyramids and how they align with volcanoes, and they operate off the moon's energy. And it's perpetual motion at its finest. It's a God-given technology, and it makes everything work. I'm reading the comments there. Hi everybody. Hi Leanne. How's it going? And the Moon Man. Yeah. That's what they were calling me over in Egypt. The Egyptologists were trying to get a hold of my guide, asking him who's got the Moon Man over here, because he's posting some pictures. And
brother, I think you're looking at the private chat.
Oh, well, that's what I'm doing. Okay, all right.
Maybe you want to click the comments up top and see what folks are saying on YouTube. They love you, bro.
Okay. Oh, hi everybody. Yeah,
right? You're John Shaughnessy.
The Moon Man. So yeah, they were calling me the Moon Man over in Egypt. I thought that was hysterical. Anybody you get a chance to get over there, that's a mind blower. And well, anywhere, any place where these megalithic stones are, they're high energy sites. Even top of a mountain, the ocean, whatever. You go to these special places and recharge your batteries. And it actually works out great. But it's a beautiful planet, beautiful system that we have here. and it's very rare. It's a very rare place to be. We haven't found anything closely, remotely close to what we have on this planet right now with the moon. I mean, we have planets in a sweet spot, but they're, without a moon, it's just too much. You don't have the stability with the tilt and, the orbit of the Earth and the magnetic field and the whole 9 yards. It's like there's a lot going on. It's really deep. So, but it's all attainable. It's all understandable information and technology, and that's the beauty of it. You can come in and you can come, get on Earth and incarnate down here, and you can just do your own thing. If it's you get a little bite or a little curiosity, there's plenty of things to jump into. There's so many things to ascend to and learn and improve on your soul. If you believe in incarnating in your soul life, you keep improving it. So I think at the end, if you get to be a master soul, you don't have to come back. You get to sit up on the moon and watch the show. So anyways, I was talking with someone tonight about the Dogon priest and the knowledge they had. All the elements. They had the knowledge of Sirius, A, B, and C. They knew when one of the stars would be visible. So, I mean, this is just unbelievable. Knowledge that they still retain to this day. It's all in their history, and they they have a lot of what would you call it? Their they do their dances and costumes, and everything has a meaning and a purpose and things of that nature. So and they used to occupy some of the temples in Egypt, Lower Egypt there, before they were moved out. But they moved. I don't know if they were pushed out or if they moved on their own, or what the story was. But definitely they were in contact with some very high, highly evolved, intelligent beings on the planet, and they still have that knowledge. It's still intact, and they, oral traditions, like I say, coupled with mass and costumes and things of that nature, and their own writing also. So it's just amazing. Like, you talk about the indigenous people around the planet that have been really had a tough time with Western expansion. Tough time, putting it lightly, but it's been that they've managed to stay. A lot of them managed to hold on to their roots and their history and their ideals, and they're making a comeback. So.
What do you think of this question, John, coming in from Keith Baker from the Watchers Talk chat room? Is asking the plasma apocalypse theory. Do you know anything about it?
I think it's Robert Schock. Is it Robert Schock?
Yeah, Robert Schock.
He's up in my neck of the woods, Boston boy. I don't think he's from the burbs, but I think he had tenure at Boston College, I think, quite a while ago, 10 years ago. I don't know if he's still there or not, but I read his book. As fate would have it, I was just talking about it not 4 or 5 hours ago, talking about the Suspicious Observer and his work, his channel on YouTube, and he's always talking about corona mass ejections, and it's possible that might have caused the Younger Dryas period, and there's also evidence that there was. I think this is the same theory. If I might be wrong, but there was also there was also one giant. There's evidence of one giant corona blast around the pyramids. I think the middle pyramid, the base, that the granite itself has been melted. So something very energetic, the high energy was there. I'm talking about plasma. Like most of your fossil fuel fires, the hottest they get is around 2,800 degrees, and then you get up to the 3,000, 3,200, where you can, you're vaporizing metal and melting stone. So it's very, very. It's not something that happens in nature. Regularly, maybe. I mean, lightning, but lightning doesn't, not on that type of scale where you're melting large, sections of stone. But the sun, the sun is, a big, reactor, right? Fission fusion reactor, and the planets play a major role on its activity. You can pull, so you get alignments with any particular planets. I mean, there's certain alignments that we get into that they magnify the gravitational energy on the sun. And it's those particular, it's like the high tide. You get out of the ocean, you see the high tide come in, low tide, water go out. Well, that's the same effect some of these larger planets. And even the planets on the inside the asteroid belt, like Mars, us, Venus, and Mercury. So that being said, there's certain alignments that are probably in history somewhere, written on some kind of stone or some kind of mounds. I suspect like the mounds at Stonehenge out around there is some kind of a map of planetary alignments that, like a warning that, and it might just be that it might be some kind of a corona mass ejection that that could be the apocalypse and break through the magnetic field that we have that protects us from that's ionized radiation. That's you got non-ionizing radiation with cell phones, but ionizing radiation, gamma, beta, and alpha rays, I think alpha particles, rays. They get into you, like they just take one small little particle, get up in your lungs, and you're gonna have a big problem. So, and it destroys tissue, it destroys cells, just obliterates them. So, and a lot of these things have a 500,000 year lifetime. So they don't go away. So it's a major issue, and I think Robert Scott, I keep screwing up his name, Scotch there, it definitely touched on a lot of it. He put out a lot of evidence around the world that had that type of thing going on. And I think it's a possibility. It's that, there's so many, different things going on. And it's not, I mean, we get corona mass ejections in the solar maximum, and we get the solar flares in the solar minimum, which we're in right now. I think we're 3, 4, 5 years into the solar minimum right now. So we got another 6 years, 6, 7 years to get out. So the sun is actually warmer, hotter in the solar minimum. I think the heat it puts off is more heat, but the radiation, thermal heat, and then when you get the going to the solar maximum, the sun's more violent. It's got the sunspots, the corona mass ejections that are really dangerous to all our satellites and anybody working above the protection of the atmosphere, space station, things of that nature. And they, so those particular things can crash through the magnetic field that we have, which, the magnetic field's getting beat up right now. We're in an era where, and it's just physics. I mean, the planet's warming up. You take a torch or heat to a magnet. You'll heat it. If you can heat it up enough, the magnet will stop being magnetized. It'll lose its magnetic field. So it's just because the electrons are bouncing off each other, so you don't have that nice smooth flow. So as we go towards the water maximum, away from the glacial maximum that we hit like 13,000 years ago, we could end up with some real problems in the with the magnetic field. There's a huge loss or another pole or a weak magnetic field off the east coast of South America, off of Argentina. It's enormous. It's like 3,000 miles, and 4,000 miles in distance going latitude wise. Might be like 500, 600 miles, high, but it's only, going latitude wise, longitudinally actually, but latitude it's like 3,000 or 4,000 miles, and it's a weak magnetic field. Like you wouldn't want to be sitting under there in your boat, catching rays every day or on a raft. It's because you're getting much more radiation in on your skin and your body. So there's some things to keep your eyes on. And it's been drifting towards Siberia. It stops, it goes, it stops. But I mean, that's been going on for since we started monitoring it. And it's just there's geoengineers have gone and found that North Pole used to be up in the Hudson Bay, someplace in Canada. And so it does move around, and there's different places in the southern hemisphere, Antarctica. But anyways, yeah. So that's as things go. But this is all a cycle. It's 104,000 year ice age. Then we go into a 13,000 year interglacial period. So it's like the 9th time, according to the ice samples up in Greenland, going close, going on a million years now, that this has been clockwork. When I say clockwork, it's such a large cycle of time. But when you look at the time, 104,000 years on average, which is 4 precessions exactly, well, pretty much exact, 26,000, 4 times 26, 104. And then you get the 13,000 interglacial periods. So, which we're at the end of, but it might be an extension because we had the younger drier period and younger driest period, and so we slipped back into an ice age, a mini ice age. And that's when the mammoths, they found the mammoths up in Siberia with all the food still in their digestive system, just frozen. So so you got that going on, and so it's it's possible we might get another 1,000 or so years in this interglacial period before we get tipped back into an ice age. It's anybody's guess out there. There's a lot of theories out there. What brings in the ice age? The sun shuts down, stops putting out as much heat. Tilt, the orbit of the Earth changes. So there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts. But what the good thing is. The good thing is,
go with what you were saying with our show that we did the other day on the Tepe, that the Earth goes into that 90-degree tilt, and then it wobbles back and forth and causes ice ages and snaps back into place and does it all over again. So I totally agree with that. Before I let you go, John, just very quickly, I had a question here from Rick Keefe, and when you were mentioning, I kind of wanted to know about it as well. It says, can you talk about what the Dogon said about the Great Fox and what to be aware of regarding that agenda? If you can just hit that question really quick.
Yeah, I'm flat on my feet on that one. I'll have to look that up and get back to you on that. But yeah.
Right on. That's my favorite answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite answer. I don't know. Instead of just making some shit up. I like that. I don't know, bro.
So it's the great fox.
Yeah, the great fox. So the question goes, the Dogon about the great fox and what to be aware of regarding that agenda. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, if you find something out, drop me a line and let me know.
The great fox. Yeah, I mean the fox are instrumental. They're around. Yeah.
So right on, John. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate your knowledge, and I appreciate your download, and just coming on and watch your talk. Today we just got friends coming in, going out, coming in, going out, half an hour here, 20 minutes there. So end of the year celebration, and really trying to share some knowledge. And I'm going to go ahead and bring our friends Stephen and Evan Strong on, the people that really started this whole thing for us last year, and have been steadfast throughout the year. And here we are again, and so I'm going to bring them on. So thank you very much, John.
Thanks for having me.
I'll be in contact with you over the next couple of days. And if you guys want to learn more about John, go to pyramidgravityforce.com. And as well, I'll post John's YouTube channel in the comments as well, and go over there and subscribe to that as well. So thank you, John. Love you, brother. And I will talk to you here pretty soon.
All right, man. Peace out and Happy New Year, you know?
Yeah. Merry Christmas, brother.
There you go. Merry Christmas, Hanukkah.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, all of it, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. None of that happy holidays crap. You know, we say Merry Christmas around here.
It's highway to the highway, you know?
Omar, real quick, I wanted to make a comment because you said, I don't know. And then you said, I'll have to look that up. And that's my favorite comment. Eckhart Tolle, when he had a session with the Dalai Lama, he said, I was most impressed by the Dalai Lama when someone asked him a question and he said, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know.
This is what I've learned.
I'm not going to make something up. I don't know.
That's my favorite answer.
You do something wrong and you just go, yeah, I did it, and everything ends. Like, you know, you're at work and they're looking to hang something, go, yeah, I did it. And you're like, damn, you know. it just dissolves and all, you know. So
right.
Right on, guys. Thank you so much. And we got ourselves Stephen and Evan Strong in the house coming on. About an hour earlier, we've had some cancellations in our day, so we've upped our schedule. So we'll have Stephen and Evan Strong, and after that, Carrie-Anne Fisher. And if we can do the panel after that, we will definitely try and do that. But we bought ourselves an hour, so that's kind of cool, but kind of shitty on the other hand, because now we don't got to download for one person, but that's fine. You know, the universe works the way the universe works, and you know, we're just being directed in the direction, and we're just following the process that you know, Stephen and Evan have highlighted for us, and we're just gonna follow the process, and that's it. And the outcome will be whatever the outcome will be. It's like he was saying, you know, it's between you and the stones, and that's it. And it's kind of where we're at. So Stephen and Evan, welcome, guys. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for you know, really highlighting this path for all of us and making us aware as to what we need to do, and you know, what our goals and what our job is, what our contracts are with ourselves, our soul contracts with this planet, and what we need to do in order for us to move forward. We did a quick stream yesterday, but you know, I was saying yesterday is that you know, up until like last year, we were all walking like on a single road, and this year, it's you know, it's the split where we choose on which direction we're going to go. And as Rob was saying earlier, you know, next year is going to be your choices made. That's the road you're going to be walking. And you might make a last minute decision to jump off the railroad track, but you know, I highly doubt it's going to be coming from our end. And you know, so I just want to say thank you to that, and I'm going to hand the stage over to you guys, and let's hear a download from you and what you think about the ceremony, and you know, everything that's been happening all day. And you know, let's hear some goodies there, Steve.
All right. Well, start to begin with. I'm just hoping that the next solstice is at a more agreeable hour with us, so the rest of you can suffer. We did it this time. Between us, we've had about, what, 3 hours sleep?
Yeah, I think that's collective between the two of us.
If one of us dozes off, just give us a yell, please, and we'll come back to life. Yeah, look, oh, believe me, it was, yeah, it's really hard. It was an interesting time. We had some people who joined us, and I'll talk about that in a sec. But I want to start by addressing what a lot of people have asked is, will there be signs like last year? And To begin with, I think I'd like to quote the Dalai Lama by saying, I don't know. I think it's a great quote. And the more someone says that, the smarter they are, because there's most things on this planet we don't know. And the ones who tell us they know everything, run away. They're not going to do it. So this was a question, were there going to be signs? Now, to be honest, my money was on no. I figured like we had enough last time, but once again, turned out we weren't right. Turned out there were signs, and we'll put some of them up next time because we're now gathering them at the moment.
Yeah, it's good to get a few together.
Yeah.
Because they stream in over
They stream over a period of time. And what I can tell you is that I think of the day and 2 days before, Canada and Sweden had the same light shows that we showed you in Budapest and Glasgow. And in fact, I'd have to say theirs was probably even more deadly. It was quite amazing. And it's just what we saw before. Yes, it did happen. And lo and behold, we saw bits of it because we had cloud where we were. But in Australia, people were contacting us, and there's been quite a few comments this morning I've looked at where they said what they called it was a moonbow. There was a second ring around the moon. And it looked like it definitely is. I've seen pictures of it. And it looks quite amazing. I've never seen the moon like that before, ever. And we live out in the country. So for those people who think, oh, it's just some form of pollution, no, we live in probably one of the least polluted parts of Australia, and Australia isn't that polluted anyway. When we go out at night, we see stars. And I know some people in the cities don't see anything. We see plenty of them. And that moon certainly had something wrapped around it. So that may be coincidental. I don't know. I'm going to keep using that now. If the Dalai Lama said we can't go
wrong.
But
then even something strange happened this morning with one of my new rabbits.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got 2 new rabbits. One's this little boy. He's, rambunctious and naughty. The other one's a bit older. She's a bit of an older girl, but really, really sedate, quiet, puts up with his nonsense more than I ever could. But you started moving the rocks out of sacred formation. And
she went bizarre.
She went nuts.
She started stamping a foot, and she was really stressed. And we thought maybe she's sick. We better let her out. And we let her out, and she sat over here, and she started stamping her feet again. But once the rocks were moved, she came to life. And Evan asked his crystal if that was responsible for it.
Pendulum, that bad boy. That's it.
Yeah. And it locked in straight away. So, yeah, there were things that are happening, and we're going to collect them. And it was interesting. I looked at some comments very quickly today, and there were hundreds of them. But Omar in particular, you're going to love this one. One of the people there was talking about the fact that their dog and cat joined in, and they were really chilled out, and they were part of the ceremony.
That was Dr. Rita.
Oh, was it Dr. Rita?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know who it was. I didn't know it was her. Well, there you go, Omar. We've got other animals involved in this again. So that was quite interesting.
Oh, I love it. Fantastic. Because my little baby cat, Daisy, she's been here watching all day. Just getting the energy from her, meditating with me earlier. That's wonderful.
I'm in my sister's house too, and there's a cat here, and it came and sat up on the desk with my computer right before the ceremony started, and was hovering around me, which it normally doesn't do, for about an hour and a half.
Well, it's interesting, gentlemen, because that gives us a clue as to the sorts of things that are going on. I also got a phone call yesterday afternoon, and it was quite an amazing phone call. It was a guy called Barry Eaton, who's an Australian, and he was actually the ABC newsreader for about 20 years, which is a pretty well sought after position. That's the national news around Australia. And he's got a voice. Oh man, I'd kill for it. I'd nearly sell my soul to have that voice. But he rang me up to tell me something. He said that summer solstice you're doing next year. I said, yeah. He said, I went back and did some charts on that. And he said, do you know there are 3 events that are taking place, 3 planetary events that are taking place at exactly the same time? I thought to myself, well, that's fascinating, because the first one we had Jupiter and Saturn in alignment with the Earth, and we had a solstice. Well, gentlemen, what is going to happen next year on the next eclipse, the next solstice, is at exactly the same time, there will be a lunar eclipse. And he spoke about the importance of what that meant. But the one that really knocked me over, he also said that they will be in alignment with the Earth with one planet, which is Uranus. And he told me that's very important. And of course I said, well, yeah, why? He said, because that's the planet for rapid change and a surprise that no one expected that happens quickly. So that sort of gave me a bit of an idea that, and by the way, when we said there was 3, we had no idea about that. So, yes, we did have events that took place there, but the most important one, and I'm going to do a very, well, it's not even a quick ad, it's a slow ad, about our next conference. On our next conference, we're doing First Yarn, and we're having 2 elders, 2 great storytellers, but one of them was with us last night. And she sat between the rocks, and what took place there, her name is Trudy Roberts. And what was fascinating was she started giving us information that really blew my mind away. She really had locked in with everything that's going on. So much so, for the second time in my life ever, I knew one of the rocks was calling out to me. And I've had this rock I brought out for the last month or so around the house, and I didn't know why. It told me straight away it wants not to be given to her for a period of time, but it wants to be with her. So she's made a complete contact with the rocks and also the change that's taking place. And she got a lot of information because while she was doing this, she is the first person ever that has held, apart from myself, the alien skull, and she held both of them. And then she gave us some readings about their involvement and what's taking place. So I'm going to let people know that the next one is called the First Yarn, which is about the beginning, but Trudy's also going to do the last yarn, isn't she? And she's got some amazing information, and I don't want to, because I can't tell it like she does.
No, that's up, yeah.
It's not possible. And it was just pouring out. And I mean, it was funny, during the whole time we were doing meditation, Evan was freaking out because some of the links didn't work, and he was pressing buttons trying to make it work, and he came out and sort of didn't have his head fully in it. Nor did I. The whole half hour, I was told the same thing time after time. And it was to ask Trudy if she will write all the stuff she's got, what she had from before. Plus, I didn't know what she was going to say next, to get it into book form so she can get this out as quickly as possible. Now, when you listen to her speak next time, you'll find out why it's so important she does. She really is locked in, like Uncle Matthew Priestley and Kano and Arnie Bev, and I'm putting those 2 up with those elders. And those 2 elders I spoke about would be our 2 strongest elders, wouldn't they? Arnie Bev and Kano. Well, I think these 2 that are coming along are the younger versions of then, and we've got a male and a female just like then. And I think those 2 elders are taking the roles that Kano and Arnie Bev began in this process. So, yeah, a lot happened. And for those people who think, oh, well, I don't know what she's got to say, I don't think it's going to work that much. You wait until you listen to what she's got to say, mate, because when she was talking, we just sat there and listened to it all. So, yeah, we have had some interesting responses. And then it goes further. Somebody sent me this morning the Hoppy Blue Star Prophecy, which was quite interesting because it's about the 2 blue stars. And there's one for the Northern Hemisphere and one for the Southern Hemisphere. And they will show themselves, and this is what blew me away when I was listening to this today. I forget the lady who sent it, but whoever it is, thank you so much. And I'll thank you later when I get a chance. I'll write to you about this. He said they will show themselves as blue. And I'm thinking to myself, last year, that cloud had this massive patch of blue and the sun had set. I think Omar pointed it out yesterday. It well and truly set. But what was interesting was that was in the Southern Hemisphere, and Evans put the picture up, but next to it, in the Northern Hemisphere, in Georgia, in Atlanta. Is it Atlanta, Georgia, or Georgia, Atlanta? I'm not sure.
It's near Atlanta in Georgia.
Right, I got that back the front.
It's not Georgia the country, it's Georgia the American state.
Yeah, right, okay. But it's in the Northern Hemisphere. And the point I want to make is these two brothers are supposed to give signs, and this was one of the signs, the blue in the sky. And it went on to say in this prophecy, it's going to be quick. They were actually going back to that quote I used yesterday in Corinthians, and I'll just for the people who haven't heard it, I'll remind people in Corinthians, which is, by the way, the Whitefellas Bible. I'm an original person. I follow the dreaming, but I don't knock any religion because they're all right. Corinthians talks about the meek shall inherit the earth, and everyone's heard that. But the sentence before was more important. It really was, because it said there that the ones who are doing it wrong will be there. They will look away, the meek. And by the way, that doesn't mean meek. It means peaceful and locked in with nature. And when they look back, they'll be gone. What I'm starting to get from this is, and I'm starting to feel like, and again, it's just an opinion at the moment, but I'm prepared to give it. I have a strong suspicion that after this change that takes place, the next one, I had the opinion that maybe these will live here for 20, 30 years and then pass on, not come back. I'm starting to think now, the evidence seems to be pointing at the fact that what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, is it's going to be quick. The Hopi made it very clear in their Blue Star prophecy, and they added something further on since they first put it out to add more to it. That seems to be saying that it's going to be extremely quick. And then we did have another interesting event that took place too, didn't we, Evan? And that was involving Leah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Leah is our, as you know, our off-world contact. And she was doing meditation. In fact, when we wanted to finish, she was still in meditation. We had to basically drag her back, didn't we? And she said that she got this massive download. And I found two things in it quite interesting. She started by saying, she started by being told this information. Then all of a sudden, she said, well, who is this is talking to me? And she said, she figured it could be Mesref, and she's got a couple of other close contacts, hasn't she?
Yep.
What was interesting was the reply. The reply was, who is this that's speaking? Everyone. They were speaking on behalf of all of the aliens. And I'm not going to go through, I'll let Leah to talk about that if she wishes on the time. That's entirely up to her. But what was interesting was that the download she got was all about one thing, how to ready yourself and prepare yourself. And she was saying, I've been here for 27 years and I've been through so much and I've got these pains in the back and in my wrist and stuff like that. She said they kept saying the same thing. This last year, it becomes really obvious from the download that Leah got from everyone. This is all of the mob out there is saying the same thing. Start cleaning yourself up. Get yourself ready. It is time now for people to realize now that, like the Hopi said, and I've got a point I want to make about the Hopi. I have this suspicion, the more I hear from what they've got to say, that all of the Indigenous people have different roles to play in this. And yes, Australia, Uluru, the beginning of all of the alien human contact, it's the place where the change begins. But who are the keepers of the prophecies? Who are the ones who know when the prophecies are coming to fruition? I believe that's the Hopi. I think that's their job in this. They seem to be the ones who are giving the clearest and most concise prophecy of what's taking place. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see why I've said from the very beginning, there's an incredibly strong link between Australia and America. And in fact, the article I'm putting up, probably not today, because we've got to wake up. We need a day's sleep. The article I'm going to put up tomorrow or the day after is about some archaeology done in America that absolutely proves for the last time that the story about the Asians coming here 12,000 years ago into America is true. But they weren't the first. What they've found in America right now is the best evidence ever of footprints that are dated at 23,000 years, 24,000 years in New Mexico. Now, if you read the article I put up, and when I do a talk about this, I'll give you a lot more detail about why they're so strongly convinced. But very briefly, what they found is...
Steve, sorry to interrupt, but while you're there, they discovered something similar up here in Canada between Vancouver Island and mainland that shows human activity and footsteps at 25,000 years. I'll find that article and I'll send it to you.
Could you send that to me? Because I could include that in the 23,000 years in New Mexico. Now, what was fast? Thank you about that, and I'd really like it if you could find that. I really think that would help a lot because it then adds to it. Because the theory was that the Asians, or it could be even the French, we're not sure, they came down through Canada when the glaciers were gone, and that was 12,000 years ago. Before that, they couldn't because they didn't know how to sail. Oh, what a load of crap. It never finishes. But what was interesting here is they found something called ditch grass intact with the footprints, and they carbon dated them to 23,000 years. And then someone said there's a leaching process that could mess up the carbon dating, and that happens a lot. A lot of the carbon dating is faulty because there are processes that can mess it up. So what they then did is they did some other archaeology in an area where there is no water, and they found at exactly the same geological level, the ditch grass there was exactly the same age. And they did hundreds and hundreds of these seeds to date them. And it was the same stratigraphy and the same time sequence in both groups. And they've basically every archaeologist there, and they normally always find in these articles a dissenter and use that as a major point. And in this article, they said there's been a lot of people who've complained about all the stuff that's come up before, and they've said this is a reason, that could be a reason. I put all that in. But this time, they're not saying it. This time it proves, and we do know, and from a lot of other work we're going to show in that article, that it was the original people who were there first. And when the second group came, I want to make this point, and please, Ku Klux Klan, don't put this article up like they did with some of our other stuff to prove that the Indians have no rights because they stole the land off the original people. Wrong. That is so wrong. That did not happen. They were welcome. We just got it. Calvert Island.
He just sent it to
he just sent it. I was like, how do we get that? Very good, Evan.
No, I just copied it.
Well, I'm going to print that out. So the article's going to be another day off now. It's going to be a day longer than I thought because I'm going to grab bits of that and put it in. And I'll put that next to that. Brilliant. Thank you so much for Omar. You're a bloody godsend, mate. Fair income. So, yes, it won't be coming out tomorrow.
In the article, 2 days from now. 40,000 years.
I've got Sylvia Gonzalez. I've got another article. In this article, you'll find Sylvia Gonzalez when she was working at Lake Balsequillo, which is in Mexico. She got a date of 40,000 years.
40,000 year old trackway in central Mexico.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, they talk about that.
Oh, they say that it's recent quarrying activities.
I've seen the footprints, mate. I've seen pictures of the footprints, and I'm telling you now, when they bring the blades in, they don't make footprints. That's rubbish. But see, they were doing this to everything they found, but this maybe a Canadian one and this other one in New Mexico proved that link is so strong. So that is why I'm prepared to say the Hopis are the keepers, the main keepers of the prophecy of change, because we were with each other. And for those people like the Ku Klux Klan who tried to steal this, I've made the point many, many times. When the Spanish came in Baja, California, there was a tribe of what was called the Perique, and they had spear throwers, and they didn't use bows and arrows, and they were naked, and they were black, enormously black, and they were original. And they were still living there together. And then you got the ones at Lake Titicaca, they were part of that, and of course, Tierra del Fuego down the bottom, they were original too. And what we found is the Lake Titicaca, that mob, who are also regarded as enormously black, lived on rafts on the actual lake itself. And if other people walked on them, is that the one in New Mexico?
I'm just going to get it up.
Yeah, put that up and show people what quarrying does. Yeah, there's a good picture there Evan's going to put up to show you. This is what quarries do when they dig into the ground. This is the marks they leave. That's a classic. See, they lied. They lied for so long, but it looks like these last two sets of footprints have proved it. And I'm showing you that to make you understand when I make this comment about the Hopi, it's based on fact. They are our cousins. And don't forget, when they did the genetic work for the two tribes, the Tupu and the Gi-speaking people in the Amazon, which we also have concluded in there, and they tried to genetically trace where they came from, the answer was simple: Australia, Papua New Guinea. And they said, we didn't expect this, but this is what we got. So what we've done is we've put together some of the other pieces of work they've conveniently avoided. And in particular, I knew about the 130,000-year-old site in California, and they tried to dismiss that one, but they can't anymore, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why. Because I always said it was Clovis 12,000 years ago. And they said that's when they came. And they did. Well, now there's someone else here before that. And I'm saying to you now, it was original. And when the second mob came, I wouldn't be surprised if they were invited. Because I know that there was cooperation, but I also know what's taken place there. Oh, that one's Albert Goodyear, isn't it? Yeah. What's taken place there basically was the original people kept to themselves genetically. And I think what you'll find in Baja, California, it was right on the very edge where they lived. And the Spanish wrote all about them, and there's a lot of information. And they've got skulls there that have been examined by different people. And you'll find this in the article too. All of the experts said the same thing. They're original. We did the morphology, we've done the statistics, and we've done everything. And we had different experts saying the same thing. They're original. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is why this link between Australia and America is so important here, because it's based on fact. Right. So let's look at, I want to talk a bit now on the time we've got. We've got half an hour, haven't we? More. Oh, yeah. Evan's just put in with a QR. Okay. Yeah. Right. He's going to show you.
Yeah, we've got half an hour.
Yeah. All right. I want to now sort of talk about the next part of this. And if people want questions, please ask them, because we're happy to do any questions. Keep an eye on there, will you, please, mate, in case there is one. So if you guys have got a question, please ask. We're happy to join in. But I want to talk now about what I think is the important part of this story. And it's Leah's download. And what they were basically saying to Leah is, get yourself cleaned up, get yourself ready. Oh, is that a picture of them or not?
Yep. That's the only picture I can find of them. It's an engraving that the Spanish would have done.
The Spanish, yeah. And they were black. They were not the same color. And what was interesting in, this is the only tribes in America where this happened, and this is different to the American Indian tribes, is it was said often that leadership of that tribe could be done by a male or a female. That's really important, ladies and gentlemen. Male or female. They had boomerangs, and they have what we call woomerers, which are spear throwers, where you put the spear inside this sort of curved piece with a little ledge on the top where you put the spear, and you hold it back and you throw it like that. And it increases the speed and the distance of the spear threefold. It's better than just holding in your hand, because you've got a lever and you sort of flick it, like a bit like a tennis racket. And the ball comes out moving at 200 k's instead of if you just threw it with your arm. Because you can hit a ball much harder with a tennis racket than throw it. That's because you've got a lever, and that's what they were using there. So, yeah. So let's talk about this, the cleaning that's got to take place. And it was interesting how specific they were for Leah, wasn't it? They were basically talking about, I think, a pain in a wrist and a pain in the back, and what it was a cleansing process, and they said it was the same pain, didn't they?
Yeah, just in different spots.
And that's all they talked about. They didn't talk about anything else, and I'm figuring they are really at the stage now where they're asking us to clean up our own backyard. And I want to actually I'm going to do something rather unusual here. We've spoken about the two roads, and where did that come from? America, didn't it, Evan? That came from the Mayans. See what I'm talking about here? I think the American Indian people were the keepers of the prophecy. I mean, the Art of Martha said something like, it will end here. It'll begin here, it will end here and begin again. And that's good. But somehow I find the Hopi prophecies more inspiring. They grab you a bit more, don't they, Evan?
Yes.
So we were saying it, but we said we did our prophecy in 8 words. The Hopi did theirs, it's more poetic and it's much more engaging. So I'm not knocking us, but I'm just saying for prophecies, they're better at it.
Oh,
What? Whoa.
I've got more to show you.
Where did that come from?
That's from Roz.
Far out. That's not a rainbow. Well, there's another one that just turned up, and you can see why we can't put it up yet. That just turned up 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it'll take a couple of weeks.
There's something in the sky. Can you go back to that picture, please, Evan?
There's the 3, that one.
Go back to number.
That one.
Stephen,
That
while
one.
you guys are doing that, I wanted to point out, this is Leonard, I wanted to point out that when I did my ancestry DNA, DNA, I'm 5% Native American, and it's from that exact place in Baja that you guys actually put on the screen. And I was unaware of the stuff you were saying about that Indian tribe until you said it. My relatives were so dark that people thought they might have actually been black. And I'm the genetic throwback, so I have freckles and red hair. But all the rest of my family is very dark. And my auntie Cora was so dark, I thought that she was African American. And my father used to joke that maybe we were actually had African blood, but we don't. But
No, you don't.
that DNA is literally, when it shows on the map from Ancestry, it's literally all the way on that tip of Baja. Says that was where my DNA comes from. But I didn't know the name of the tribe until you guys just talked about it.
Pericu. Oh, that's amazing, mate, because, yeah, you are now, you've got a direct link with Australia and the original people because they were famous. Sylvia Gonzalez went and looked, I think it was Pericu woman, wasn't it? No, Penon woman.
Yep.
Yeah. And said she was 23,000 years old. And she said, this is an Australian original. And then she got access into where they had about 30 skulls. And they kept saying the same thing. Definitely. Everyone, the Pericu, the Spanish spoke about them and saw them and wrote about them in great detail. That drawing would have been done by a Spanish artist. It's not a bad drawing either, is it? It's quite good. Yeah, mate. Welcome to the country and welcome to our country because that's where your ancestry comes from.
I was going to look into it, and I haven't yet. And then all of a sudden, you guys are talking about it. You put that map up, and I went, wait a minute. And then I sat here and thought about it. I'm like, I'm not going to bother them. But then when you were trying to get that photo up, I'm like, you know what? I have to tell them that, 5% of my DNA comes from that particular place in Baja.
Well, I'm going to be writing about that in a lot of detail in the next article. Have a look at it, Leonard, and show your people, show your family, mate, because that's absolute proof. This is science I'm talking about.
When you write it, let me know. Make sure I get a copy of it, okay?
Where'd that come from?
No, that's just a close-up from
last
year.
Yeah. God, he's putting up pictures now. Look, that's why I don't want to put it up yet because, like, I just saw something that we didn't know that was taken by somebody we know. And I'm going to tell you, when you see what's in the clouds there, that's really, I mean, our blue's damn good. That's at least as good that's just turned up. So, lo and behold, I did say to everyone, no, we're not going to get this again. I'm not so sure now. I'm not so sure about that. I know we had technical hitches that caused a few people missed out on this, but
sorry about that.
It wasn't really our fault. It just fell apart, and that happens a lot when we do these sort of crosses. But for those people who did miss out, come to our next online one. And I know it costs $26, but remember, if you're in America, it ain't $26. It's into the teens, believe me, and it's in the lower teens because our money's rubbish in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think it's between 16 and 18 American. Yeah.
Well, probably today, but give it a couple of weeks the way things are going, it'll probably be 15 to 14. Just hang in there and wait a bit longer before you back it in. But for the people who've missed everything, that missed out because of that, it looks like now what we were going to do as a presentation, as I keep looking at what Evan's finding there, it's obviously going to include a lot more of this because I didn't think I was actually going to talk about this because the next one was called The First Yarn. And I was going to talk about the first thing that the aliens in Australia gave us, which was the Standing Stone site, which is basically a chronicle of how we should behave and how we should actually interact with each other. And because we've got a direct translation of it, Evan was going to lead passages there, and we're going to talk about those passages in more detail. And we still will, but this other stuff that's just turned up is a bit tricky, so we're going to have to include that too. So let's go back to the two roads that the Mayans talked about. And I have decided boldly, and when I see this guy, I'm going to ask for permission to do this. So this is a provisional statement because I've got to get permission. I'm going to call that road the Gary Hughes Road. Does that make sense, Evan? I'm going to talk about a guy, and I know I mentioned this yesterday, but maybe some of the people that when we spoke before, but maybe some people haven't heard about this, and it's a really important story. It's an important story about the other road, but it's just as an important story about the people walking on this road. And knowing now how the everyone, which is all the aliens, were basically talking to Leah about how to clean herself up, I think it's more important we do. So I'll go do that story again, and I apologize for those people who've heard it before, but it really is more important after hearing what happened to Leah. This is a story about a teacher I work with in Moree. Now, for the people from all other countries bar Australia who don't know where Moree is, it's in New South Wales, and it has a massive original population. In fact, around about 35-40% of the population of that town is original. Actually, it's probably closer now because it went down to 7,000. It was about 30% before. It could be around about 50% now because they had a major, what the hell's that? Sorry, he's putting up stuff while I'm doing this.
Omar sent me that one.
Oh, okay. All right. We've just got to get all this together. It's still coming in. Okay, let's get back to the road. Don't show me those things, please, Evan. I'm trying to face this mob here. The road, yeah. Okay, Gary worked with me in Moree, and I did get on really well with the original community and the kids and stuff like that, and that is well known. But if it wasn't me, he was next in line. He was a really good teacher. He made the kids laugh. He made them comfortable. He never had discipline problems, nor did I. If kids like you, they won't play up. I can tell you that now. It's really easy. I will, if I can remember, I'll tell you a story about an Aboriginal kid that did play up once, but I'll do that after this, okay? His name was Slowpoke, and that was quite funny. I'll tell you a story about that. I'll write that down, otherwise I'll forget. Let's get back to the road. Okay, so anyway, he was working in Moree. Then I got sent across the far north coast here. I basically called in every favour I had so I could get across here where our farm is. And soon after he came across, and he bought a farm of 35 acres in Caniba, which is about 30 k's from where we're living. Anyway, we were at a meeting with about 5,000 people at a small country town around here called Ballina, and of a population of 12,000, of which 5,000 people were at the meeting. And it was a protest against the government. Nothing really, I don't believe it has anything to do with the other thing. It was against the government and the fact they were taking away all our rights and privileges. And yes, in America, you might think, oh, yeah, we've had a few taken away. You've had a few. We've had them all taken away. We got nothing. We got nothing left. I mean, basically up until about, 2 weeks ago, we weren't supposed to leave our local government area, which is a small government area. And if we did, we could get locked up, couldn't we? In fact, if we had someone and visit us, we could only have one person visit us, and they had to be unvaccinated too, didn't they? We couldn't talk to anyone, go near anyone, and we couldn't even go shopping at some places. We were locked up big time. So really, honestly, we are in jail up here or down here. Anyway, he comes up to me and he says to me, taps me on the shoulder. I turn around, I remembered his face and I knew where he was. And I thought, God, that's not bad for me. I don't remember anyone. And he told me this story. And I'll repeat it. I know I've said it before, but it's very important. He said to me that him and 8 other teachers were called in to see the principal. He was 2 weeks off retiring, and they were all sacked. That's nothing unusual here. Everyone's been sacked. Evan got sacked, and he works with the dead. He works in a mortuary, and he was sacked because anyone that deals with people has to have the needle. And so Evan does deal with people, don't you, Evan?
Dead ones.
Yeah, well, you could get them sick, mate. So no wonder they got you done in.
People
yeah.
Evan answered
actually, they should have left him there because that would have increased the count. They would have said, "Oh no, they didn't die from that. He's got some of that." They should have left you there, Evan. You could have built up their numbers. Anyway, what basically happened was they said, "You've been sacked. Okay, you all go and clean your stuff out and leave today. You're not allowed to go near the children. Keep away from them because you might kill them." And then as they were walking out, he said, "By the way," and this was addressed to all of the 8 people there, "you've now forfeited your long service leave." And as I mentioned before, and I'll mention again, in Gary's case, that would have been around about $350,000. And yeah, I know Australian dollars aren't worth much, but they're worth a bit here because that's all we got. and they were basically losing that. Now, my point with this is, and this is the important part of the equation, I asked him about how that was working out, and he told me that, yeah, they're all going to get together and they're going to pay for a solicitor out of their money, and they'll take this through the court system. Now, I know what this New South Wales Department of Education is like. They have full-time Queen's barristers that work for them, and they're on a stipend, and that's all they work for. And they do this constantly. These guys are masters in the court. And I can tell you now, this will be postponed. It'll go to the Supreme Court, which means you've got to pay more money to go there, haven't you? They'll take it to the Supreme Court, because most time teachers say, I'm not going there. It's going to cost me $50,000 to walk in through the door. They'll do it. And they'll have to pay for all that money. And eventually, it's possible, and it's only possible, remember, the law doesn't exist in this country, that they will lose their money. But they might get it too. But the point I made before, and I'm going to make it again, is of those 8 people, I said this before and I'll say it again, it'll be 5, 6, 7 years before there's a result either way. I guarantee you half of them will die. And I guarantee you that most of the others, bar one, will actually be mentally and physically affected by the stress. You've got to remember, teachers in a lot of countries, and I believe I can say this quite confidently, that teachers get a pretty poor wage in Australia, but I believe in America it's worse.
That's why in The Simpsons, they had a furniture removal company, and I think it was called something like Teacher's Dinner, so they could afford dinner or something.
It's not quite as bad as it is in America, but it's not much better. In Europe, teachers get paid a king's ransom, basically, in most other countries, bar America and Australia. But there's something in those two countries. We share a lot, particularly the way we treat our teachers. But I've got to make the point for you that for these people, these 8 teachers, that money meant everything to them because it was their future. They were going to retire soon, most of these teachers. Gary was going to retire in 2 more weeks. But I'm going to lead up to something I didn't talk as much about before. The one person that was completely and utterly unaffected by this was Gary. I said, man, how are you going to handle with this? And he said, look, I've got 35 acres. I've got nearly enough food right now where I don't need to go to the supermarket. Everything I grow is organic. It comes straight from there, and I put it in the ground. I grow it, and it's mine. I'll manage. They can't hurt me. I own my farm. Okay, I don't have much money, but I don't need it anyway. He dresses like I do. I just wear Evan's old clothes. When he throws them out, I look like I'm thinking, yeah, I can get 5 years out of these. My wife just bought me 2 new pairs of shorts for my Christmas, I think, $5 each. And none of them have holes or rips. She's going to throw away some of the other ones. But he's the same as me. He said, I'm fine. He said, I'm coming to this rally. I'm going to the next one. I'm standing by everyone. And he's smiling when he was telling me. Now, yeah, I could see a little tear in his eye because it did affect him. I could see that deep inside it affect him. But here's the point. If you want to work out who's on the right road, this guy just got ripped off big time. And he's smiling about it. He's there. That's the point I'm making here. That Gary Hughes is on the right road already, or whether it's the name of the river, we can call it the Gary Hughes fast-flowing river, the hoppy name there. Whatever it is, I think he's a great example of where we need to be. If someone can steal close to $500,000 off you, and you can smile about it and genuinely say, I'll get over this, you're sweet. You're okay. And now what he's doing is standing there saying, the government is wrong. Now, the point I made before, and I'm going to make it again, those 2 roads are built. They don't just happen. You have to make a road.
Unless you're in the middle of the nightcap and there's a cobbled path. Remember? He went to the pub and it was magically built when he got back.
Yeah, I know. That's this place we've got there. I found hundreds and hundreds of meters on a 45-degree hill in the steep rainforest. And people tried to tell me some guy just sent 2 convicts out there, left them there for 3 weeks, and they made the road. It's the most ridiculous story I've got. Sorry, but roads are normally, I forgot about that. In Australia, no, not normal. But we are Australia. That's different again. Gary's built that road himself. And what he's done is he got confronted with the very worst, because that's theft. That's stealing off people, because long service leave, 45 years, he put money in there for his long service leave, for his retirement. He didn't give it to the government. And we're made, as a teacher, we're made to put money into long service leave so it can cover us when we retire. Well, it's been stolen off him, and all he's doing is saying whatever. And that's what I wanted to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Very important you understand that word whatever. That should be the guiding post over the next year. And I'm not saying that over the next year things aren't going to get you upset. You're human and you're living on this planet, and the planet is not in a good shape. There are going to be moments where you're going to get annoyed, frustrated, and that's understandable. But at some stage soon after, and I can tell you, for a while, Gary was really upset about what happened to him. I don't doubt that for a second, and I would be too. And that's a lot of money. Well, used to be once, yeah. But the point I'm making is he's on that road, and I'm going to guarantee you that most of us over the next year are going to be confronted with issues that will be somewhere as close to that, maybe not quite as close, but will be in that area. And it will give you the opportunity to get upset, to get annoyed, to get angry. And you can do all those things, but then put them away. After you get your initial response, because that's just like someone kicking you in the face or something, or if you hit your knee, you get a jerk in return. It's a knee-jerk reaction. It's a reaction you'll get. Then control it. That's the real skill in this. And over the next year, there's going to be more. As our guides from above, and this one came directly from Mesrith, not from everyone, which was really interesting about the everyone. She's never had that before, has she?
I think so.
No, never before. They're all standing together and saying the same thing, clean yourself up. Well, Gary's done it, okay? I can't see how he won't be on the road, and hopefully I can get on that road and that river when he's there. I'll be glad to see him there because he's a really good person. And in one respect, he's better than I am, because I don't think I would have been quite as so over it as he is. I would have, when I was talking about it, I think I would have been slightly more affected than he was. But he basically, there was 1 second, I think, where I thought I could see something there that made him feel a little bit upset, but then he got over it again. So that's our skill, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to clean our soul up. I was reading that prophecy about the Mayans, about the two brothers. And then they finished by saying, after the two brothers have been shown, which I believe they were shown last year at Uluru and either Georgia or Atlanta, or I can't remember which one of the two. They were shown then. But there's a last part of this prophecy, and I know we're getting close to the finish of our hour, and I wanted to leave that to last. Then they talk about the third brother, the red one. He comes to clean.
Right.
He brings the broom.
The custodian.
Oh, yes. He's the one. The two other brothers, they're fine. They're to give us signs. One owns the northern hemisphere, one owns the southern hemisphere. And that's where they showed themselves. And they were supposed to show themselves in the sky. They made it clear, and that would be the color. Seen that, done that, been there. And then what they said after that is that's when you've got to start getting yourself in order. That's the sign. But when the red one comes at the finish, and I don't know if it's brother or not, but it's somebody that's red, his job is different. And what he said is this, that every animal, and it's funny what they said in this, the Hoppy said every animal, including the rabbit, and you've got two right now, so that's all of them, they all have to ascend. This is the deal here. And it was made clear, if you do not ascend, the red one will make sure that you leave. Now, that's where I'm starting to think now. Oh, Evan's going to put up a picture of the two rabbits now, just to keep this a very nice, a very good, cute factor to finish there, Evan. So, yeah, we've got to look at that, ladies and gentlemen. What that's coming down to now, yes, there's the two rabbits that have just turned up.
Is that Mink and Coffee Bean?
That's them.
Yeah.
I love it.
One's a little boy, and the black one's an older woman, and she's the smart one of the two. She's really wise. You can see it in her. She's a stunning piece of work, and all animals are a stunning piece of work, ladies and gentlemen. What they said was this. This is how you clean yourselves. You realize you're part of nature. You honor every animal every plant, every tree, and regard it. Remember what Meserev said. Humans can incarnate as animals. They can incarnate as trees. So when you look at that tree, what soul's inside that? What are those white things, those blue things up there?
Yeah,
What's that?
Yeah, we're wondering.
Oh, that's the pyramid in Giza, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got some pictures have come in of 6 blue orbs, 5 blue orbs that are just hovering. Anyway, that's coming up too. So yeah, we've got plenty of proof. I didn't expect this. I really didn't think we'd get any proof, but they're trying their hardest. I think they're doing this deliberately, gentlemen, for one reason. They're doing everything they can right now to get as many humans on side over the next year. So we thought we had enough proof to begin with. We've got a lot more. I think we've got about 5 different pictures now, haven't we?
Yeah, all right. There's another one that Valerie took a video as well that I'm trying to track down.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we've now got 6 at the moment. So yeah, in a couple of weeks, by the end of next month, which is we're going to need the time to compile all this, we'll put all of this. That's one of the rabbits, I think. Yeah, we'll put all of this up together. It's still coming in, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't want to start putting things in because while I've been here, 3 things have turned up. So people had their cameras out, and it looks to me like that mob up there, the mob that came here. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, very important, everyone understands. You need to understand one thing above all other things, not if aliens exist. That's not really ever been a question. It's why they came. And they came for this. This is the whole point of their existence. And I want to make the point what the Hoppy said. And I've said this many times, but in the Blue Star thing with the 2 brothers, they made it clear that what happens here over the next 3 years resonates everywhere. Now, what's that one about there? They're wary of kind of addiction associated with prophecies of this kind will be. No. Oh, yes. Am I? Yeah, I am. Okay, Bob. Yeah, look. Yeah, you've got to be careful about that. Am I sure that the next conference will be it? Yes. I'll tell you why. Because for the first conference, I wasn't convinced it was anything. I went in there with a skeptical mind, and believe me, I've got a skeptical mind. I was involved in a lot of education at the highest level. I've got a very analytical mind. I came into this whole story when I was told about the rocks being magic. I said, prove it. Show me. I don't believe that sort of stuff. I didn't believe rocks had anything inside them. I believe these things because I get evidence.
I said the same thing the first time you showed me the rocks. I was like, yeah right. Come on, prove it to me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Over the years, you have proven it. So
yeah, it has. And that's the way I've been with all this stuff. When I got the Atlantean rings and was told about that, I said, yeah, prove it. Didn't take long for that, did it? We saw that, Nari. My point is, Bob, we're in a different situation insofar as we get this evidence given to us. We've always done our science from the very beginning. The first 3 books we wrote were published by University Press in America. We had offers with a mainstream company that would have given us a lot of money, didn't we? Mm-hmm. In Britain, they were going to take the whole thing up, but they were going to rewrite it and make it into some sort of mystery story and stuff like that. We said, no, we don't want the money. We'll go through University Press of America. And our first 3 books were published by then, and they kept writing to us as doctors, Evan and Stephen Strong. We don't have doctorates, but nearly everyone else that writes from does.
It's not a doctorate.
No, you got
there's my degree. There's a bachelor degree over there.
No, I'm just a teacher, man. I've only got that. Yeah, no, Bob, we say this because we've been involved in that ceremony, the first one, and I was involved in the second one. And I've come away from there. And when you see the evidence we're going to put up next month, I suggest come and have a look at it, please, mate, because when I came away from that, even yesterday, I thought, yeah, okay, what have I got? Didn't have much at the time. When I came away there, I had less than last time when we finished last night. But now we got plenty. And for the last one, yeah, I'm absolutely convinced.
Look, I mean, after the next solstice, we can always change themes too.
I will change themes, but it's not going to be about what do we need to do with the rest of this year, the next year coming up. It's all about preparing for what we do next. It's all about locking in different systems we need to set ourselves up. And we'll throw in archaeology and stuff that comes along. We'll continue doing that. But the next one, we've got two of, I consider, two of the best elders in this country, talking about the first stories about how we began. And can I make the point, they'll both tell you, that our story is interlinked with the Pleiadians. The Seven Sisters story is the main dreaming story in the whole of Australia. So am I convinced? Yes, I am. Completely convinced that that third ceremony will be the last one. And I'll make the point, it's just an opinion. But then again, I've got Indigenous people all over the world saying this is what's going to happen. This is part of it. What you doing? Just coming around here at the moment. So yeah, we're comfortable. And yes, the person who wrote our ancestors used the stones to connect to the earth and the universe for a better understanding of life. Well, what were we using last night was the stones. What did we use the time before? The stones. And what were they connecting with? They were connecting with our past, our present, and our future. And the future is really up to each individual. Whether I get in the river or the road, I'm not convinced yet. I feel like Leah, I've still got things I've got to clean up. I know what goes into my head, and I don't like a lot of it. To an extent, I'm going to make a point here in the time I got left. In my defense, a lot of the things in my head have been put in there by those three rings. And they're the same three rings that Mesrev said he'd never put on his finger. So I do have something I'm battling with on a daily basis, and it'll never go away. So I have to deal with that. A lot of my drama has been put in there by those three rings. But what I can understand is I know when they're talking, and I just have to deal with the fact they won't shut up. But when it comes to this prophecy, if we're wrong, we'll put our hand up and we'll say we got it wrong. We did it with good intentions. We thought we had the evidence, and we could be wrong, because no human on this planet can claim to know everything. And when you're trying to predict the future, give me a break, that's pretty damn hard. But in closing, what I am going to say is I think the Hopi and the Mayans knew more about our future than what we do. I really believe that. So if I'm going to use human source, I'm not going to use Joe Biden. I'm not going to use Boris Johnson, and I'm not going to use our puppet, Scott Morrison. I'm not going to listen to those people because I don't
JT.
believe anything they say.
What's that?
Or JT, that criminal Trudeau in Canada.
Oh, God, didn't he sell his soul? Yeah, well, we won't go down those paths because that mob, I can't believe any of them. And I get what Bob's on about, and I do get that. But if I am going to believe anyone, it must be people who are trying to live with nature, not fight nature and destroy it. And I know the Indigenous people of the world did that. And they have all left us with the same prophecy, which really means if they're wrong, I've got no trust in anything. I'll just leave this planet and go somewhere else because I can't see anything else. So, yes, I'm not going to trust, as somebody put it, the grubberment. I'm not going to trust the grubberment at all. No way. But I will trust my elders, the elders I've met that have told me this is correct, and they have. And by the way, the two that are coming on next are fully connected and believe this is going to take place. I'm going to follow with those people, and I'm going to follow the ones from the past, and I'm going to follow the evidence we're getting. Where'd that come from?
Great Serpent Mound.
Wow. Oh, the Great Serpent Mound of Ohio.
Yeah.
I've heard about that. I'd love to see that one day. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's at 1 o'clock. We better finish. Thank you so much for listening. And remember, it's over to you now. It's really your journey. We've just said there's a road. Pick the right one. Go on the road. There'll be a beautiful signpost here if I get permission. Gary Hughes Road. If you see it, walk down that road. You can't go wrong. The other road, don't go near. Thank you, guys.
Before you guys take off, I want to share something with you. This is kind of connected to the lights. that we saw it last year, and I'm sure those are the images that you're probably getting right now, like these lights that we see above the houses here. There was something similar that was happening here in Kamloops a couple weeks ago, and my wife was able to capture a video of it. So here, I'll toss it on.
What's that? There's some lights in the sky. Searchlights, maybe?
I see it. The three clouds. There's like three lights coming from behind the clouds, like it's in it.
Like going in a circle. Weird, I could see them on the camera, but I can't see. Oh, there they are. Am I tripping, or is that normal? Any clouds like that?
You know, sometimes that happens where you can't see it with the naked eye, but when you look on camera, like she's pondering, that the camera has a slight filter, so it actually filters out some of the glare, and you can pick up the lights in the background.
Thank you, mate.
There's another video that she has about 30 seconds long, and it's just right up the street and a little bit darker, and there you can actually see the lights coming down and turning in circles and moving around and going like this, and I was like, wow, what is that? Because we don't see things like that here in Kamloops, and once in a while you spot a UFO or something, but this, I don't know whether this was a UFO or whether this was an energy phenomenon that was happening at that time and energy just moving around. Not really quite sure, but I had to toss that out there because really we have all these
toss it out
around the world.
Yeah, well, we were told by the Hoppy to look to the skies because that's where they'll be, and eventually they're coming down. But I believe that's going to be part of. I think when the red one comes down, you want to be ready when he turns up, because it sounds to me from what they've said, he's the judge.
Oh boy, I know about that one. The red one got right. Thank you very much, Stephen and Evan. Really appreciate your guys' time and all the efforts that you've put in throughout the year and organizing that wonderful ceremony this morning. Totally appreciate it, and really heading the way and highlighting what we really need to do in order for us to remain on this path that we're on, and look for that abundance and love and acceptance path more so than the destructive path. So thank you for highlighting that and really bringing awareness to it, that that's what we need to do in order for us to shift into that reality that we all want for our children, our grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, of love and no violence, and get along with nature and be one with the world and everything that lives in it. So really thank you for bringing awareness to that. Really appreciate it.
I love the fact you said follow the evidence, and that's what we're doing. We're all following the evidence right behind you. Don't believe what you hear, believe what you see, or half what you hear and none of what you see. Maybe, I don't know how the saying goes, but
it's half of what you hear and none of what you see. You're onto it.
Right.
You got it.
But the evidence is clear and present, and we have to follow those leads till it comes out, right? Until we figure out exactly what's happening.
And it's still coming in right now. We'll have it by the end of the month for sure. But I've seen a couple of things that are really quite amazing. So for anyone that wants more evidence, I didn't think we'd have any more. Looks like we've got plenty.
Can't
No
wait to
problem.
see it, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Check
No
out
worries.
ForgottenOrigins.com. There's a lot of articles there that Stephen and Evan been putting on. Here's the website address, and there's all the evidence is really, displayed there in text if you want to take the time to read and read with an open mind, and maybe you will find what you're looking for, right? Just follow the breadcrumbs, and really that's all we can do. So with that being said, guys, thank you very much. I love you guys. I have huge respect for you guys, and I look at you as my brother and father. You guys are just totally amazing. Would have just love to have kept you longer here, because I can listen to you guys for hours and hours and hours. But during an event, we can't do that. So with that being said,
Carrie-Anne Fields wants to have something to say.
I just want to say before they leave, I tried to do my hair in essence of Evan, but it didn't quite work. I couldn't beat him.
Who's doing your hair like
his
mine,
hair was
then?
still better than mine, and I tried.
Oh yeah, remember that last time? His hair was perfect.
Oh,
Right?
it was immaculate.
Oh man, you can take a picture and put it in magazines and such. It was beautiful. Loved it.
I haven't had comments like that, have I?
No, you
No,
haven't actually.
none
I've
like
had
that.
pictures about your hair.
I've had quite a few that have been negative. Gee, it just makes it worse for me. But pleasure,
So
guys,
guys,
as always. Yeah.
Look forward to
thank
working
you.
with you again soon.
Rip into it, Carrie-Anne.
Thank you very much. So our next guest, our new friend here at Watchers Talk, Carrie-Anne Fields. She's going to give us a download and take us through a guided meditation. I think that was the plan. I'm not really quite sure, but I'm just flowing with the process. I just see the outcome, and I just follow the steps that are being taken to get that outcome. So thank you very much, Carrie-Anne, for volunteering your time to be here, because when we were first organizing this event, Evan had asked me to reach out to you, and he was like, Carrie-Anne will do it, just reach out to her, send her a message, and I'm sure she'll say yeah. And I was like, all right. So you were the first person I contacted when we began organizing this impromptu event for today, and you're like, yep, let's do it. So you're a total star seed and a light worker, and I appreciate you, and thank you very much, Carrie. And I'm gonna hand it over to you, and when you're done, just call her name out, and we'll just jump on back here with you, and we'll have a quick conversation and close out the evening.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, all the brothers there. And wow, I can see this live stream marathon has been going for over 9 hours. So just that focus alone of light workers adding their frequency, adding their intention, adding their energy, just lights up the planetary grid in the most exponential way. I want to say, when Steve said, the proof is coming in, and I saw a beautiful comment from Chrissy here. Hi, Chrissy. And she commented on my Facebook post this morning that I was in her dream, and she described exactly to a T what I was doing in the solstice ceremony. It was our early morning here in Australia. So I've got goosebumps, Chrissy. You couldn't have been more accurate. So it really highlights that we are just one source code. We are one source energy. And that at the moment, for those that are plugging in, we're able to download the same truths, the same visions, the same knowing, the same prophecy, the same awareness. We see each other. The level of telepathy has gone to an incredible new level. We're in a new cycle of awakening. We have been for some time. And it's almost like we're catching up with what's happened in the galactic realms, because we know that the light and love has indeed won the day. And here in the third dimension, we're playing it out. We're playing catch-ups. We're still engaging with the tyranny, and we're having a good old, well, I'm having a good old laugh at it, because it doesn't interest me. I just find them all hilarious. And I find when I laugh at those tyrannical forces, it minimizes them. They're not so grandiose. They're actually just, little twerps or little brats in the corner, like just kind of poking the bear. But the bear is awake, and the bear is roaring, and the bear is saying, we're not having it anymore. And with one fell swoop of our paw, we're going to just remove those aspects that, yes, we have certainly created. I was tuned in before when Leonard was speaking and he said, we created this all. And I have to echo that point so strongly. That is the ultimate awareness that we need at this time. We have, in fact, created this whole galactic script for our own benefit. And if you ponder for a moment when we were in when we're in the sacred undistorted geometry that is God, Goddess, source code, we did not have a reference point. We did not have a contrast. We were, yes, in a bliss, love, light, perpetual wave, orgasmic motion, heavenly, but how do we appreciate it? How do we observe it? Well, we would have pulsated within that oneness that we wanted to have this experience of duality. And so we, through the Sophia womb, we explode into the fractal universe. I believe it was Leonard, thanks Leonard, and he mentioned Michael Feeley as well, and I did miss Michael's talk, but I have seen Michael. Michael and I are both on the Iconic channel if you want to check him out there, or myself out there. And we talk about the fractal universe. We talk about the matrix as 0 and 1. So the 0 point consciousness, when we're within the monad, we're within the God source. The 1 is the fractal universe, but we're still one. We cannot be separate from each other. And this is a powerful knowing. And so when we observe each other in this fractal universe, we are observing ourselves, and we know we created it. And we also created all the dark magicians, because we would not have actualized ourselves. We would not have embarked on our own hero or heroine's journey should we not have had the ultimate villain or the ultimate opponent. And so there's sheer brilliance and sheer perfection in what we are living out in this now moment. And we have to remember it is about now moment. One of the main things I hear within the Truther community is when are we going to see the government be dissolved? When are we going to be in 5D Earth? When is this all going to stop? And it's an inappropriate question, because there is no when in the future. That's a third dimensional construct. If you want to be in 5-dimensional frequency, you say now I am in it. Now I claim my spot in 5D. Now I put anchor down into the crystalline iron core of 5th dimensional Earth. Maybe there's a different name for Earth in the 5th dimension. And we allow that imaginative process to take us over, because the imagination is the portal back to God, Goddess, source code. We must engage the imagination exactly as we did with children. That's why the rituals, someone said a comment before about how important the rituals are. Absolutely they are. Rituals, meditation, fantasy, daydreaming, imagination. The elders here in Australia tell us that imagination, it breaks down to in magic. They are in magic. We are in magic here. We have simply forgotten who we are. And that soul amnesia, that spiritual amnesia, was part of our creation, was part of us being the creator in the oneness, saying, we're going to have to forget who we actually are in order to have this script be the ultimate script. And so we fell from grace. And then we spent our time looking for grace. Grace, where are you? Oh my God, Grace, is that you? You know, looking outside of ourselves here in the 3rd dimension, looking everywhere for grace. Where's grace? It must be somewhere. It's through this person who's saying they're the savior. It's this guru. It's my partner. It's my children. It's my parents. It's some new course that I'm doing. Is that you, Grace? No, that's not Grace. Grace is the one place that I know everyone listening here has found it. But maybe some people still haven't looked to the one place where grace is, and that's in your heart. That is in your heart center. Because remember, we are within magic. We are the one. There's an illusion that we're many. Yes, it seems in this 3rd dimension that we're separate, but we are one. And the one place we go is deep, deep, deep into the heart, deep into the heart. And so it requires a lot of closing your eyes, breathing, contemplating, reflecting, being in nature, sun gazing, all the basic usual practices that you hear the healers say over and over and over again, because that's where it lies. It lies within and within nature. And so we're just coming back to grace, which is pure simplicity, the pure undistorted geometrical coding of who we actually are. And we forgive ourselves in this now moment for that necessary pathway of spiritual amnesia. Being asleep to our own creation was part of what we chose. We chose it. And when we know that we chose it, we are always in command of this matrix. And yes, it certainly seems as if in the third dimension, there is a very dark matrix. And of course it is dark. Again, we had to create the story with the ultimate opponent and the ultimate villain in order to rise, in order to flex the spiritual muscles. Otherwise, we would just be simply drifting. We would not have that contrast point to our monadic principle or our monadic self. So we have to just forgive self and forgive the whole experience. And in forgiving it, another energy can enter. We can actually get excited. We can actually get excited about what's happening, particularly as we're seeing this beautiful upgrade of frequency for Mother Gaia. She has entered into the photon belt. There is no stopping her ascension. And the beautiful mystics tell us that this is the first time in the galactic story. How great are we as creators that we have created the first time in the galactic history that we will maintain matter and form and yet move into fifth dimensional consciousness. Whereas normally we would go through the death cycle and rebirth cycle. We'd go 3D, 4D, 3D, 4D. Maybe we'd go back into higher dimension for a reprieve and then come back again. But something significant is happening at this time. We're not going back to light body form as we shift up a cog, as we shift up a dimension. So why wouldn't we be excited about that? And it's in your excitement, in your bubbling and your joy and your just frothing at what's happening, that is the fifth dimensional consciousness. My dog's going to chime in here. Hopefully he's not going to bark too much. But that's the fifth dimensional consciousness of really being in awe of our own creation and knowing that, wow, we are so powerful. We are so powerful beyond all measure. And when you feel that heightened joy within yourself, what are you going to do in your life? Well, you're probably going to dance, probably going to skip. You're going to just want to get into natural bodies of water and feel, the textures of the ocean and the streams. You're going to want to hug each other, the opposite of what the cabal's currently, attempting to impart is what's going to keep us safe. You're going to hug, you're going to dance, you're going to just be in rapture. And through that frequency, you have already stepped into 5D Earth. You have already created what it is that maybe you were hoping and pleading and waiting for. Or if the government would just back off, we'd be there. No, bugger the government. They don't exist to us. Or the government, as someone said, they don't exist to us. They don't exist to us unless we give them permission to exist for us. Because remember, we're creator, experiencing our own creation. So there's no permission given. As a sovereign being, as claiming your sovereignty, nothing can enter into your orbit unless you allow it. And I feel, the theme of the epic marathon chat today is the two roads and a single path. So, of course, there's two roads that are laid out. And, of course, we, in the conscious mind, in the forefront of the mind, we will say, of course, I'm going to take that higher road towards love and beauty and acceptance and benevolence and kindness to all. It's not even a question. And yet our actions may, in fact, and it's the actions and the intentions that the universe is responding to, the actions that we may be taking are still on that so-called lower road. Why? Because of fear. Well, I'll just do such and such to keep my job. Oh, I need to feed my children. So we're going to have to keep engaging this system that is devouring us and just hope that, it'll just go away. But this is go time. This is pinnacle time. We are at crescendo point in this galactic story. In order to move with Mother Gaia into the fifth dimensional consciousness, we have to make very strong choices, and we have to follow through with our actions. Actions are what matters at the moment. And when you know your creator, you only live in now moment, and you know you are looked after in every single now moment. You cannot not be looked after because you're a divine child of the omniverse. So like the birds just don't figure out things ahead of time and they still get fed, same too. We become that. We slip back into nature and the natural unfolding of knowing that in every now moment we are completely looked after. We cannot be separate. And so we don't actually have to keep that job. We know that something will come, because as soon as you make a choice for sovereignty and alignment with grace, all the atoms within the hologram, the simulation here in the third dimension, rearrange themselves. It's a quantum field of which you are creating. It's a mirror back to yourself. Your creator. You send out through your electromagnetic pulse wave, your electricity, you zzz out. This is what I choose. Magnetism, you magnetize that back to yourself. So you step into highest creational power where, of course, there's enough food. You might even be earning more money, and you're going to be hanging out with people that are your soul tribe, and you're going to have plenty of time for rest. And all of these things that you've always dreamt of, but maybe your 3D limited programmed left brain mind told you was not possible. So you can't set things up ahead of time anymore to make sure you're okay. That's what this whole sea bug narrative is about. Set things up ahead of time, you'll be okay. No, don't set anything up ahead of time. Live in now moment. Magnetize in now moment what you need, and it will be beyond your wildest dreams. You'll come online again with your DNA, and you'll know that, hey, yeah, I chose to have my DNA clipped somewhere back there. I made some pact with some archons and some Anunnaki and some sky gods, and, cool, that was part of the galactic story. And I let myself be downgraded into a 2-stranded DNA operating system. No problem. I needed to have that experience, but I'm now done with that, and I am recoding, and I am coming online again with those inactive strands of DNA. So very quickly, I move into 12-stranded DNA, 5th dimensional, operating superhuman technology. It's here now. It's not in the future. It's here now by you claiming it, by you accepting that you are that divine child of God, that you are, in fact, one with God. You cannot be separate. You're the droplet or the godlet in the ocean of consciousness. And so it's a reframing of who you are. And many people get triggered by that because they say, who are you to say that you're God? Well, who are you not? Who are you not? It's the ego that denies that you are love, that you are peace, that you are beauty, that you are abundance, that you are benevolence, that you are kindness, that you are compassion. Why wouldn't you claim those energies? And that's all that we're saying God is. So you claim your I am presence. I am. I am all that ever has been, all that ever will be, and all that is now. And I am in command of this creation. And I use my command key whenever I choose to for my own highest glory, knowing that when I fill my own cup, I become an overflowing reservoir of love that serves the collective. Not the way the Cabal sets it up. You sacrifice yourself to serve the collective. No. No sacrifice going on here. No poisons coming into this bloodstream. I rise, and in doing so, that is what serves the collective. And I celebrate all my brothers and sisters, like everyone listening here. I celebrate you all rising as well, because in 5th dimensional consciousness, there's no comparison. There's no sense that I'm not good enough, or you're better than me, or I need to take your power in order to elevate myself, the dog-eat-dog cabal 3D dark matrix construct, that doesn't exist because we've remembered you're me and I'm you and we're one, and I celebrate everything for you and you celebrate for me, and I'm in awe of you and you're in awe of me, because that's what love is. The same as what you would look at your children and never have envy. You just think, oh my God, they are just the most beautiful beings in all of the galaxy. I do that with my dog. I'm sure anyone with animals or pets knows that. Like, the obsession is there. He could just be sitting there like, you know, licking his paw, and I'm thinking, wow, isn't he something, you know? And this is the innocence and the purity and the love that we all have within us, and we can share that with each other. So we must address the insidious ego, and ego is a funny one because many people believe that ego is the narcissist, and yeah, sure it is. And you see there, Omar, you mentioned Trudeau, and we've got Draco Dan here in Australia, and many other vile creatures, and they're very narcissistic. They're very ego driven. They get a perverted rush out of taking power off people. I've had visions of Draco Dan, going home after waving his authoritative finger at everyone and sitting there in his own throne and in his own home, and literally getting a hard on, because that's how much perversion and power and seduction that gives these types. Why would we keep feeding that? And the only reason they're getting that fix of power is because we're saying yes to it. Oh, well, I'll just do this, that's what the government said. Bugger what the government said. What do you say? What do you choose, knowing you'll be supported in every now moment? But the reason why we let that ego run the planet is because we are engaged in the ego as well. And the ego that we may be engaged in, and possibly not the people at all listening here. Oh, hi, is that you, Leah? Yes, Coconut, my dog. Yeah, he said hello to you. The ego that we may be participating in is the insidious victim ego. Now, people don't realize that is also the ego. And the ego is the construct in the third dimension that wants power from outside of self. Source creates, when your creator, knowing your source code, all power comes from within. It's perpetual, it's sustainable, it never runs out. And there's no need to take power off anyone. There's no need to look to anyone else to tell you what to do. There's no need for the savior. The exciting thing for the age of Aquarius is that it changes the template from age of Pisces, which was the man sitting on top of the perch. We all looked up. I mean, we all know the Cabal pyramid, don't we? And the, all seeing eye at the top. So we all looked up. You tell me what to do. Aquarius, an age of Aquarius, is we all join hands, all light nodes upon the planet, all join hands together. We are the light pillars. We see the crystalline grid below us. We activated it again last night or this morning with the Uluru ceremony that Stephen Evan ran. That energy, solar plexus chakra energy of Uluru went through to Glastonbury, heart chakra energy. It went round the planet, and we're into heart chakra activation now for the planet. So crystalline grid, we are node points as humans. And then we've got the galactic, beautiful galactic federation of light, council of holies, ascended masters, angels, guides, loved ones who have crossed over. There's so many beautiful beings, benevolent beings in the unseen realms that are supporting this. So there's light available everywhere. And so it's a powerful time, and it's time to remove the victim ego. It's time to remove that part of you that needs to be told by external forces what to do, that needs the savior, that needs to be told, you'll be okay, it'll be okay. Well, no one needs to tell us that it'll be okay. It's okay. That's it. It's always okay. Even when we were playing out all the wars and destruction and abuse and rape and torture, believe it or not, even then it was still okay because we created it for the contrast. not pleasant. They're two different things, not pleasant. But when there's enough grief, anguish, heartache, and absolute just really allowing ourselves to slip so low in darkness, at that point we activate. So many of us have activated even more powerfully in 2020. Many people, I'm guessing everyone here was already an activated star seed, light worker, way shower, grid worker prior to 2020. But if you weren't, that's okay. You were carrying the codes nonetheless. And if you activated immediately in March of 2020, then you knew that things that were being shown to you in the third dimension just weren't right. Things that the government, the cabal, these so-called elites wanted to get away with. You knew it wasn't right because you're already activated. The codes are there within you. So it's absolutely powerful. And if you know you're that person, and yet you still know that sometimes you have those engulfing fear moments where you just still need someone to tell you it's okay, where you still need the government to maybe change the rules. Just know that you don't require that any longer. That's still that aspect of victim within you that thinks that someone else will make it okay. You've now become your own healer. You've now become your own master. You've now become your own savior. And you are equipped with all the necessary tools to continue to rise and rise through this ascension portal that is open for us. And these are very refined lessons. And of course, we still feel fear. And of course, we still feel anger. And of course, we still feel hopeless and depressed and anxious and all of these energies, unworthy and all of these energies. But as the alchemists that we are, we're able to take those frequencies, integrate them, and move them from lead to gold, carbon to crystalline. We are able to alchemize any of those low vibrations, not to chastise ourselves when they come through, but to be curious and say, hey, isn't that fascinating? Wow, I'm still engaged. There's a part of me that's still engaged in terror. They're terrorizing me and I'm believing it all. Because if we saw it all just as a big screen here in the 3D, and like we watch a movie at night and go, oh, but that was just a movie. But we really got engaged in it. We felt all these emotions while we were watching the movie. It could be the same here, just viewing this whole 3D template. And so, yes, the emotions still come through you, but what are you doing? How can you actually rise with those emotions? How can the fear and the depression and the anger and all of those frequencies, how can they become the platform for you to launch off into your highest self, into your highest level of consciousness? And so this is the alchemizing process that's going on for us all at this time. And again, let's just remember to be so excited for this time. We chose to be here. Many people say we were chosen. In a sense, we were chosen. But that might feed your ego a little bit. Maybe it's better to say we chose it. We heard the clarion call through the galaxies. We were already the higher dimensional beings, not because we were better, but because we'd done the universal soul lessons that were required in the 3D to bring ourselves into new frequency. And so we were equipped and able at that time when we knew that Earth was having this major battle, and it is a galactic battle. And so we heeded that call and we chose it. And so for those that are here, you are so courageous. You are so powerful. If you haven't heard that for a while, or if that's not your inner dialogue to yourself, time to switch it up. Remember, the victim or the narcissistic ego would pull you down. It would never be the one saying, well done to you. Gee, you're amazing. And this is what we need going on in the inner dialogue. You're so beautiful. You're so powerful. You're so courageous. You're doing incredibly well, despite all this tyranny that's on the planet, despite all this reptilian draconian, totalitarian force that's coming at you. Wow, look at what you're doing. And you're leading other people by being that pillar of light, by maybe meditating every day or speaking to nature, or maybe posting on one of the social media portals. Or for some of you, I know some of you here are doing big things, really big things. But big, small, to me, it's all the same, because it's just all frequency. It's where you're adding your frequency to this collective movement. So let's just be so delighted for where we've come, what's about to happen. Even though, again, it's in now moment, it's not out in front of us. It's always in now moment. We magnetize it now. We magnetize it now. We magnetize it now. And that knowing it's here now makes you feel very steady and very calm and very powerful. So when those fluctuations of fear come in, it's easy to do that alchemizing process. So I did say to Omar, as Omar said, we didn't even know what we were doing, so I'm just having a rave on, really. We did say we would do a meditation, and let's do that now, because ritual meditation, as I mentioned before, and as other people have mentioned in the chat, is so necessary at the moment. When you close your eyes down and breathe, the power that you ignite within yourself is beyond words. Even if you're just doing that for 5 minutes every day, wow, that is powerful. Maybe we've overlooked just how powerful those little rituals are. But when we do it as a collective, when we do it together, and this is why these shows are so important, because we can tune in together as one body of light, and we create ripples through the grid, ripples through the cosmos, that is the power and the light force that cannot be stopped, no matter what these other destructive entities are throwing at us at this time. And always remember, they're being desperate because they know you're powerful. That's the only reason. Always reframe why they're up to their tricks, because they know you're powerful. So
Carrie-Anne, really quickly, this is Leonard. I wanted to say to what you say, where you're talking about literally right now, during my shows, I a lot of times will stop the audience and say, this is what I want you guys to do for the next 30 seconds. I'm going to shut up, and I want you to breathe, and I want you to focus on your breath. And at the end of it, I'll say, okay, and then I'm going to ask you a question. And I do this about once every month, at least, on one of my shows. And at the end of it, I'll say, now let me ask you this. What were you thinking about in that 30 seconds? And the answer is always nothing, because you were being.
Oh, love it.
And I do that to show them that that's what people try to achieve during meditation, and that you don't have to have this highfalutin meditative state to get into. To get there, all you need to do is stop and breathe and be in the moment. So I just wanted to say that, because I love that you said that. It's very important that people understand that. So I'll be quiet again. You go ahead and talk.
No, please talk. I love it. we can go back and forth. You know, that's so beautiful. And thanks for echoing that point. And you're right. It's so simple that I feel sometimes we miss it. I mean, I've taught consciousness and yoga, and, you know, we train yoga teachers and healers. And, you know, I've been doing this work for well over 20 years. And it's amazing how many people feel that meditation is beyond them. It can't be. It's your natural state. I mean, we did it as children. We did it as babies. We're actually doing it all the time. And if we don't know that we're doing it, and it is that simple. So let's not make it crazy. Let's just make it simple. And I guess sometimes you're involved in a guided meditation, which we're about to do now. But even within guidance, you're still going off on your own journey and receiving your own knowings and downloads and codes, and, you know, different energies are coming through you, different communication with your star family, or could be, you know, lately I've been communing with the elves and the fairies and all of these kind of elementals, which is something very new for me. I probably did it as a kid, but, you know, I've always been more into angels, ascended masters, and these kind of frequencies. And, you know, it's really nice to be back, even where I've just moved to my house. It's a forest area, and back to Chrissy. She saw this in her dream. She couldn't have depicted it any better, of what she saw me doing at the meditation, and she saw the elementals with the foliage, and that's exactly what was happening. We've literally got fairies here. 3D mind would say they're glowing fireflies, but hey, to me they're fairies. So, you know, when we go through this process, just be in touch with whatever wants to come through. So we'll just get our spine nice and straight and close our eyes down. You can be in a straight back chair, you can be sitting in cross legs, or of course you can lay down. And let's connect in with the cosmic wave of prana. It's free, it's always available, and all it requires is for us to be mindful as we inhale through the nostrils, expand into the lower belly, and allow the breath to rise up into the ribs, into the chest, filling the collarbones. The collarbones turn to the heavens and smile, and then we exhale and we let that breath drain out of our chest and out of that rib cage area, and we just naturally allow the lower belly to empty at the end of the exhalation. So the emptiness of the lower belly awaiting a new breath. And it's so joyous to breathe through these 3 sacred chambers: lower belly, through the ribs, diaphragm, up into the chest, collarbones, and exhaling and letting go. And it's as simple as just ensuring that the in-breath is even to the out-breath, that there's a rhythmic, even breath. And the length of the breath is up to you. It's your breath. It's your flow. It's your rhythm. And just 3 full breaths in this way means you're already back deep into the heart center, lining up with your galactic center. And this is the portal that opens for yourself as that higher dimensional being to communicate. Sometimes your hands want to move, your body wants to sway. The swaying of the body could be Kundalini moving through the spine, or it could be light language coming from your galactic self. Sometimes the light language wants to come through, and the light language is never our spoken language here. It's sounds and intonations, and sometimes we don't really understand what it means logically, but it's just this code that wants to come through, and we allow that to come through if it needs to come through. Shukala kisua chikala kuchika sekwa chiklak kia sulaki chila kwa tequila chikala hole kisila kichua chikala shwa shwa shwa. And if you want to respond to that light language that's come through, you're in the privacy of your own home. Just let it come through you, even if you've never done it before. Light language, really important at the moment because you're gridding the higher dimensions here into the earth plane, and Mama Gaia wants all the help she can get at the moment, so you don't have to be logical about those things. Same as we know that songs appear in our head giving us messages. There's sacred geometrical patterning in higher dimensions. There's sound, like we just did with the light language. It's different ways that these codes come in that may seem foreign to you, but they'll always seem pleasant, and they'll activate your chakra system and they'll activate your meridian system so that you ignite with light. So continue to breathe. And I feel for today, just going on from my beautiful friend Steve Strong, and he always talks about the fast flowing river and that beautiful Hopi prophecy. And let's take that into the imaginative process now. And we're being asked by the Hopi to get in the river alone. We're not taking anyone with us. That can be very, very upsetting for many people, particularly if you have children, pets, parents that you're caring for, besties, partners, anyone with a big heart that wants to take everyone with them. This can challenge you greatly, but you have to give the power back to all of those beings to know that if it's their time, they'll get in the river too. And if it's not, they need another galactic cycle in the 3rd dimension, because that is perfect and that is what their soul requires in order to continue with the soul and universal lessons that you've already moved through in your earth school. And so we see ourselves just standing before that very fast flowing river. And it can be any river that you want it to be. It's your process. It's your imagination. It can look like a river here. I'm seeing a river in Canada, no doubt, because this show is coming from Canada, and my beautiful friend Leah from Canada, I see her in the chat, of seeing those beautiful rivers of Canada with the exquisitely ice blue water, so pure. But whatever your river is perfect. It can be a cosmic river. It can be a Stargate river. I don't mind. Whatever's right for you. See yourself before that fast flowing river and know that there's no time, because as the Hopi have told us, we're at the 11th hour. We're at the 11th hour and the 59th minute. You don't have time to set up logs further down the river that you can hold on to. You don't have time to make sure there's boulders in that river that you can have a rest on. There's no time for that. And that's a good thing, because that would be back into third dimension, living not in the present moment and trying to control outcomes, which is in fact the ego, because the ego doesn't trust that all power comes from within and comes from Creator as yourself, and is sustainable and perpetual and is orgasmic and blissful. So no, there's no time. And you're alone, even though you know that at the end of this river ride, there may be people in that river that you know, but it doesn't matter, because in this moment, you are all that you need. You are your own creator, savior, higher self. And so you boldly go into that river. Maybe you're going to shed your clothes. Maybe you're going to go in with your clothes. It's your imaginative process. But move into that fast-flowing river and allow the current to take you. Notice if your instinct is to grip to the side of the riverbed. And if that's you, just allow your fingers that are digging in just to peel back one at a time. Let the current take you. And the current will overwhelm you initially because it's fast, it's deeper than you thought. You can't touch the bottom. You don't know where you're going, and there's no one else in the river with you. And so you may get somersaulted. You may feel like you're taking water into your lungs. You may find it difficult to keep your head above water. And there may be an accelerated heart rate as this goes on. And you just remember to breathe like we did right at the beginning of this meditation. You remember to breathe. And that breath just brings you back to center. And you find yourself just rolling onto your back now and looking up into the heavens, seeing the sun above you, or if you're in the cosmos, it may be starlight above you. But there's support coming in ways you didn't initially see. There's light around you from the unseen realms. And you allow that light in, you allow those light codes to speak to you in light language. It won't be what you're used to, how we speak in this dimension. And you're now traveling down the fast-flowing river on your back, and you get used to this sensation of not knowing where you're going and not being able to hold on to anything, even if there's logs floating around you, even if you slip over some smooth boulders, smoothed over by the currents of water over the eons of time. You don't feel you need to stop there. You're just going to let the current continue to take you. And as your heart opens, you let your arms expand out at your side, wider and wider, and you become your own sacred cross. Here, flowing down the fast-flowing river. And the sacred cross allowing in the activation of your inner grid, your meridian system, your chakra system, all exploding with light. And the humming from within of the explosion of light reminds you of when you were in the monad, the Om. You have become one with infinite source. You are the Om. You are the sound of God. You are the word of God. You are the biblical prophecies. You are the light worker prophecies. You are the mystic prophecies. You are living it in now time. You are here, vibrating as source code, flowing down the fast current that this river ride is taking you on. And you don't mind the fast current now. In fact, it's exhilarating because you've let go of the need to control and you have anchored into full union with self, highest self. And you know intuitively through your telepathy where everyone else is in this river, not because you can see them with your 3D eyes, but because you can see them with your pineal gland third eye. You can see them, you can feel them, you know who they are. And you feel that support now, not just from the light, but from the light pillars of the fellow humans, the fellow star seeds that have come to boots on the ground here in this dimension. And so you keep flowing down that fast flowing river, listening to your own internal motor, the Om, and letting it be your guide and allowing now the explosions through the meridian and the chakra system to become orgasmic waves of bliss firing up from base chakra, kundalini, cosmic serpent, rainbow serpent, rising up through the spine, exploding out through all chakras, exploding out as the cosmic rainbow serpent moves up, perpetual bliss motion. As soon as that orgasm expels itself, it starts again and it just continues because this is creation. This is you. Bliss, this is your higher self. And the current of the river just amplifies this bliss, this perpetual wave motion. And there's even a part of you that never wants this river ride to stop. But indeed, it does stop. You feel the river slowing down. Your eyes are open now and you find yourself still in meditation. Your eyes are open within your meditation. Still in meditation, you look around. You're in a big rock pool now. It's the biggest rock pool you've ever seen, and it's crystalline water. The sacred geometry can be seen as crystalline patterning within this water, this huge rock pool. And everyone's here, and your skin tingles with goosebumps. Everyone's here. Maybe people you didn't think would be here. Look around, who's here? It's your process, it's your imagination, it's your beautiful divine meditation. And you go around and you hug people and you cry tears of absolute joy and gratitude. And there's so many beings here, so many stretching out as far as your eyes can see. And you know that you made it. You know this is 5D Earth. You know that you're in the river of life and you were carried because you had no fear. You gave over to Creator. So rejoice, my darlings, rejoice, rejoice, rejoice. Dance and sing and frolic and do whatever you need to and come back to this place as often as you like, because you're there now. And you just return again and again with all your fellow brothers and sisters who were ready this time for the ascension. And if people are there or are not there that you wanted to be there, just know that they are in a perfect and safe place as well. There can never be anything wrong here in the kingdom of creation. Never, never, ever. It's all perfect. So you come back now. You're going to just start to move your body again. Whenever you feel ready, you can open your eyes. So thank you, beautiful soul tribe, and wow, that was my skin was just goosebumping. Thank you, Omar, for having me on.
That was intense.
Robert and Leonard.
That was intense. That was good stuff right there.
Yeah, that was really good. I was zoned out there for a while and sitting here and breathing and just conscious breathing and paying attention, and kind of opened up my eyes and saw a message from Bob Kender warning us that we had another porn intruder. So
that was a lot today. They were really coming out today.
Snap out of it.
That's all the cosmic orgasms everyone's having. We're just inverting it. We're just like, yeah, no, we'll stay with our. We'll stay with our.
Yeah, I was telling Omar, I'm sitting here, I have my eyes closed, and I'm meditating, and all of a sudden, I couldn't hear you. And I thought, did she just pause? And I opened my eyes. My phone turned off to do a software update.
Oh, geez.
Luckily, I have two other computers up, so I was able to unmute my other computer and listen to what you're saying while my phone went through. And at first, I thought, what just happened to my phone? Because I didn't see it when it went down. It was just rebooting. And then after it rebooted and I was reloading, I had to clear the screen that said software update has been successfully installed on your phone. I'm like, all right, thank you. But that was bad timing.
Those are the worst.
That was your upgrade, Lennon. We're all getting the upgrades, even your phone. So, you know.
That's why I said that. Even my phone was getting an upgrade through that meditation.
Oh, beautiful.
Talk about an activation, right?
Right. What a way to set the end of the night, though. That was just mind-blowing. I mean, so many great meditations today. This one stands out because of the timing and the way that you did it with the light language. And I've never done light language, and I started speaking it while we were doing it, and it was intense. And then the humming went to like a vibration, and I started to hum too. It was insane.
There's a woman from England that I had on a couple of different shows that I did, webinars, and she was speaking in light language. I didn't realize you were going to do that until all of a sudden you started doing it. And I was like, oh, hey, I know this. I'm like, I know what she's doing. And so that was when I really got into it, because just that whole, light language, you're the only second person that I've ever heard do that, both being women that have done that, one from England and now you from Australia. And it's incredible when you guys do that. It blows my mind, and it's hard for me to explain to people. I'm like, you have to talk to them so they can explain what it is they're doing,
Oh, that's great, Leonard. And Rob, awesome that you did it, because I think, I feel if the men are doing it, it's like those deeper tones and resonances going down into the earth grid. And it's, I mean, Rob, I don't know if you want to go for it now. You probably.
No. I was in the privacy of my own home. I've never done it before, but I just, whatever I felt was coming to me, I just let it out. And it was wild. Like, I've never experienced that because I've never actually tried it. And I've seen people do it, and I'm like, wow, that must be difficult to understand how that works. And I was just like, fuck it, I'm going for it. And I just went, and it was like, I have family like in the next room over here, and they were probably like, what the hell was going on in that room between the humming
room
and
over
the
there.
words that were coming out of my mouth. It was wild. It was wild.
Well, when it resonates with it's just like the Om sound. You know, when you hit that, there's a tone that each of our skulls, our whole body's attuned to, and Om is the perfect sound, but that's not necessarily your perfect sound. And I've told people throughout the years that if you start out at, say, a low octave and then you move up through the octaves, you'll find a spot where, like the Om symbol, where your whole head will resonate. You'll feel the vibration in your entire skull, and it feels perfect there. When you hit that tone, that's the resonance of your body and your skull and your resonance, and it actually is a little bit different for every person because we have our own vocal cords that
I didn't Om. I went ooh. That to me was ooh.
Right, well, that's the thing. See, instead of the Om symbol, you go like, you know, say I would start out at oh, and then find that where that resonates, oh, until something in my head just goes, and you go, oh yeah, that's the spot. I feel it in my whole front of my forehead. Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was pretty cool because when we started off the day this morning, it was with Leanne Curtis, and she'd started the day off with a light language prayer, and here we are at the end of our evening and capped off with the light language. So that's the really the universe working in harmony to give us a message, give us a hint that whatever it is that we did today, it worked because of the coincidences and the synchronicity of everything that happened today. There was a few guests that couldn't make it due to not feeling well, but I would say that it just went smooth, and it was transitional wise. It was fantastic. Each and every guest was totally amazing, and really appreciated every single one. And that's pretty much it for me, Rob. There she is. She came back right on.
Oh, I missed what Rob was saying. Oh,
I was just saying that this morning we started off our event with Leanne Curtis doing a light language prayer, and then here we are at the end of the evening, did the very same thing. And that's just the synchronicity of the universe showing us that whatever it is that we did today did work and reached out to many, many people. And I appreciate that. And it's been a long day, and our speakers all day long, they've just shared love and great messages, some soul messages, and decoding some of the I guess myths that are around, holy books and literatures and stuff through Michael Feeley. And it's just like every speaker, really, it just really stands out. And for me, I appreciate that, because this was a very impromptu event that was put together just in a matter of like a day or two, just so that we can carry on the energy of the day, and that we did. So I truly appreciate that. And hopefully we did what we had to do. And tonight I'll be able to go to sleep and and think back on this and really reflect on it in my mind, and use the power of thought to activate and initiate whatever it is that needs to be done now, because I'm just vibrating with energy, and I've got everybody's energy from all the chat rooms across the platforms that we've been streaming to, reading all the comments, reading comments in a private chat, and listening to the speakers. And it's just it's been an amazing day. So I really do appreciate it.
I just want to say thank you to you, Omar. What a momentous undertaking, and Rob and Leonard. I mean, what beautiful sacred masculine energy, and it's honestly a profound privilege just to be in your presence. And you guys, wow. I mean, I want to say the men who are the warriors at the moment, holding the space here, supporting that goddess movement, which is all ourselves, men included. Thank you, because you are our divine protectors, I guess, for want of a better word, and you do it so well. So yeah, on behalf of the divine feminine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
super important to have
I
both.
was trained from birth by my father, who made it very, very evident to us boys that the female is the goddess. We were very Druid upbringing, even though I'm a recovering Catholic. We were very Druid upbringing, and that the goddess was as important, if not more important, than the god, and that we need to live our lives that way and lift up that sacred feminine, because there's so many religions and ways of life that have tried to diminish that sacred feminine throughout the universe. And being Celtic, being that Southern Viking, the women were equal. And then that little teeny piece of me that's Native American, the women were equal. It was, you know what I mean? So both, all of my cultures come from areas where the goddess is important, right? I have a tattoo on my back of the goddess on one side. Over here, it's a goddess, and over here is the god, but they're both Viking with the Viking helmets, but it's still the sacred masculine, sacred feminine. And so it was an honor to see that sacred feminine at work doing what you were doing, even though my phone cut out for a minute. I had to tune in here. So thank you. And Omar for putting this thing together in like a couple of days. This is a big production, and he put this together fat quick.
So I had help from Rob and yourself and from Evan. This whole event today was a community organization. It was a community coming together. I just can't take the credit for it by myself. There was a lot of people at play here and a lot of people at work. Like, for instance, Carrie-Anne, we met in the chat room, and, Evan asked me to reach out into the chat room to Carrie, and I did, and, she accepted. And, so that's what I mean by, it's a community event that we all organize together. And, so it's kudos to everybody that is involved with this, and especially to Stephen and Evan Strong for really putting together that ceremony this morning. Bringing all those sacred stones together, those rings, those sacred bones, and placing them in one place so that we can have this ceremony. And this morning when that was happening, and I decided to do a guided meditation because for me it was just a little too quiet. So I just visualized myself standing inside that circle, and I was just giving just a message out to people on my channel during that quiet time. And and I appreciate that, because if it weren't for Stephen and Evan, this event this year, last year, Level Up, and next year's event, we don't even know what it's going to be called, but we know it's happening, right?
Yeah,
It wouldn't be possible without Stephen and Evan, and for the foresight that they have and the awareness that they've brought to this matter, which to me is important, because we really need to go back to our ancestors and go back to our past and go in within to our genetic memory and get that information that we need, because we are the ones that they have been waiting for, because we're awoke, right? We're awoke as fuck, but there's a lot of the world that's not awoke. So it's not the woke people that need the help, it's the sleeping people that need the help. So we are the ones that they have been waiting for, and we've come in through streams like this and through gatherings like these, and organizations, and the work that we do all year round is what's really going to help wake up humanity. So, I like to say that we've been the ones that they've been waiting for, because we came here to do what we needed to do, and here we are taking care of business and kicking ass and not really taking any names. We're just kicking some ass.
One of the things that we see every time we do one of these is you see somebody in a chat room and they say, I just happened to stumble upon this, and I'm so glad I did. Every event, whether it's even, well, if we have 50 speakers and we reach 3 people, I mean, it's still a win, right? It's still a win, because the more and more we do it, we are the ones who are cultivating this community.
If you reach one person, it's worth it.
Absolutely. And this community is a representation of us, because we are a representation of them, right? Mm-hmm. We give them what they want, they tell us what they want, and we all learn together. And it's this, like you were talking about, when we look back in indigenous cultures, there's always the Great Spirit and the Sky Woman, and they live in harmony in a place where they need nothing and experience no pain, no anguish, and we're working towards those moments, right? And we don't have it in the 3D in that sense, but we find it in small increments as we move through this 3D, trying to make it to 4D and then hopefully 5D. And it's really this community that touches each other. It's not just us talking to you, it's you talking to us. And that's the epic and pivotal communication that we need to have with one another and those outside of the community to bring them into the collective. Because I have a feeling from now until next year, this community is going to grow exponentially. Because, and we have to be ready for that too. We have to prepare ourselves to be able to host that kind of gathering, because it's going to be that many more different people and that many more different cultures and different types of views coming together, and we have to be able to facilitate all that. So not only do people out there have a lot of work to do, we have a ton of work to do, and we keep doing that work. And that's I love when Omar says that we're the ones that they've been waiting for. I currently still believe that we are the ones we've been waiting for as well, because we're doing it for each other. I help Omar, he helps me. I help Leo, he helps me. I help Carrie, she helps me, and we learn from each other. So we keep growing and just growing, and it's a beautiful sight.
Beautiful.
Well, when you are, I said this earlier, and I say this all the time, when you are anywhere at all above being asleep, then you're aware of what's happening, and then it becomes your responsibility to do something about it. So let's say that all the legends are true, and that in the next year or 2 or 3, there's going to be this mass awakening. As an adult in the room, we have to help the children when they wake up. Do you understand? So for those of us who already have that advantage of being even this much more awake than they are, when they start to wake up, they're going to have a lot of questions. Who are they going to turn to? They're going to turn to anyone who knows more than they do. That includes us.
I was just thinking that very same thing when Rob was talking, is that there's going to be a lot of questions. And I think I'm going to get my favorite answer together, and that is, I don't know. Right. I'm just going to say that again and again and again. I don't know. Here's a link to this author, and here's a link to this author, and here's a link to this website. I don't have any answers. And really, I don't, because my ascension is for me and myself and I only. And it's for no one else, because everyone else's ascension is going to be different, tailored to their own needs and tailored to their own contracts and soul contracts that they're involved with. So for them to wake up and ask questions, they have to go on a journey just as we have. So it's not going to be, just easy for them. Like, here's a question, give me an answer, and I am woke up. It just doesn't work like that. You have to do the legwork, and you have to feel the pain, and you have to have
that shadow work. You have to do that. So the only thing that we can do is we can try and make it easier for them and say there's a few things that I might be able to help you with, because that way you don't have so much anger issues. And that way, because if you don't have somebody to help guide you, it's much harder because you have to really put in a lot of time. You have to really be aware of yourself. And when you're vulnerable in that place, luckily for me, I was a boy. My father was there to see it and was able to say, come here, son, there's a few things. Let me give you the tools. He came through a year ago through a psychic and said, I can't tell you what you need, but I can give you the tools, because you have to experience this. You have to figure it out on your own. My own father from the other side said that.
We're just the guy at the door shaking their hand saying, welcome. Hey, it's up to you now. Welcome.
Yeah.
It's up to you now. And then they just walk past us. That's how it works.
I love to use the analogy from Eric the Viking. When the guys came aboard the ship and they were getting ready to leave Norway, all right, you can go over there and sit behind Snorri. Snorri's sitting behind Thangbrand. You have to make sure that you row. So, are you right-handed or left-handed? Right-handed? Okay. So you're gonna have to sit on the left side of the boat so that you have more strength, right? And it's sitting everybody down. Welcome, everybody rows. Well, wait, now one of the guys says, you got all the ones with beards on one side and all the mustaches on the other. It's like, that doesn't matter. Right? He was stacking everybody the way they would fit, big guy, small guy, so that everybody balanced out. And it turned out that all the guys with the big beards were on the left and all the guys with the mustaches were on the right. And he's like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just row.
Now there's more weight on that side because there's more hair.
True. Very true.
I was going to say earlier when Rob was saying that, at every event we have people that stumble upon our site and they say, hey, I stumbled upon this site, and I'm so glad that I did. And I saw that twice today, once on Full Spectrum Universe and another time on Forgotten Origins. And I'm always happy to see that. And I always welcome those people because, that's that's a soul family at work, and the magnetism and our centering that we're doing is attracting all of that. So these people are attracted to us. That's why we're able to affect the Schumann resonance together when we come into groups like these and these types of gatherings. So guys, with that being said, there was just one more comment here that I thought it was like really funny, and it's so true too, because I do. It's from Chrissy Gee. She says,
That's why I
does
put it up
Omar
before.
chant Om R? And it's kind of weird because this morning, or was it, yesterday, my brother had messaged me, and we just call each other names when we message one another, right? And and I was like, no, fool, my name is Omar. So yeah, I do. I'm guilty of that because it's all in fun and games. So thank you very much for that question and or for that comment, really. And if you guys want to, and I recommend connect with Carrie-Anne. Her website is right there, myhealthyoga.com. Check her out. And as I understand, Carrie-Anne, you have like courses and stuff that you offer on your website, right? So can you please just tell our viewers where they can find you and the services that you offer, and then we'll close out for the evening.
Sure. We're doing a lot of free things at the moment on our YouTube channel, which is My Health Yoga. We were always operating within our closed websites just because we were so woo-woo and moonbeamish that we just did our thing there. But we've got an international business because I've got studios, wellness studios, but we also do online courses. So we've got a really big network of people across the beautiful earth. But we sort of came out from, behind those closed doors, and we're doing 365 days of healing on our YouTube channel. So free little healing sessions every day, meditations with myself and quite a number of our teachers and facilitators. We train yoga teachers, we train healers. We've been doing it for, I think I'm into 24 years of running the business. So, a long time. But yeah, it's just beautiful work. We really focus on consciousness and everything that you guys teach and speak to as well. And it's beautiful that we're in an age where we can talk about multidimensionality, we can talk about the galactics, and it's more commonplace now. And I feel like, it's exciting for people like us who've been teaching and speaking to this for so many years. So, So online courses for anyone who's not in Australia. We also have online yoga classes and meditation Dharma Talks podcasts at myhealthyoga.tv, which is a subscription-based platform. If anyone wants to do the deep dive but doesn't want to train to be a teacher or a healer. So thanks for that, Omar. I appreciate that.
I've just I'm pasting guys Carrie-Anne's YouTube channel into the comments. So if you guys want head on over there and subscribe to her channel and smash that bell so that when Carrie-Anne puts up stuff and when she goes live, you get notifications for when she is sharing her knowledge. And can I also double check with Watchers Talk channel, and also if you're on Forgotten Origins and on Full Spectrum Universe, to check your subscription status and check your bell status, and click that bell, because YouTube's kind of sneaky like that, where they like to take the notifications off, right? Yep. And you never get any notifications, because I get things like that sometimes where people are asking me, how come I never get notifications? So maybe guys, double check to make sure that your subscriptions are up to date and that the bell status is up to date. Go and visit forgottenorigins.com to read further articles and more articles and articles from last year on the ceremony today and the ceremony last year, and go to ouralienancestry.net and sign up for their monthly membership. It's like $16 a month, and you get access to their conference every single month and the playbacks from all the previous chapters that they've done. It's a fantastic deal, kind of beats the $26, right? So you could become a member for $16 a month, and you have access to literally hundreds and hundreds of hours of some very, very sacred knowledge, where you have elders speaking, and there's a lot of good stuff going on there. I don't want to really give it away. So check that out and visit myhealthyoga.com and subscribe to our channels. Keep the love up, keep the sacred space, and continue to create that space for yourself every single day. Wake up in the morning and just say, I love you. Say, I love you to yourself, and do that for like a week and just see the difference in your life of what's that going to do for you. Because once you begin to say that you love yourself, then the water that's inside of your body, the water that you're created from, begins to form and it begins to crystallize. Just like Dr. Emoto has said, your water, it begins to turn into that perfect crystal. So say, I love you, a number of times a day. Because if you can't love yourself, then how do you expect others to love you? And how can you love others if you can't love yourself? So we're in that point now in this life that we need to begin to express our love. I know that there's, I grew up, old school, and guys weren't supposed to say, I love you. And you got to have that tough attitude, right? But I think we're, intellectually beyond that, machoism. And I think we really
Social
need to
construct.
address our divine within us and express that love, because love is the only thing, and everything else is just an illusion. They're just all low vibratory emotions, and we seek to love, and that is it. Everybody wants to love, no matter who you are. You could be a serial killer, or you could be some crazy ass dictator in some shit ass little country that's trying to control people. They still want love, and they want to love, right? So it's just a human nature to love and to be loved. So with that being said, thank you very much to Leonard. Thank you very much to Rob. Thank you to Carrie-Anne and all of the speakers all day. And especially thank you to Stephen and Evan Strong. I love you guys. This has been a fantastic day. And actually, before we let you go, I totally forgot. We were supposed to promote our events coming up. And, I was just so, exhumed into this conference today that I was like, no, I'm not really into marketing anything else. I just want to kind of just make my focus here today, and that is it. So now we're at the end of the night, so I'll just run a couple of things by you guys really quickly. The links of these are in the description of this video, so if you guys want to go and follow, there's a couple of links that are missing, but I'll add those after the stream is over. So we have a conference coming up on January the 8th and January the 9th, walk-ins. That's on Portal to Ascension. So visit portaltoascension.org to get more details on that. And of course, this was our event here today. And this is what we did last year. And these were the sacred artifacts that we had a ceremony with today. And this is the event that we have coming up on January 1st and January 2nd. It's called the Etherical Retreat. It's more of a workshop type of event where we have 10 speakers got together, and we're going to spend about 45 minutes doing a lecture, and then another 45 minutes to an hour doing workshop techniques and working back and forth and one-on-one. We'll be focusing on like different techniques of meditations, on how to hold an intention, how to hold your New Year resolutions, present time alignment, self-hypnotherapy, astral traveling, remote viewing, things like that, so that we can help to increase our vibrational distortion and help exercise our mind so that we can hold the intentions and hold the New Year resolutions that we create. But majority of us fail after like a week or 2 weeks or a month. So the intention behind this event is to help people hold their intentions so that they can see them fruit to the end of the year. And then maybe we'll hold monthly workshops where we get together and just encourage one another to continue to hold the intentions and the resolutions and whatever people want to do to do self-help. And least but not last, my brother from another mother, Brad Olson, he's just a fantastic teacher himself. He just released his final book in the esoteric series called Escaping Prison Planet. This would make a wonderful gift. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. It would be a super, super Christmas gift for anyone who loves knowledge. And guys, I don't make any money off of this. I'm just, doing shout outs to Brad because I love him. And I believe in his books. I've read them, and, I believe in them. And my new friend, Scott Cameron Goulet, we've been given news, mainstream news. We know how fake they are. They lie. And, after researching and jumping from channel to channel to channel in search of news, because we need to know what what's going on around the world. We just can't shut ourselves out from it. So I go to Front Page with Scott Goulet, and I've been going there for about 9 months now. I'm part of their Telegram chat room. And
I just joined it, actually.
Yeah, and that's while I comment and watch their streams every day. And the way Scott delivers the news is it's great. There's no censorship, and you really have to read in between the lines when he's speaking, because due to the censorship here on this platform. So I find him really amazing, and I thought that because I have the platform, I'm going to give him a shout out and give exposure to another truth warrior and a light worker. So guys, with that being said, I love you all very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate your support. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the likes. And least but not last, love yourselves just as I love you, and love your family and cherish your family. Merry Christmas to every single one of you, and a very, very beautiful Happy New Year. I hope that your holidays are as joyful as you are imagining them to be. So stay safe out there, keep your DNA intact, and stay free.
Keep your DNA intact. Good
we'll
one.
see you on the 1st.
Rob, any final words before I close it out?
You said it all, brother. Yeah, just, keep going back into yourself. That's, best
You guys can check me out tomorrow on Skull Island if you guys want to take a look. That comes on at 4 p.m. West Coast American time on Wednesday. And then you can catch my show Orion Rising, which I do every Friday. I'm still working on that alien interview from Roswell, New Mexico from 1947, the one that the American government claims never happened. But we have the entire transcript. And we're on hour 3 of a 4-hour video, so you guys might want to tune in. We're on episode 21, I believe, of that. So it's 21 weeks in already. You guys can go back in my archives on YouTube. I'm not sure about YouTube right now because I'm in YouTube jail. So if you go there and you can't see some of the content, or you can't see any content, it's because YouTube has locked me in jail for a video that I put out a year ago. It took them a whole year to figure out that they didn't like that video. But you can go to Facebook. I'm not in Facebook jail, so if you go to Facebook, Orion Rising, the page in the group on Facebook, you'll find my archives there as well. I broadcast live when I can on YouTube and Facebook. So you guys can take a look at that Friday nights for the Orion Rising. And like I said, we're doing Alien Interview right now. And then our new podcast that I put together with Aaron Fowler, who was on the show earlier today with his wife and Miguel Pena from Brazil, is called Skull Island. And you guys want to check that out. We talk about everything, and we just trigger everybody. That's tomorrow, Wednesdays and Friday.
Cool, guys. Yeah. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, I got to go get this crap out of my hair. So we'll